here is going to be on e-posters. So the judges have seen the e-posters, and they're going to be talking to you for any questions or to talk you through the posters to the judges. Okay, the first person which we have in this section is do we have Deepika Jayachandran?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Okay, Fatima has just joined.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Fatima.
Sorry, apologies for the delay. I had some technical glitch at my end.
No worries. Okay, so Fatima, we're just beginning.
Yes.
So I'm going to take the name and the e-posters title, and then you and Kanan can talk to each of those.
Sure.
First one is Deepika Jayachandran. The topic is relationship between tone and speech evoked ESRT measured in both ipsilateral and contralateral ear. Deepika is available. Over to the judges.
Yeah.
Morning, sir, and morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Deepika. Would like to know, Deepika, what instrumentation was used to carry out this study?
Ma'am, we had used flute Impedance, it is Impedance audiometer for measuring the ESRT responses, and Master Software 9 we had used it for recording the ESRTs and stimulating the ESRTs.
Okay.
Max programming hardware system was used.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, Deepika.
Yes.
Yeah. So you have used which impedance, you say?
Sir, we had used float Impedance.
Okay. And which mode actually the measurement was done?
Sorry, sir.
And which option you selected the measurement of?
Sir, we had chosen this reflex decay mode.
Okay.
Where the window was more than 50 seconds. So
Okay.
that when we present the tone, we can see the amplitude growth also. I mean, whenever we present the ESRT, where we can track the threshold, visually it was very easy for us when compared to just ART mode. So we had chosen RDT, where we presented the stimulus, we started presenting, and until the the ESRT thresholds were obtained, where we could see the window in the RDT. So the RDT was a better screen when compared to just the ART window.
Okay, that window is for about 15 milliseconds.
15 milliseconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Deepika.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, should we go to the next one? Next one is also Deepika Jayachandran.
Yes.
On this title is Refractory Properties of Auditory Nerve in the Postlingual Cochlear Implanting. Deepika again.
Yes, sir.
Deepika, I would like to know, were there any radiological concerns when you selected the subjects?
Ma'am, when we selected, in the inclusion criteria, we have chosen the anatomy should be normal. The cochlear anatomy should be normal.
Okay.
And the complete insertion.
Okay.
And
did
whatever
you
you found.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Kanan.
No problem. Yeah, did you find any differences in the refractory properties between the apical, middle, and the basal turns?
The apical seems to be slightly better when compared to the basal ones. The threshold wise, the intervals were even little lower when compared to the basal part.
Okay, and which implant this was? Nucleus, isn't it?
Sir, all of them were metal users, sir.
Metal users, okay.
Yes, sir. And 12 electrodes. All the electrodes were active also.
Okay. So where would you like to apply this actually?
Sir, one thing what we focused is where the temporal aspects, the patient's temporal aspects can be better. I mean, where in case if we find any kind of speech perception issues, or the patient says, in the noisy environment, the betterment is not being really observed at that point, where we can apply this we can go ahead accordingly with the intervals, and we can.
So you mean to say this is going to be used for only the indicated cases in a normal candidacy criteria, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Indicated cases where we really look on poorer perceptions. In such cases, we can incorporate this.
Okay.
With the default interval, if he is doing good, we don't suggest, there is no requirement for changing the interval itself. So, and also the cases with ANSDs, and also with the cases with hypoplastic nerve, if at all they are verbal enough to comment about their perception.
Okay, and the performance was measured using what all tests?
So performance was like using an aided audiometry was a very basic test, and the speech perception in quiet.
In quiet, okay.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay.
So
Okay.
in quiet itself, whoever is performing not up to the mark of greater than some particular 60 or 70% or something like that, then we can look upon taking this parameter as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question, Kannan, which you asked
Yes,
the
sir.
last one, as to how was it going to be useful in practical applications.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the next person.
Thank you, sir.
This is P. Jawahar Ankit. The title is A Survey on Protocol Used for Measuring Outcomes After Cochlear Implantation in Children in India. Jawahar Anthony, if you can unmute yourself.
Good morning, Apurva. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good.
Good morning.
You said that in your study shows that you had sent out questionnaires to 21 centers.
Yes, ma'am.
And after that, and you still feel that the results saying that, you know, we need a better outcome measure, which a uniform outcome measure for all centers across states. 21 centers being a big number, I would say. It's not a small, coordinating with all of them. After the study, were you able to motivate them to, you know, come on a particular platform for reporting outcomes?
Yes, ma'am. It's a high time for us to make a standard protocol. Like organization like CIGI can take up this and make a protocol, a standard protocol. The problem that we faced means many centers were reporting is like based on the funding agency, funding schemes, asking to submit the report, and there is a variation among the funding agencies to take different kind of outcome measure that needs to be used to be submitted to the schemes. So that itself is creating ununiform outcome measures that needs to be used by the same center using a different outcome measure for different schemes is what we found in our study. So it's a high time that we need to have a standard protocol.
Yeah, that's very nice. And you keeping into account our heterogeneous group of CI recipients, you know, which would have age variation, you know, radiology anomalies, even the age of intervention, everything, the family support and all. Do you think these tests which were used were good enough, or you feel that there should be more tests to measure outcomes?
Ma'am, actually, the test is sufficient. Only thing is there is a difference in the test that is being used. Means some of them use one test, some use two, some use 3 or more tests to quantify the outcome. So we need to have a bare minimum and say that this is required. If there is an additional problem and things like that, we can add on. That is not a problem. But at least we need to have a bare minimum standard protocol, and it needs to be used for all the clients so that we have a standard data across the country. So we can compare how the outcomes have come for different cochlear implants.
Yeah.
That's very nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Jawahar, can I ask you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So as you know that the implants candidacy criteria is getting expanded.
Yes, sir.
So the outcomes also differs, and people come at different ages or different needs of auditory demand. So what is your line of thinking for making the protocol for heterogeneous performers.
Yes, sir. So that is why we need not a single test. We need multiple tests to tap the multiple tests is required, and I think most of the centers are following. For example, rating scales is one thing that it can cover the different needs. But the thing is, what is the rating scale that needs to be used? So some use a different rating scale, some don't use it, and things like that is having the problem that we face is like we cannot compare one versus the other. So one uses one kind of a test and other uses a different kind of a test. Both show an outcome that is actually showing an improvement, but we couldn't compare whether it's the same kind of improvement or it's slightly different from one to other. So that is the reason we are stressing on to have a standard protocol, and it should be followed in the heterogeneous group itself.
Okay, but you said standard protocol means multitude of tests, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but this multitude doesn't apply for all the candidates. For example, if you just take an older prelingual,
Yes, sir.
whose the expectations and the reality is different. Actually, he's going to get only sound awareness, maybe with lesser discrimination.
Yes, sir.
But doing in all the tests for them won't be, it won't validate their.
Sir, the thing is, like, we know what is the outcome that can be used for the counseling as well. So for an older prelingual, of course, the expectation is different, but the standard protocol will tell what is the actual outcome of the cochlear implant for the late prelingual patients. We have concentrated more on the pediatric prelingual children.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the next person, Aiza Fatima Raza, for indicators for cochlear implantation in children with auditory neuropathy spectrum disorder, a systematic review.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Kanan sir. Good morning, Fatima ma'am.
Good morning. Okay, Fatima, this was your study is based on articles, correlated, and you've used a significant number of articles to come to some consensus. Would like to know, did you have any personal experience apart from the articles which you pulled in? You are into practice, so could you correlate it with any of your personal experience, the findings which you had in your study?
From personal experience, ma'am, so my article is about finding indicators in cochlear implantation for ANSD individuals. And as of now, the whole idea was to come up with strong predictors so that we can add on to the already existing candidacy criteria. So most of the problems that come up with such children is spontaneous improvement in thresholds. So we talk about how important it is to, make sure that the child who's undergoing CI is young in age so that we can utilize the critical period. So this is one of the problems, the spontaneous improvement happen and we are not really sure when to go for send the child for the CI surgery. So there's one thing that comes up from the study, that if genetic examination of such children is done, we can get to know whether otophorin mutations are present or not. So this thing, we know that OTOF mutation give us the chance of finding stable hearing thresholds. So if OTOF mutation is there, stable hearing threshold would be there, and we can directly send a young child with OTOF mutation to such surgeries. So this is one thing which I would want to appreciate from the study, that for such young children, if spontaneity is a problem, we can send them for genetic examination, although a very costly thing to be done. But later on, with time, with technological advancements, this can be taken up as something in the candidacy criteria.
Yeah, that's what I was coming at, because keeping the cost in mind and the trauma the families face through, and then asking them to go in for a test battery again, and then though it could be a very good predictor, but apart from that, it would be a little I would say traumatic and inconvenience for the family to again think about it in a different aspect. So that was the only thing, how practical it is after the study. And we have the indicators, as you said, they are all based in in articles we found all these indicators, how easy it is to actually apply them in regular practice.
Right, ma'am.
Okay. May I ask you, Fatima?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So your studies, you've just found out, I mean, based on the review of many articles, the indicators for implantation in ANSD. Is it mainly the pediatric or even the adults?
No, sir. It is limited to children up to the age of 12 years of age.
12 years, okay. So in what are the scenarios where you would not recommend CA and also recommend CA based on what?
Based on?
When do you not recommend and when do you recommend?
Right, sir. So keeping the all these factors in mind, a child who has been who is a very young at age, say less than 24 months of age. Secondly, depending on the experience with hearing aid, we can take up any scale and see if there is any improvement with respect to the CAP scores or any other subjective scales, any scale for that matter. We should also consider his one very important point is ECOG evaluations. Again, if we remove the cost evaluations and everything, if ECOG can be done, we can see that ECOG is a parameter that can actually help us to decide the site of lesion, which is very important in cases of ANSD. So it can help us to decide whether it is a presynaptic or postsynaptic case. And then accordingly, we can, so a presynaptic ANSD would definitely be a better choice for cochlear implantation as compared to the postsynaptic. All the postsynaptic shows us some benefit, but the variability with postsynaptic is more as compared to presynaptic. So a presynaptic ANSD having strong indicators for CI would be definitely a thumbs up.
What is your opinion on using CAP on those patients?
Sir, from the studies as such, actually, none of the studies spoke about CAAP. So I've not included it in the indicators as well.
Okay, okay. But your personal opinion, have you seen any, or have you done any CAPs on those patients?
Not as of now, sir. I've not done it.
Okay, okay. So in this CG, we were, we heard Dr. Vanaja talking about CAP in classifying. Dr. Anu Sharma was talking about that, classifying, the severity of the disc based on CAP and the descending on the CI. I think you can consider that too, maybe in your future studies.
Definitely, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. Now the next person is Mr. Pachiappan, but he's having an issue logging in. So may I invite Tulasik Kritika to join? And we'll take Mr. Pachiappan later. He's been able to log in. Oh, great. Then Mr. Pachiappan is able to log in.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Right then. Yeah.
So good morning, Pachiappan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Very good morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So it's a very good paper. I mean, I was keeping, a lot of studies which we have been exposed to, Baha and all that. And Adhere is also, now the study shows how the use of Adhere is quite useful. Have you made any comparisons with any studies based on Baha users as well as Adhere to just, compare, see the superiority or equality of using the two devices?
At the level we have not looked at that, but in the future we will do that.
Okay. So in Adhere, you have used that, that sticky pads, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. How long it was lasting?
It will come for almost 7 hours. It will come per day. In the child I'm using, mostly I will refer for only for band. Okay. Adult can be used for at least minimum 7 hours. It will be come.
Every 7 hours it has to be changed, isn't it?
Yes, every 7 hours it has.
Okay. And
Usually they mention for 1 or 2 days it will be changing, but most
okay.
of patient will be give the feedback. It will come around 7 hours.
Okay. And
With the hair, Panchapal, I mean the hair growth, does it interfere, that sticking pad,
Uh,
does it interfere with the hair growth? Does it get stuck onto that and causes inconvenience to the child or the adult wearing it?
child almost is there. That is good point only. Is some problem will be there, but when we put for band, it will not anything
Yeah.
problem. It was good only. So it is a small device only. Most of adults have no problem.
okay, so can you just brief out your audiological performance and then those case and your study?
Okay. So most of ADR was, especially unilateral hearing loss, is a good effort for the unilateral hearing loss, and you have to any especially conductive hearing loss and related to speech perception is closed. Set was good for aided audiogram performance. Also was comparatively so better. Okay, so that's why we are for non-implantable device. IDR was
Okay. The other ear was perfectly normal, isn't it?
yeah. Some case other ear was perfectly normal.
Okay. So, what is your final take-home message you would like to say based on this study?
So definitely, it was very helpful. Okay, and easy to handle it. Okay, so as the bone BC was normal, so single side deafness we can use for IDR was good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Vachipan.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, may I call Ms. Kritika, Dulase Kritika?
Ma'am, am I audible? Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yeah, good. So yours is on profiling intracochlear impedance measurements in subject with cochlear implant. Okay. So what is your observations and normal? Did you observe any normal trends and any atypical trends?
Yes, sir. So it was a retrospective study. So we've collected a good number of sample and we've looked at impedance changes over a period of 10 months, starting from the intraoperative monitoring, intraoperative switch on with 10 months, like 1 month, 2 months, till that 1 month gap, we observed till 10 months. So based on our findings, so the ground path impedance always, as we all know, from the intraoperative, comparing the intraop and switch on, there is a drop in significant drop in impedance. And then in the over of 10 months, if we look at the electrodes based on the location in the cochlea, apical electrodes are observed to have higher impedance irrespective of the time point.
Any reason for that?
One major reason in this particular study is we've used flex electrodes, sir, which has a single contact point. So probably because of the electrical impulses distributed in single contact point has a higher resistance because of the lesser distribution of energy compared to two contact point. That could be a factor. But further, we have to look at data correlating with the etiology. Probably that could also be reason, but in this study we've only took normal cochlear anatomy with complete electrode insertion, and the angle of insertion also plays a factor, so those factors has to be looked at in the future results.
Okay, so based on that, would you like to suggest any mapping parameter changes?
Yes,
No, sir. Actually, in the current study, all the electrode impedance were within the normal limits prescribed by the company. But however, the mean for apical electrodes was higher. So it does not affect the compliance limit or electrical stimulation when it comes to mapping. But this could have a clinical implication if we observe the impedance over a longer period of time. Probably we can predict device failures. So that could be the take from this study. But in this point of time, we couldn't find any predictors for device failure. And further, we can correlate the impedance with the subjective symptoms, because some of them say that they have a sudden headache. Probably if we have something that's handheld, we can measure simultaneously when there is a symptom and see is it because of a compliance change or a impedance change that's happening.
So this complaint change, you're meaning you mainly say
The
that
maximum limits that you can stimulate for
yeah,
each.
that's right. But in the apical area or in the whole global complaints?
Global complaints.
Global. Okay.
Here, I would like to ask you, would a change in the length of the electrode, as you said that the apical region has more of higher impedance compared to the middle and the basilar turns. So, was the length of the electrode array considered? You said it was the flex electrode, but a shorter electrode, would that help?
Yes, so in this study, we didn't do a form series electrode, only FlexSoft and Flex 28 was used. Probably we need to look at form series, that is shorter electrode, and see how is the impedance change. Electrode is definitely a bigger factor.
So that would take care of a lot of anomalies also in the apical turn, any ossification which is not being picked up, and yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kritika.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hello. Now we've finished the end of the poster round. Thank you.
I'm sorry to interfere. There's one more poster that
Yours is there, Tulase. Oh, sorry. Okay, continue. I'm so sorry. Okay.
No problem. No problem.
Continue.
The last poster is on.
I think Fatima also has missed it. Okay, just I got it.
No, I'm here, ma'am.
You're there.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, go. Okay, Kritika, yours is on predicting spiral ganglion cell population in subjects with Cochlear. Okay. So you used the spread of excitation, or what test did you do for?
We had used recovery functions.
Recovery functions. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is all a normal cochlear, or did you include even anomalous?
It is on normal cochlea. So the major aim of this study is to look at the recovery function, amplitude growth and threshold, and ECAP amplitude growth and threshold for two different groups. For a less than 3-year group, that is early implantation, with that of greater than 3 years group. So we wanted to see if the spiral ganglion cell survival is better in the early implantation group, so that if it can contribute for a predictor of outcome. As the temporal properties are better, probably they can have a speech perception that is better. And the results of the study shows that in apical electrodes, there is a significant difference between both the groups. The early implantees perform better compared to the late implantees, but in medial and basal electrode, there was no significant difference.
And the age inclusion criteria, what is the starting age you included?
The earliest implantee, the implant age was around 1.2 years, sir. 1.2 to 3 years.
So in 1.2, what was the basal findings?
In that group, we only had 2 subjects, sir, but it was very evident that the amplitude growth function was better compared to the other population in the same group. So there was a steeper slope that was observed. So whenever an interval was altered, we were able to see a better increase in amplitude.
Okay, and within the 1.2, any variation between apical and basal?
Always the apical electrode performance is better than the basal and medial, sir. So the probable reason could be the apical region is narrower, so probably the contact of the electrodes with the spiral ganglion is better in the apical compared to the medial and basal region. So the energy delivered is reaching the spiral ganglions effectively compared to that of medial and basal.
Okay. So we know that it's apical and the basal in younger kids, though it is better, but there's still variation in between. But when you compare with the older kids, what's the significance, the difference you found in the basal area?
In the basal area,
Yeah.
yeah. So looking at the amplitude growth function and the ECAP threshold in
Basal area in the sense, in terms of the apical to basal ratio, I'm asking.
apical to basal ratio.
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point of time, we haven't done a specific analysis, sir. We've only done Cruiser-Wallis test to see if there is a significant difference or not. Probably we will need a larger sample to comment on the exact differences in terms of recovery functions, performance of
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Dilasa, I would like to ask you that your study based on spiral ganglion cells, and you said that the basal and the middle showed lesser spiral ganglion cells. In your study, did you find that there were more artifacts if the number of cells were less compared to the apical region where it was more? So it would hinder, measuring the ECAPs.
Artifact with spiral ganglion cell population and artifacts, it does not have a direct correlation, ma'am. So only based on the recovery function, we can comment if the spiral ganglion cells are intact or is it functioning better. Even if it is absent, we cannot really say that there is no absolute SGC at that particular location. So further, we need to look at a larger picture, probably some radiological investigation to support the findings of physiological measures.
And when you picked up your inclusion criteria, how did you actually pick up the patient based on the performance? So they're all equally doing good, or?
Sir, actually, yeah, that is one of the factors that has to be controlled because we took implant age from 1.2 to 3 years. So the performance of each child is quite different when it compared to the CAP or maze or moose performance. But the aided responses were within spectrum. So we were not able to comment on the speech perception at this point of time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pratik.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you, Tulasi. I don't see Kirtana, Loknath Sahu or Sejal here. So may I call Yash Shrimal to make his presentation? To come online and Tulasi, you can log. Yash? Loknath Sahu? Sejal? I can see Yash Shrimal, but I'll just find out if Amit Anand. Nurain Alam? Anuradha? Okay, just hang on a minute. I'll just see if there are some issues in logging in. 2 minutes, please.
Sure.
Sure, ma'am.
Sorry, my bad. I got confused with the time. I think we are done for now. The rest is in the afternoon. Yeah. So I thank Kannan and Fatima. We can come online again in the afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Bye, Kannan.
Bye, Fatima. Yeah.
So we can start getting ready for the next oral papers, sorry. But that starts in another few minutes. So we got 5 minutes. Anyone wants to have coffee and tea? I see Saji is there. He's the first person. Saji, you can be there.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning, Saji. Yeah. And Arvind, I don't see Arvind here. We'll click. Arvind is not. And Tulase is there on for the one oral 2, and Rojina Devi also. So everyone please stay online. Tulase, you have to be there again. So be on. So just to reiterate, you have 8 plus 2, 7 minutes. I think you get a warning beep. So you stop at 8 and then there are 2 minutes for questions. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, Saji, you can start. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I hosted disabled participant screen sharing, it says. So I need to be able to share my slides. Anything in particular I need to do to share my screen?
Saji, one sec.
Sure.
How are you doing?
Yeah, very good, ma'am.
Saji, you can check now, sir. It is on.
Okay. Screen 2. Yeah, that's the one. Share.
Yeah.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, I can proceed.
Yeah, we can see. We can start.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for Sigi to allow me to present my paper here. My name is Saji Maradurkara, and I would like to talk about Remote Check, a new tool for remote assessment of cochlear implant recipients. So the graph that you see in front of you shows the cumulative number of implants we have done just in Australia in the last 4 decades. This shows an exponential growth. This indicates a huge challenge that we are all facing today, the challenge of increasing caseload. Another challenge we face today is that not everyone we implant live close by to our implant center. So we had to deal with the problem of distance. Now, even if we work really hard in dealing with the increasing caseload challenge and the problem of this distance, we know that less than 5% of the people who need an implant actually get one today. So we're also having to deal with a lack of coverage problem. So how do we deal with some of these big challenges that we face today in the industry? I would like to impress upon you that remote check is one such tool which can help you make a difference in all these three areas. So I'd like to talk about remote check, the concept, and a study, the first study, that the proof of concept study that was done to evaluate that. Then I'd like to talk about the solution, and I'd like to talk about the second study that evaluated that solution. Okay, so in the clinic, what do we do as clinicians? We do assessment, and based on that assessment, we do intervention. So we see a variety of recipients. Some of them we assess and we identify that they need help, and we go ahead and help them. But others, we might identify that they're actually fine, they don't need any help. What if there was a method to assess them at home so that those people who don't need any help, you can assess them at home and you can tell them, hey, you're fine, you're okay, you don't need to come into the clinic. You're directly making a difference in the problem of distance for them. And because of that saved time that you don't have to be seeing them in the clinic, you're making a difference in the increasing caseload problem, and you can focus on those people who need help from you. And you can also focus your attention on the long line of people who are yet to get the gift of hearing, thereby making a difference in the lack of coverage area. So what should such an assessment tool include? We want to identify medical issues, training issues, and device issues. Now, a questionnaire can identify all of these things. However, a questionnaire can only identify things that the patient is aware of. What about those things that the patient is not aware of? So you need tests for that. So we, in remote check test battery, we included implant site photos, data logs, and impedance tests to detect all of these issues. What about sound quality issues? Again, a questionnaire like SSQ12 can identify a lot of sound quality issues, but we need tests. So we've included the audiogram test, the aided audiogram test, but we also need a speech and noise test. But which speech test? There's so many to choose from. One of the first criteria we have for a speech test is that it has to be a self-test. So all our standard open set sentence and word tests are all ruled out. And we're left with these two tests. Both of them are quick and easy, but only the digit triplet test fits on the smartphone screen. So that's what we chose. This test has got a low learning effect. It's suitable for adults and children. And it's suitable for poor performers. And it's also comparable with existing tests that's out there. So that's why we chose the digit triplet test. So we put together this test battery. So which should help the clinicians identify recipients who need to come into the clinic or not. Now, is there anything missing? Is this really going to work? To test that proof of concept, we did a study with 93 people at 4 centers in the UK and 1 center in Australia. And it included 73 adults and 20 children, and there were 28 clinicians involved. So how we ran the study is, we enroll a recipient, and when they're in the clinic, we hand them an iPad. We get them to sit in a waiting room and ask them to complete the digit triplet test, the aided threshold test, the questionnaire on the iPad, and we also connect them to custom sound and do impedance tests and collect their data logs and all of that. Then we ask them to wait there. We hand the iPad to the clinician in the next room who has not yet seen the recipient so far. They would look at the data in the iPad and decide what are the next steps for that patient. Then they'll put the iPad down. They'll do their routine audiology appointment. And after the recipient has left, they'll pick it up and document anything that is missing in the remote check test battery that they could gain from the face-to-face session. So what did we find? In 99% of the participants, the overall conclusion of the clinician after looking at remote check results was exactly the same after the face-to-face session. In 94% of the issues that the clinician identified in face-to-face session were identified by remote check as well. But what about that 6%? This is a proof of concept study. So we learned from this and we included additional things like additional photography angles, additional clinical questions, and clinical information into the test battery to make it more complete. So this is how the product looks now. The clinician would log in into the mycochlear.com professional portal and enroll the recipient. That would send a message to the recipient's app saying the remote check is due. Then they can complete the implant site photos. They can complete a questionnaire. And because the app is connected to their sound processor, it streams audio directly to the processor, and they can do an aided threshold test. It does an impedance test, and they can complete the digit triplet test. Now, all of this data is sent back to the clinician, and the clinician can review all of that and decide what is the next step for the recipient. If the next step just involves sending them some information or maybe a video link, clinician can just do it straight over there in My Cochlear Professional. it sends a message to the recipient's app, and the recipient can read what the next steps are, thereby getting remote care directly on their phone. So we did the second study to evaluate this remote check on 32 recipients, 28 adults and 4 children. So what we did is got them to complete the full remote check in clinic, and asked them to complete some of the tests again, and then got them to do the whole test at home as well. Now, few people have reported on test readers difference of aided audiograms, and this is what they have reported. What we found in this study was that within the same session for aided audiogram, the test readers difference was 0.9 dB, and at home it was 1.4 dB. So the test readers difference is on par or better than what has been reported elsewhere in the literature. Similarly, the digit triplet test also had a really good test readers difference, and we computed the critical difference, and that turned out to be 3.8 dB, 3.08 dB, which can be used for assessing this. So the feedback from the recipient was that majority of them found it very easy to use. Majority of them felt confident that they will be still taken care of by their recipient, by their clinician. So the study showed a high acceptance of remote monitoring for participants. So this graph shows you the global enrollment of our patients into remote check. So we started in February 2019, way before the pandemic struck us, because this is not a response to the pandemic. This was in response to addressing some big challenges that we face today in the industry. Then in 2020, the pandemic struck. What happened to the global numbers? It skyrocketed, and it continues to climb even now. So I'd like to summarize by saying that the first study showed that remote check provides sufficient information for the clinician to determine the need for intervention. And the second study showed that remote check was easy to use and highly acceptable for cochlear implant recipients, showing really high test readers reliability. That's all I've got to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Saji. Bang on time. And
Thank you.
I'm glad you included the photo of the coil part, because that is a very, very important aspect. And in these times of the pandemic, that is really, really, this whole remote check looks like a good thing.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, yes, it was quite useful. Already, clinics were using some form of sending photos back and forth and all that. This offers a way to securely send it directly, so that it's not sitting on people's phones, and just privacy is really taken care in a proper way. So we can actually access photos and review photos without compromising on privacy and security.
Yeah. I think earlier in India we use WhatsApp. I've sent myself some photos to the.
Yes, yeah, as we do. I mean, it all runs on trust. But this means the clinician can have that extra peace of mind that it's all been taken care of. There's not going to be a lawsuit at any point.
Yeah. I don't see any more questions from the audience. Yeah, very interesting. 3 dB is fine, and using digits also is a good idea. Yeah, I think. Yes.
I think the digit triplet test, the English one, would be quite applicable all across India, because we might speak different languages, but we all tend to use the same digits.
Yeah, in South, and in North, they're all monosyllables as well, so it's okay.
Yeah, but when we say the numbers, we know, we can recognize them. We may not use them in our language, but if you actually say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, most people, unless they are the poorest of the poor living on the street, they can recognize those numbers.
That's true. Definitely in Bangalore. Okay. Thank you. We finished bang on time. Your presentation was bang on time. May I call the next speaker, Arvind Nair.
Hi, ma'am. Good morning.
Saji, you can log out, Saji. I mean, not log out of this one. Yeah. Arvind, can you share your screen?
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay,
Start.
I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, start.
Hello, everyone. A warm good morning to all. At the outset, I would like to thank the scientific committee for accepting this study at CIGICON 2021. Our study is titled as Real-World Evaluation of Marvel CI Sound Processor in Children. And myself, Arvind Nair, am presenting the study on behalf of the entire team. So we have done this study in 2 sites in India, Dr. Manoj ENT Super Specialty Institute and Research Center in Calicut, and Shabas Vision Hearing Clinic in Mumbai. Here, I would like to thank my co-investigators, Shabina, Mr. Shashidharan, Dr. Manoj MP from Calicut, and Ms. Fatima Jakmak from Mumbai. So these 2 sites were located along India's coastal line, and subjects could experience heavy rain as well as peak hot and humid summer during the course of the study. Absolute harsh weather conditions for the real test. Our primary objective was to do a pediatric study using Marvel CI sound processor system in harsh weather conditions in India. And we were keen to assess the programming and fitting experiences, real-world hearing performances, the outcomes from Bluetooth and audio streaming, finally the usability and the comfort of the device. In total, 15 subjects participated in the study, including a bilateral, so 16 years, 14 children and 1 adult in the age range of 6.5 to 22 years. And this was a longitudinal study up to 12 months. So we used the Marvel CI prototype for the study, along with newly introduced slim universal headpiece and Marvel CI curved batteries. The Marvel CI was fit using the new Target CI software platform, along with the Novalink wireless. And AutoSense OS 3.0, which is an automatic scene classifier, was used as a primary program for all subjects. And we also used a number of outcome measures, which will be discussed in the coming slides. Now, talking about the pediatric programming and fitting experiences, the wireless programming using the Novalink wireless was quick and easy. We even tested the stability of the connection by asking the participants to move around and go up to a distance of 10 feet. The wireless communication, that the connection was pretty stable, and we noticed no intermittency. So this is appropriate for socially distant fitting during the pandemic. The AutoSense OS 3.0 program was given to all subjects, and the performance, the hearing performance was monitored weekly during the first month just to ensure optimum hearing performance. All the subjects successfully used AutoSense 3.0 throughout the study, with 7 subjects requiring some fine-tuning at 6th month. In total, the Marvel CI was used for over 57,000 hours, which corresponds to 4,861 days. And this particular graph, the AutoSense OS 3.0 classification chart, shows the average time spent in different sound environment. Now, talking about AutoSense OS 3.0, it's actually an automatic scene classifier that leverages artificial intelligence. This particular algorithm calculates the statistical probability that the listening environment matches one of the 7 predefined sound classes. And based on this statistical probability, appropriate blend of sound classes, features, and settings gets activated automatically that's suitable for that particular listening environment. Now, coming back to this particular graph, it was understood that as the study's participants spent more than half of their waking hours in noisy environment. While alarming, it is ecologically valid because Indian cities are very noisy, and all subjects, most of the subjects, live in multi-family homes. The data from the data logging, which were pretty reliable. It was reflective of the acoustic environment experienced by the participants. And the parents were counseled about the findings and the potential benefit of using wireless microphones in noisy situations, which was also provided in the study. And the AutoSense OS 3.0 settings were fine-tuned in 7 subjects based on their feedback, as well as based on the findings from the data logging. We also did the speech perception test using Marvel CI processor as well as their own processor in a non-sound treated room with a ambient noise in the range of 28 dB to 56 dB, and we obtained high scores with Marvel CI compared to their own processor. So this corresponds to 11.73% improvement in speech perception using PB words compared to their own processor. We also used self-assessment questionnaires for the qualitative analysis of the experience, and all the subjects rated Marvel CI much higher compared to their own processor on multiple questionnaires throughout the study, as well as at the end of the study when they were switching back to their own processor. The sound quality was much better in home noisy environment. The group conversations has become effortless. They started hearing sounds, soft speech and environmental sounds, which they never heard before with their own processor. Now, there was a huge impact in speech understanding, both in noise and quiet, from just one and a half months of device usage. So complex sentences understood in one go. The code mixing and switching perception was pretty easy. So the overall hearing performance was rated between better and much better. Now, outcomes of wireless streaming using Roger and Bluetooth. All of our participants actively used Bluetooth streaming and Roger streaming for online classes, and the audio quality was rated highly. They needed no repetition from the teacher. The children were confident enough to attend the online classes on their own, and parents were not worried about their academic performance when they attend the online classes. The own voice pickup feature works really well during phone call streaming, because when they are using Bluetooth for phone call streaming, the microphones on the processor picks up the recipient's voice and stream it for the phone call, so that they don't have to have the phone in hand. So this hands-free phone call works really well because of own voice pickup feature, and Bluetooth connects easily to variety of phones, irrespective of the technology platform or the operating system that they use. Now, the overall usability and comfort, all children liked the comfort of the device. They were confident about the retention, especially the curved batteries fit comfortably around the pinna. It felt lighter, and the slim headpiece was sleek and very comfortable for everyday use. We also have documented some of the observations by a senior SLP, the participants and the subjects themselves. The expressive language was better, with considerable increase in the vocabulary. The overall intelligibility and articulation was improved. The voice quality was much better, more natural and less nasal. The intonation, stress, and the rate of speech patterns were more natural compared to their own processor. Overall, an increase in the verbal communication was observed during the course of the study with Marvel CI. To summarize, the usage of Marvel CI sound processor with AutoSense OS 3.0 provided enhanced hearing performance in real-world challenging situations, provided improved speech language skills, improved online learning, and better speech understanding and sound quality through seamless Bluetooth and Roger streaming. And the informations that we got from data logging were clinically relevant and easy to use for parent counseling.
Thank you, Arvind.
Thank you so
there
much.
is one question for you.
Yeah.
It is interesting to see that recipients spent lowest time in speech in the car. So can you comment why, and did it match the recipient's report?
Yes. So most of the same classifications that we have seen in the chart was matching. So that's what we have been doing after collecting the data logging. We were trying to matching it with the real experience. So this study was conducted during the pandemic time, and most of the parents and children were at home and they were hardly traveling. So the percentage was significantly lesser.
Oh, that's why you feel they were not talking.
Exactly.
Okay. Why did nasalization decrease?
I think the overall quality of hearing has improved, so which helped in better voice quality and nasality, which was an observation by
front-end processing, no? Maybe.
Yeah, most of the, yeah.
Okay, right. Okay. Thank you, Arvind.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. Can Dulase Kritika join back? Yeah, you can close your share screen. Dulase, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Yeah, can you share screen?
Yes, my screens are visible now.
Yeah, you can start.
Good morning to one and all present here. I would like to start my presentation by quoting the theme of this year's CIGI, hearing, implantable hearing, refined and redefined. So this was the initial spark for us as well to explore other objective measures that could be recorded in children with ABI apart from the conventional EABR. So we started recording ECAP as a routine procedure in our clinic. So this study is a preliminary attempt to correlate the ECAP findings with the EABR in children with ABI. As we all know, ABI is the only alternative that can be used when an CI is not possible, where the implant is put at the level of brainstem in the cochlear nucleus. Over the years, there is a number of increase in the ABI implantees. So there are several challenges that influences the outcome of ABI, which includes the electrode placement, implant age, etiology, previous hearing experience, and the fitting strategies. So one of the most common challenge faced by an audiologist is fitting an ABI. Currently, we use EABR responses as only objective measure in order for establishing the levels in ABI implantees. So the mapping is solely dependent on EABR or a subjective response. So from the available literature, we do know that subjective response lacks reliability, especially in younger kids who at least require a 6 to 12 months of hearing experience to give a reliable response. Again, that's influenced by the cognitive level and the age of the child. So current fitting is only based on EABR. So we wanted to explore other fitting options. So one such which is used in CI is ECAP. So ECAP holds a lot of benefits compared to EABR. It does not require an additional equipment. It's faster to measure, and it helps us to fit an initial fitting level. And it does not require the child has to be sedated. And yeah. So looking at the research that has been done in the same line, Otto in 2005 had recorded neural response telemetry in 15 subjects, and they've tried to correlate the neural response telemetry with the subject sensation. So the study was not so conclusive. They did not establish any relationship between NRT and subjective sensation. One of the other recent study that was published by Sir Gartner in 2001 was on ECAP in ABI. So they've termed the ECAP in ABI as local evoked potential. They've recorded in 16 ABI patients, and they've tried to correlate with the behavioral response. They found some correlation between the behavioral response and the local evoked potential that was elicited. So that derives to the need for the study. Considering the pitfalls of subjective responses and procedures to establish M levels, we wanted to explore ECAP as an option in children with ABI. Considering this is a preliminary attempt, so we only took a 5 subject. We only have 5 subject data. The age range of subjects is from 2 to 15 years. All the subjects underwent IFT, ECAP, and EABR. So the instrument that was used to record ECAP is Mastro system software, and EABR was recorded along with Odera system. This is the demographics of the subject. All the ABI implantees were implanted with a medal ABI system, and this is the age range of the subject as listed here, starting from 1.1 of implant age to till 7 years. ECAP measure was done both in auto ERT and in ART mode in the conventional setting prescribed by the company. EABI procedure was also carried out in the conventional setting. Moving on to the results and discussion, IFT was of all the subjects were below 15 kilo ohms. There was no problem with the implant functioning for any of the subject. Looking at the responses for each of the subject, out of 60 electrode contacts, we were able to record EABR in 41 electrodes, ART, manual ART in 27 electrodes, and auto ART in 39 electrodes. So let's look at the results in detail. Auto ART. So in auto ART, looking at the charge level, the results were variable. We could not conclude appropriate charge level that is expected for a child in ABI. But however, we can observe that the medial electrodes, that is 1 to 3, has higher chance probability of giving a response, as well as the charge levels were lower compared to the lateral electrodes, and especially in 12th electrode, we were able to record only for a single subject. Looking at the results of the manual ART, first thing we're going to look at is the morphology. So there's an interesting finding in all the patients compared to the ECAP that is recorded in a CI. We see that the negativity is truncated and it is earlier. The only prominent peak seen is the P1, and N1 does not have a negativity, which is truncated compared to that of a ECAP that is seen in CI. However, at higher current levels, as you can see in this image, at higher current levels, there is a negativity that is similar to that of a cochlear implant child. So this is an ECAP that's seen in CI, and this is how it looks like in an ABI. Latency of response. So P1 and N1 latencies are listed here. So the lowest latency that we could observe in N1 was around 100, and the highest was 236, and P1 was observed at 208, and highest at 495. So if there was a response, always there's a similar pattern where the negativity N peak is truncated and the peak that was prominent is P1. Gartner in 2001 also had a similar result. Their peak, P1 peak, was present between 396 to 454 microseconds, and the saturation of response was observed at higher level. So in CI, if we look at the latency, N1 is usually observed around 0.3 milliseconds and P1 around 0.6 milliseconds. So the mean values of ECAP that was recorded in ABI shows that N1 is around 0.1 millisecond and P1 around 0.3 millisecond. Excuse me. Yeah. Looking at the amplitude growth function, so again, in this amplitude growth function, we were able to see a significant, there was a growth that was seen for first 3 electrodes, that is medial electrodes, compared to the other electrodes. The one more limitation of this finding is that we were able to record a response only at the highest current level. So a response was seen only above 686 current level. So there was a saturation that was seen at higher level. Probably that could be a reason why we were not able to see a significant growth function. Yes, ma'am.
You finished 10 minutes.
Sorry, ma'am.
Just give the last slide.
Yeah.
Can't have
So, yeah, correlate the, okay, so based on the EABR findings, we've tried to correlate the peak with that of the ECAP response. So EABR, based on the number of peak that was obtained, 3 peak and 2 peaks responses had significantly similar results with that of the ECAP.
Just go to the conclusion. Huh?
Yeah.
Last, that's it.
So the future, currently looking at the results, probably in future, we will have to classify the ECAP responses specifically in ABI. We can use this as a predictor of outcome. With a larger sample, we will be able to classify ECAP response in ABI, and this could be correlated with the behavioral thresholds. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Due to the lack of time, we have to be very, very strict. Yeah, is Rojina Devi there? Yeah, but very interesting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You're there. You can share your screen. Tulasi, you can stop sharing screen. PowerPoint mode, please. Doesn't matter.
Good morning, all. Our study is on sharing our experience on intraoperative electrophysiological test result during the cochlear implant surgery at our center. the aim and objective, reporting 4 cases with abnormal intraoperative neural response measures during CI surgery and to find its correlation with post-operative findings. Case study is a case series type study. 4 cases who underwent CI surgery at our center and also who had abnormal intraoperative measures are included in the study. The surgical and the audiological team were same for all the cases. Post-operative neural response findings are also reported for any correlation. Case 1, who had bilateral severe to profound congenital non-syndromic SNHL. Radiologically, she had bilateral hypoplastic auditory nerve. This is the MRI report. Surgically, there was no complications. Surgery was uneventful with no complications, and electrode insertion also was very smooth. But intraoperatively, impedance was all okay in all the electrodes, but in Audiology as well as in the advanced NRT. Electrodes was confirmed to X-ray and it found in
Rojina, you're breaking up. You can put off the video and see, and then only share screen.
Oh,
yeah.
On the day of switch on, your response measures continue to be absent.
Rojina ma'am, you can switch off your video and present.
Switch off actually.
No, we can see you.
But
it is from. But the slides are moving. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, now continue. Case 1, we can see.
I'm able to move my PPT actually. The next one is not coming.
Oh, it's stuck.
Stuck.
Anil, do you think she should log off and log on again? Log in without video. Sati?
Yes, ma'am, she can do that, but her internet connectivity is very low.
Oh, then don't log off. You want?
Can I just stop share and share again? Can I just do that?
Yeah, start screen share again. Yeah, go off and start.
Sharing and just, I'll share again, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
ये connected है.
Yeah, start the screen share.
Now? Okay.
Yeah, fine. You can just move the screen, and we were at case 1 when you started.
Yeah, so at the day of switch on, the NRT still continued to be absent, and so we started with the default setting of MAP, and gradually after observing the behavioral response of the child, we had actually increased the pulse width and reducing the rate. And post-operatively at 6 months, we had remeasured the NRT, and this time we could find a response at 3 of the electrodes. And the child currently is able to identify all the link sounds and also can identify some of the speech sounds. Case 2, who had bilateral severe to profound congenital non-syndromic SNHL. There was no relevant history, but she had a history of COVID infection 1 month before surgery. So we don't know how relevant it is to our finding, since this is something we are coming across very new. The surgery was very smooth. There was no complications in the surgery, and also the electrode insertion was very smooth. But intraoperatively, impedance we could see in all the electrodes, but neural response could not be seen in any of the electrodes in ART as well as in the auto ART. Electrode position was confirmed through X-ray and it was found intracochlear. Postoperatively, on the day of switch on, we tried ART with increasing stimulating charge and also the electrode offset. And this time we could see response in all the electrode except 11 and 12. After a few months, the impedance continued to be normal, but at the 11th and the 12th electrode, we could find a very high, abnormally high impedance. So we had to disable those 2 electrodes. At 6 months, we had remeasured auto-ART, which was absent intraoperatively, and this time we could see the auto-ART response in all the electrodes except those 2 disabled electrodes. And currently, the child can identify 1 to 2 keywords in a sentence. The third case, she also had bilateral severe to profound congenital non-syndromic HNHL without any relevant history, but surgically, the surgeon felt that there was a displacement of electrode. So initially, the impedance, we could find open circuit at 4th and 5th electrode, and also an NRT, we could not see a response at the first 5 vessel electrodes. And after reinsertion, the electrode a bit inside, we remeasured impedance as well as the NRT. And the impedance this time we could, the 5th and 4th electrode impedance came down to normal, but still we could find the open circuit at the 3rd electrode. And NRT 4th and 5th it came, but the first 3 electrode NRT still continue to be absent. Electrode position was also confirmed through ASRT intraoperatively as well as the X-ray. And this is the short clip during recording of ASRT. So here we could see the movement. And this is the X-ray image. And here we can clearly see that the electrode area is within the cochlea. Post-operatively, during the switch on, impedance at the 3rd electrode came down to normal, and NRT at 3rd and 4th electrode, at the first 3, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th electrode it came, but still the first electrode continued to be absent. And this is a very recent case, so the 6 months follow-up yet to be done. The 4th case, who also had severe to profound HNHL without any relevant history. Again, here the surgery was very smooth, uneventful, without any complications. But intraoperatively, impedance was all okay in all the electrode, except we could find a high impedance at the 1st and the 2nd electrode. NRT we could see in all the electrodes except the first one. And this is the X-ray image to confirm the electrode position. Post-operatively, during switch on, both impedance as well as the NRT could be recovered. So here I want to conclude that immediate intraoperative determination of device function and the proper electrode array positioning is very important for the long-term prognosis. And electrophysiological test results should be always reinforced with the radiological imaging. Absent intraoperative response do not always indicate a poor electrode integrity or surgical outcome. Improvement usually happens post-operatively, but warrants careful long-term monitoring. And our findings are consistent with the previous studies where post-operative electrophysiological measures could be observed post-operatively. Measures to optimize electrical stimulation during the switch on and also in the subsequent mapping sessions should be taken up, and also it must be supplemented by the behavioral outcome measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Rojina. Very interesting. I like ESR very much, so I'm happy you used ESR. It is very useful. I don't see any questions in the chat box, so we can. Yeah, we'll have to stop. The next session will start in a couple of minutes. Yeah, we can wait. I don't see questions for anyone. If any of you have questions, we have up to 3 minutes more for any of the participants. Anyone has questions, you can ask now. We'll just take. Yeah, so COVID part you can investigate further if you're getting all later, because you didn't have to change the rate or anything, no, later for the math.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
No, post-op you're getting ECAPs for that person with COVID, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we got it, ma'am. Except those two disable electrode, we got ART response in all the electrodes.
Yeah, so
COVID, she had before 1 month of surgery, ma'am.
Yeah.
But still, we don't know how that can be affected the test results or not, since this is something very new. But post-operatively, we could see the response in all the electrodes, ma'am, except those two disabled electrodes.
Yeah.
It came, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ulase, are you still there? Do you have any reason for why? No, she's not there. Okay, that's it. We're done. Yeah. The next session will start in a couple of minutes. You can all log in through the delegate link again.
Yes, thank you so much.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'll share my screen, just check if this is working now, because there was some privacy
Yes.
question there. Now can you see it?
Yeah, make it slideshow, ma'am. Yeah, it's working fine.
Right. So I think Zoom was having some issue with the privacy question. Something had to be answered, and since Mac was upgraded, I think it had an issue.
Can you just change your slide? Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Is Rashmi there?
Yeah, Rashmi's here only.
Rashmi, is it okay? You can view it clearly?
Yeah. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah.
1 minute, ma'am. Don't leave the meeting.
Just 1 minute, Banu, don't go.
Yeah, sure. Mac is always problematic for me. I don't know.
Looks okay. And what will now happen is that we will put you at the end after Shaikiraj ma'am's thing, because we need to now go in order. We can't skip it. So everybody said then if we would be able to do it last.
I can't do next.
No, it'll get complex now.
Nishita Mohan Das, she has to catch the flight.
Who has to?
Nishita Mohan Das.
Okay.
She is in Bangalore. She has to catch the flight. She has planned accordingly.
Okay. So can I present after hers?
No, then there'll be 2 rehab back to back, yeah. What happened? You want what? Why you have some?
I have some commitment here. I was thinking about that. Okay, I had to leave. At what time it will get over, Rashmi? Because I think by the end of everything it will be too late, right? By 11 or 10:30, 11.
It's supposed to get over.
At 10:15.
But the timing would be the same, right? Even if I present next?
Yeah.
So I think is it okay to present next?
I'll be there. Check with Dr. Smith.
Yeah, just have a word with him and let me know after surgery if I can present, so that there is one more audio.
Yeah. Okay.
In between surgery and audio, if I can present.
Yeah, you can just leave this meeting and then you can join with surgery, Alma.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello.
Sir, you're audible.
Okay, thanks. Was my slides moving?
Sir, I'm sharing the screen. I'll just stop it. Let me check. Sir, are you sharing?
Not yet. Okay, I'm going to try the screen share again. Just let me know if it comes up and then if the slides move.
Sure, sure.
Okay, is the slide now I've enabled slideshow? Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Can you see my slides moving?
No, no, sir.
No?
Your slides are not moving.
It's not moving?
No.
Why is that? Okay. Is Satish or Mansa here?
Yes, Mansa here.
To switch to this computer here, which I'm talking from. Can you rename this to my name?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to try this share screen on this computer.
So rename it as?
Yeah, put my name, Apurva Kumar. Okay, Mansa, I'm going to try the screen share now. Just tell me if the slides are moving on this computer.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Mansa,
Yes,
is
sir.
are the
Yeah, yeah.
slides moving?
Yeah. The slides are moving.
Mansa, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm there. So the slides are moving perfectly. They're perfect.
Hello.
I suddenly can't hear the mic. Apurva sir, we are ready.
Can you allow Chandrakant Vishwakarma? I don't see him in the list.
He's yet to join, sir. We are sending him a link immediately.
Okay, because he messaged me saying he's waiting to be allowed.
As of now, we do not have anybody in the waiting hall.
Join, Apurva. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Chandrakant. Can you rename that?
Yeah. I'll do.
Hi, Chandrakant.
Hi.
Good morning, everyone. We're running slightly delayed, but we'll start without much ado. Mr. Apurva Kumar had worked as a clinical specialist in Cochlear, has won many awards and one paper on OEs as a student. So he's currently head of audiology at Ashadeep Center and visiting specialist at Apollo Hospitals. He's very well known. So now you can take over, Apurva.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the kind introduction. So this is an interesting topic which the scientific committee has given me, especially with the cochlear malformation and hypoplastic auditory nerve scenarios. So I have an interesting set of panelists with vast experience and also different backgrounds of or different geographical orientations are placed in Bangalore, and also we have Dr. Tisa Thomas from UK. So I want to introduce all the panelists. Satish, can I have the slides of them? Satish, can you hear me? Can you share the slides of the panelists?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'm very pleased to introduce to you Ms. Tisa Thomas. She has over 18 years of experience as an audiological scientist in UK. She's been working for the last 13 years as a senior specialist and audiological scientist in highly specialized field of pediatric hearing implants at Guy's and St. Thomas Hospital, London. She works with all types of hearing implants, including ABIs and bone conduction implants and mid-ear implants. My friendship with her goes long back into our educational days where we studied from the same college, Dr. S.R. Chandrasekhar Institute of Speech and Hearing. We were classmates. So it's nice to catch up with her. Welcome, Tisa.
Thank you very much, Apurv.
Okay. Satish, next slide. Dr. Chandrakant Vishwakarma is the director and chief audiologist at Shabda Brahma Speech and Hearing Clinic. He runs a cochlear implant and vertigo clinic. He's a consultant audiologist at Apollo Hospitals, Ahmedabad as well. He has presented various scientific papers and has publications in various journals. And he is also authored a chapter in the Isha monograph in the year 2020. Welcome, Chandrakant. Ms. Muthu Selvi, she completed her bachelor's degree in speech and hearing and master's in audiology from Aish, Mysore, currently working as the assistant professor in the Department of Speech and Language and Hearing Sciences in Sri Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education and Research Institute in Chennai. She's currently doing her PhD on delivering fitting formula and predicting parameters based on range of electrophysiological tests and individual cochlear using cochlear implants. And we've heard her talk about CIEPs as well. Welcome, Muthu Selvi. Dr. Chandan's a very dear friend. He has a vast cochlear implant experience. My memories with Chandan go back during my cochlear days where we would discuss a lot of interesting and difficult cases. He's always been a guy with a lot of ideas and solutions, and then we've had some great discussions in the past. He runs heads the audiology center at Decibel Hearing Clinic in Kolkata, and his special interests are pediatric audiology and implantable hearing solutions. Welcome, Chandan. Satish, that's all the panelists. Yeah. Okay, let me just get my screen share and get the slides up, and you can unmute all of them. So because this is a discussion session. Okay. I hope my slide is visible.
Yes.
Okay, so before we look into various cochlear malformations, let's look at what is normal. So we would want to look at the most common information, that is how a normal cochlea would look. That's the cochlear aperture should look normal, should be at least 1.5 mm or higher, or a little bigger than that, not below 1.4 mm. Well-defined modulus, and then all the turns of the cochlea should be well demarcated. So looking at the cochlear vestibular malformations, there are various classification that goes back with time and across the time. And most commonly that I've seen a lot of teams that use together is the Seneroglu classification. I've put the older one here at 2002, but it has been modified over the years, and there are 2 or 3 variants of that. So I have kept the flow of discussion here with that. The 2017 version, which talks about various malformation and classifies them. My question to all the panelists, probably we can start with Chandan to take this question. How common, what percentage of your patients who come with hearing loss do you see malform cochleas?
Apurva, I would be very honest that I don't have a particular number on that because I have not run a statistics on it.
Approximately what percentage of patients?
Approximately, it's not very uncommon, and approximately every 2-3 months you may get some or the other anomalies. Clinically, when I do a testing, the moment I see a complete profound loss in ASSR, no responses, and when I do an aided, which I do for all of them, right at the first evaluation also, if in my aided I do not see responses for 90 dB, at 1 kilohertz, even before I do any other tests, I ask them to have a radiological evaluation. And profound losses, aided, very poor responses, I keep my fingers crossed.
Sure.
And
so
the incidence rate is once in 2 months, I would be getting some of the other abnormalities.
So just looking at the number of patients that you see at your clinic, so that would fall about 5% of your patients, 10% of your patients, 20% of your patients, 10% of your patients.
10% of the cases where we see profound loss cases.
Sure. Chandrakant, how is it at your center? What percentage of patients do you see with cochlear malformation?
Yes. Just to tell you, right now I'm only working with the private organization. I'm associated with only private hospital. Earlier, I was associated with government hospital as well. So the flow of patient were more. And there I used to see often, more frequently these malformations. Right now in private, it is less. I'm not telling that it is less because it is private. Maybe because we have the government funded program. Most of the kids, they are going to the civil hospital, the government hospital. So I'm finding it little less, but yes, it has reduced now 3 times lesser to me. So earlier it was like more often, I would say 10 to 15%. Now I'm seeing only 5% maybe.
5%. Okay. So it's depending on the dynamics of the places you're working. You are saying there is a variability.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Dr. Tisa, what's your patient mix and the cochlear malformed percentage in your the recipient population there in the UK?
Sure. I would say because our package of care is slightly different. Every single patient coming through for a cochlear implant assessment or any implant assessment will automatically get a MRI scan. So perhaps due to that, our numbers are perhaps slightly more. So I would say we would probably get 10 to 25% of patients with some form of malformation, but not all of them will have all these significant problems. But we often pick up some issue, even with the semicircular canals or the vestibular system. So our numbers are a little bit more, maybe also because we look for them.
So just help us understand. So most of your patients get the MRI scan, or is it like when they get the hearing evaluation done, then it's you or the team makes the decision to get an MRI after looking? Yeah.
So every single patient coming to us for a cochlear implant assessment, if the parents are keen to kind of go down the assessment route, will have a scan. So to start off with, if the hearing is within criteria, so if they fit the bill for going down an implant route, they will get an MRI scan automatically, every single patient. If there's any questions in the MRI, they also get a CT or a cone beam scan. But MRI is the standard for anyone who wants to have an implant. We don't go ahead with the implantation if we don't have a scan, basically.
Okay. I would ask you one more extended question to that. So if you're at the hearing aid fitting stage and you see profound hearing loss and no responses on the audiological testing, then would you call out for the MRI scan, or would they, once you would evaluate them as a possible CI candidate and then they would get it? I'm just trying to see where is the gate for to call for an MRI. So when would you reach out with your team to get one done?
Okay, so anytime. So normally in the UK, babies are automatically screened for a hearing loss right from birth. So before they get discharged from a hospital, they get a hearing test. If they fail, the local audiology team will confirm the hearing loss. If it is a profound range or if it is something of significant nature, they will then automatically get a package of etiological investigation that may include genetics, scans, blood tests, neonatal screening. So for your CMV, your rubella, so they get a whole package of tests done. Of course, they have to have like a hearing loss, and anyone with a profound loss or a significant moderate to severe onwards, and the parents are happy to go ahead, they will have a scan. So it's part of that package that they get. So by the time patients come to us, a baby comes to us, so I work in an implant team, we only do implants. So when the baby gets to us, they would already have etiological investigation done, perhaps genetics done. Sometimes they get their local scan done as well, which we would kind of have a neuroradiology team looking at the scans. If you have any questions, if the slides are not great, if the sections aren't great, we would then have to repeat the MRI. So I think it's the package of care is slightly different. Everyone gets it.
Yeah, so that's fantastic. So that larger, wider, multidisciplinary information is available for you when they actually reach out to your center. So that's puts you in a very good position.
Absolutely. And also, as part of this whole assessment, we have a radiologist who specializes in otology. So, if he says something is deformed, I believe it, because that's the only thing he does, and he's fantastic. So we're quite lucky like that.
Yeah, that was the other point which I was trying to come to is
Apurva, shall I add one point? I think,
yes, Muthuselvi.
Yes. I agree with Dr. Disha. I think our percentage is a bit low. We are expecting somewhere around 5 to 10% is mainly because we pick up these children mainly during CA evaluation. So whereas I think there are children with moderate hearing loss, like some residual hearing, we often fit them with hearing aid. We really don't know. They might also have a malformation. So I think the percentage is a bit low. I think we are looking only this malformation in severe to profound category.
True.
Yes.
Only progressive hearing loss.
That's the point I wanted to make.
Yeah. I think, sorry.
So what is the percentage mix of patients in your cohort of patients with malformations? What percentage would you say?
You're asking me for that?
Yeah, for you.
Yeah. I think what Chandra Kant said is almost 5 to 10%. The main reason what I was telling, we'll pick up all these children only during CA evaluation.
Yeah. So, and how going back to that point which we were trying to make is like, as audiologists, how comfortable and how connected or coordinated we work with the multidisciplinary team, be it the ENT surgeon and the radiologist, to get this adequate information to try and look at these malformations and collect this information to try and gather more management plan, or in the terms of diagnosis to plan. How often do audiologists plan or meet these radiologists or get radiology information, or with the surgeons team? Does that happen in the clinic?
Frankly speaking, I think our main conversation with ENT surgeons are more than the radiologist. I believe. I think we should just improve our conversation with the radiologist more. Mostly, our conversations are with the radiologist, and whenever we find abnormal cases, we'll go on to look at the slicing of all the CTs, and whenever we get hypoplastic, now we'll confirm them with 3 Teslas and other things. So definitely we'll go back to CT and MRI again.
Yeah. So that means we all of us will try to speak or understand each other's language a little bit more, so that our planning for the patients or to benefit them is going to be optimized, isn't it?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so we'll look at the more looking at the classification. Let's look at most of these in this today's presentation. Or in this panel discussion. The first one which I have listed here is the complete labyrinthine aplasia, the mycal deformity. Here, there's a complete labyrinthine aplasia, absence of the cochlear vestibule and semicircular canals. Vestibular and cochlear aqueducts are also missing. There can be presence of middle ossicles. Generally, with this pattern, the audiological profile generally shows severe to profound hearing loss, or you get very corner audiogram with vibrotactile responses being present there. I've mixed two more malformations here so that we'll discuss these three things together. The second one is the rudimentary autocyst. Here there is a round or small ovoid in shape and incomplete representation of the otic capsule. The audiological profile is very similar to the Meeker's deformity. And the cochlear aplasia. Here, the vestibule and the semicircular canals are normal. But the audiological profile is very similar as the cochlea is missing here. Now, I want to start with Muthuselvi. Muthuselvi, what would be the plan or the management option for any of these three variations, which if you come across, like Chandan mentioned, that if there is a profound hearing loss, and if you don't get 1 kilohertz responses, and then we get the scans done, and if we come across something like this, what would you do? What would your plan be?
Of course, we'll look at the slicing of CT once more. And specifically here, the teamwork is very important. As an audiologist, I think we should be able to give input regarding the child's hearing a bit more. So I would look at of course, if it is a corner audiogram, we know it is the vibrotactile responses. There is no auditory response over there. Again, we'll recheck it with definitely the hearing aid fitting, and try to include some objective tests like aided corticals and other thing. So if you're sure there is no responses, I think one way to go for ABI.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'd like to ask the other panelists if they have any comment. If generally here there is no inner ear development, and would you possibly consider all three indications as for an ABI?
Yeah, of course, Purva. We at the back of mind, we all know that it is direct indication of ABI, but to counsel the parents, it's sometimes difficult to make them understand why ABI is needed, and not all the centers, those who do CI, they do ABI. So sending them to a different referral center, like where the ABI is routinely done, we have to make them understand, and that takes a little bit of time. So during that time, we use the time in terms of we give the hearing aids, maybe the loaner hearing aids, and try to optimize the fitting and try to get the conditioned response. And we try to even record the videos, and we try to explain them after the sessions, okay, there is no response as such. So in the interest of development,
in the interest of them to accept this scenario, isn't it?
Yes. So better to move to a center where ABI is routinely done, and then post-operatively we will take care of the rehabilitation and other things.
Sure.
Purva, along with these that are mentioned over here, I would add on one more option of speech reading. And sign languages. Because just
communication.
Just yesterday, I had the same situation, and it came out. So that's exactly from a session that I did yesterday. I did counsel them, also give them an option of sign language and speech reading options, because the cost and the maintenance of the devices are to be considered for an ABI. And if they can, the summary was, if you can, definitely go for the ABI, and it will be better. It's already better now. It is going to be even better in future. So when cochlear implant is not possible, just don't worry about it. Look for the next option of making the child hear is ABI, but then parallelly also look at this, meet some people, get some knowledge about the possibilities using non-auditory managements
as
and decide.
Sure.
That's a question. Do we have ABI in any of the government-funded program?
Tamil Nadu government approves that.
Okay.
Oh, that's fantastic if ABI is approved in the government.
Lisa,
I wanted to ask you on which are the ABI models or the brands do you use, and what are your experiences by recommending an ABI and using those different ABI models?
So at the moment, the only one in the market for us is the Medel ABI. So our center, we do ABI. So we do have we're one of the only centers for pediatric ABI. So we do have a big pot of kids with ABI, relatively big for ABI population. I completely agree with the points the panel said. The only thing I would probably add to this is that sign language is still recommended. So though a child does have an ABI, we often kind of say, please go along with the sign as well to kind of, base the language learning model. So it's going to be slightly easier because we know the kind of results are slightly different with an ABI. Yeah, otherwise I do completely agree. And what we currently do is Medel.
Yeah. So like you say, the use of visual clues or the sign language would be required. What percentage of ABI cases do you think would be benefiting, largely being verbal and oral, and how many would need additional support of visual clues or sign language usage along with the audition that can be possibly made with an ABI?
I would say the vast majority of ABI kids we would recommend sign language along with audition. It helps to maximize them because all these kids, they also have additional needs. So it's quite hard to tease out just the audition. And in terms of auditory deprivation, by the time you actually get to see a child, that's probably 2. At the moment in the UK, you can see ABI kids and implant them within 5 years. But if you think about traditional CI cases, you're implanting them under 1, right? So they've already had 4 or 5 years worth of auditory deprivation. So we still highly recommend carrying on with the kind of visual communication along with it, and anything else is fantastic.
So since you're a pediatric ABI clinic, what's the youngest kid that received an ABI in your program?
So I would say the youngest is probably just under 2 years of age. That was also because the parents were highly motivated. They knew exactly what was going on from day one. So as soon as the baby had the MRI and they knew that, there was a significant cochlear malformation, i.e. ABI was the only route, they did their research. So we didn't have to counsel them to go ahead with an ABI. They came to us wanting an ABI assessment. So I guess our job was slightly easier with that. So yeah, 2 years, I would say. That's the youngest we've seen.
Okay. And was it easier to... And the oldest? Oldest that in your program who has an ABI?
I think the oldest was probably 8.
8 years.
8 years of age, correct.
Okay. And was it how easy was or how difficult or how much auditory is the older ones, the one closer to 8 getting an ABI? Is it easier for them to become auditory? Do you notice a difference in performance, the ones with between the 2 to 5 years range versus the 5 to 8 years range group?
Completely. So the child implanted at 2, having all these extra input is a completely different child versus the older child at 8. The outcomes are, we do have really good outcomes. They all kind of have aided around, the best outcome was around 30 dB aided with the ABI. But again, how they use this information is the biggest question, isn't it? So the younger the child definitely did better, and the younger child has integrated the auditory perception within ABI so much better than the 8-year-old. The 8-year-old still has kind of, you still need sign language, you still need lots of visual kind of help to kind of hear, so to speak. So definitely the younger the better in our experience.
Sure. So that's the going through the general profile of, if you want to give the management, the earlier is still going to be a better option, albeit the ABI's overall performance or the outcome in terms of auditory would be variable, probably not a fair comparison to look at an outcome of a cochlear implant, isn't it?
Completely. So, your worst case cochlear implant outcomes would be your best case ABI outcomes. Broadly speaking, that's not necessarily true, but broadly speaking.
Yeah, there could be variations, but in general, that's something, that's the kind of an expectation that we're looking at whatever data that is available with the ABI recipients versus the CI performance recipients, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay. The next scenario here is common cavity. It's a single cavity here, so which forms or represents both the cochlea and the vestibule. Probably I can start with Chandrakant. Chandrakant, have you had any experience with patients with common cavity, and what is the general audiological profile in such a scenario?
Yeah, Purva, yeah, we have 2 or 3 common cavity patients, and generally we do in practice we do get children when they have severe to profound loss, when they are not getting any benefit with hearing aids and all. And we did all stress battery approach, and we found like it is severe to profound. And on radiology evaluation, it was like malformed cochlea, common cavity, so where cochlea and vestibule are like fused together. And do you want me to tell about the choice of electrode? Or?
No, just the audiological profile. So I'll come to that.
Yeah. Okay. So usually it is like severe to profound. You may have like residual hearing at the low frequencies. Not necessarily that all the mid frequency and high frequency will be absent, but yes, you do have low frequency hearing at higher level.
Sure. Muthuselmi, what would your recommendations be for somebody with common cavity?
Common cavity, of course, as I said, we always go with hearing aid trial, and goes to add on to it. I would have definitely an objective measurement with CAP with real life measurement, fitted based on the real life measurement. We'll run a CAP. Then definitely in that case, if we don't get any responses, actually I would look for the responses at least up to moderate level. Not if it is response is present only at high level, it's not the child is not going to develop speech and language with that intensity, definitely. So it would be an option to go for only CI. Yes.
Okay. So Chandan, would you also recommend CI in common cavities? And if so, what options, what different types of models or implants or electrodes would you suggest?
First of all, I have a small addition to what Muthuselmi said.
Yes.
While we fit, definitely we would also go for a hearing aid trial, just like a regular ones. Some of my typical observations here is some of these cases when we give a little higher intensity with the aided, they do show some vestibular stimulations. And a typical one whom we could not, the family could not afford a cochlear implant, so they are continuing with a hearing aid. And there, as soon as I give little higher stimulation, the child moves. Whichever side the hearing aid stimulates, they move the opposite side. If both the sides are given binaural, they move back. The child moves back. Okay, so real ear usage of real ear. I generally do real ear measurements in most of my difficult cases, but in a common cavity, I would resist from doing it. I would rather go by doing the UCL measurements, exactly like how we do for C-level measurements. And as for the cochlear implants, this portion is done by my ENT colleague, and the choice of it. The question is, this child would require an implant. Now the question is, can this child be implanted? And that answer is done by the surgeon. If he says, I can put in an implant, then what size of implant? Now, what size of electrode? Now, my only recommendation over there is a full banded. And presently, the thing is, there's only one full banded electrode that is there, probably.
Okay.
I may be wrong.
Chandan, does it have to be full banded, or if you have electrodes on both the sides of the electrode, like the medals electrode has
yeah, that's also
contacts.
360 degree. That's also 360 degree. I meant 360 degree. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, you're looking at the decision would still be a surgical decision in putting the electrode at a possibility or not. That's what I gathered from what you were trying to say. And then secondly, if the choice of the electrode would be, so it's possibly having charge spread across the complete 360 diameter of the electrode array option, so that irrespective of the orientation of the electrode array turning, that the stimulation still reaches the neural elements, isn't it? That's the primary principle of looking at the straight array options, or the full banded, or the electrodes on both the sides of the array option. So Tisa, what kind of responses can we expect? Say, let's assume a common cavity is being implanted, and then we are using a full ring or the electrode array variants with contacts on both sides. So what are the typical possibilities that we can expect in the intraop measurements, especially doing ECAPs or other types of intraoperative measurements?
So in my experience with common cavities, generally speaking, they do have a lot of CSF gusher. So the interop measurement, we might not get it straight away. Often what we find is you might get quite noisy traces, quite interesting looking traces, but things tend to generally settle post-operatively. So by the time they come for the switch on, everything's calmed down. We've had better kind of responses for the ECAPs.
Okay. I'm asking you, would you get all the ECAPs or only few, or would there be any particular pattern, anything that we've noticed for the common cavity variant?
So generally, because of a lot of CSF gushers, you don't tend to get a lot of ECAPs across the kind of electrodes, so to speak. You get pretty decent impedances, but that could also be touch and go with what we've seen. But post-operatively, by the time things have settled in the cochlea and there's more fluid build up, natural fluid, you tend to get better impedances, kind of better ECAPs by the post-op. So 4 weeks after is generally when we kind of switch on these patients, or any patient with a cochlear implant. So yeah, that's what I've seen generally, but it doesn't mean to say you can't get it intraoperatively.
Okay. Chandan, what are your experience with intraop measurements with common cavity?
As Tisha mentioned, yes, because of the gusher, I also do not expect much of that. In two cases where I did get, there I waited till everything was closed. So, and even the surgeon, after sealing off the cochleostomy, he waited for some time and then closed it off. Initially, before closing, when I tried, I did not get, but after the closure was done, I just tried once more, and I did get in some of the electrodes. And it was not a trend; it was like sporadic in some electrodes, and it was mostly the rising patterns. But my intuition is that I would not believe those, or I would not use those ECAPs for any map fitting. I don't know which nerve these are coming from, and that was just as an interest I recorded, but I never used those NRTs for mapping.
So you would not use the ECAPs profile to set the map levels here, because you're not sure whether it is coming from the right neural population for that is responsible for hearing, and it could be for the vestibular part as well. Is that the doubt that is letting you not use the ECAP values in setting the psychophysical TNC levels of the map? And if that's so, then what are the kind of expectations would you counsel the family at this time of switch on or post the switch on?
I tell them that this whole thing is going to be a little slower. It's going to be much slower than the regular cases, and it will require much more frequent mapping sessions. And we would optimize the map or open up the map, that is, give them loudness very cautiously, slowly. And I tell them to go by what they are getting. We do a lot of training for the families to identify the auditory behaviors, because here I strongly believe that the mapping should be done behaviorally. Yes, I used ESRTs to validate if my maps were enough, but then the most of the job was done behaviorally. So it is like the old days where the map sessions used to be longer. The optimization of map was much slower. and I
okay, so
keep them
you
ready.
you
I
trying
keep
to
ready for
you,
auditory visual mode
as well. Okay, and what are the different map parameters would you change? This probably Chandrakant you can take generally if you're finding difficult to set levels, or if you reach the compliance levels, what are the parameters that you would want to change here?
Yes. As the previous panelist said, like you may get ECAP measurement or you may not get. Definitely, you have sporadic ECAP sometimes present. And if the maps, like we are not getting the response, then we try to alter the pulse width, if the software allows, pulse width and the repetition rate. At times we try to change depending on what software, what implant we have, like the map laws, if it permits. And we try to, of course, we go with the behavioral measurement if possible. If behavioral measurement.
No, this is only for mapping parameters. So generally the trend is to try and vary the pulse width or lower the rate if required.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that would be a similar kind of map parameters, isn't it, for most of the scenarios? If you are going to be struggling for most of the malformed cochleas, then if we have to get more charge, then that's something that we will try to follow. So this is just summing up the common cavity where you would probably not want to use pre-curled array. So I had a chat with the surgeons also in where generally the idea is to have a wider cochleostomy, or other also called as like the post box kind of an opening, and then hold the tip apex of the electrode array and then loop it around so that the neural elements which are probably on the lateral wall or lateral side can be, where the stimulation can reach out to them in that U-shaped pattern. I also have a small clip trying to show the opening, a wider opening being made, and then where the one side of the electrode is held and then looped around into the common cavities, so that our electrodes, like most of you mentioned, that the full banded or the 360 orientation is better in such cases. Okay, going on to the next scenario, that's cochlear hypoplasia. Here, external dimensions are lesser than that of a normal cochlea with various internal architectural deformities. We'll discuss all of the hypoplasias as one. So the hypoplasia type 1 here, it's a small bud-like cochlea, but it still has the cochlear aperture and the nerve or the nerve fibers entering. Then there is cochlear hypoplasia type 2, where it is a cystic hypoplastic cochlea. Type 3 with less than 2 turns, and type 4 with where hypoplastic middle and apical turns are there. So the more variations can, or the cochlear hypoplasia can be much more difficult to manage if we have a hypoplastic cochlear nerve as well. So generally, what are the typical findings that you get to see here? Maybe we'll start with Tissa. And how would you manage this patients?
So generally with cochlear hypoplasia, what I've seen is you don't really get a lot of audiological outcomes. So you might get something vibrotactile, but then again, I would still say definitely try all the kind of unaided testing first. Though you might only just get the vibrotactile, it's still important to kind of try it. I would probably give more importance to aided testing, because that's probably your best bet next to vibrotactile. I'm sorry?
Yeah, in type 3 and 3 or 4, where in case if you have a mixed component as well, would you try hearing aids or consider surgical management in any of those variants of the cochlear hypoplasia patients?
So we would still highly recommend wearing hearing aids and setting up with bilateral hearing aids, because it gives the child practice as well. In the UK, you don't really, it's not a self-funded route. So we've got more kind of options to kind of make sure that they do have hearing aids, especially for certain types of hypoplasia. You might still get some underlying hearing, right? So we would still highly recommend hearing aids to kind of prevent auditory deprivation, to kind of keep that nerve going, because then you'll have more issues whichever route you take, ABI or CI for that matter, depending on the anatomy, of course. But we would still highly recommend hearing aids.
Okay. Muthuselvi, in cases of cochlear hypoplasia type 1 or 2, where possibly cochlear implant is recommended or it is needed, and what kind of implant choice or the electrode array choices would you suggest, or have a chat with the surgeon and come up with, so that you'll be able to program that better and then set the parameters?
Yes, is correct. I think the type 1 and type 2, mostly what we have is severe to profound. We would be going for CI by explaining you the realistic expectation to the patients. And I think the space is limited. I would go for short, straight array. That
Short,
would be
slim. Okay.
slim one.
Yeah. Slimmer and the shorter electrode very
Definitely, yeah. But definitely, I would recommend the surgeon to keep that Intra X-ray ready, so that in the end of the surgery, we'll be knowing the placement correctly. I think that is something it was really useful for us during Intra measurement. Sometime your electrophysiological measurement you may not get. So otherwise, we need, as I said, please, we need to wait until the closure and another thing. Sometimes we may not get ESRT also. That X-ray is something that was really helpful for us.
Right. So the choice would be to use like electrode array, which is slimmer and the shorter in dimensions relatively, so that it's a better fit to fit into the hypoplastic cochlea. Okay, so other questions we will skip here, so because the change of parameters are very similar when you can't. Yeah. So going on to the next one, the incomplete partition of the cochlea. Here, the external dimensions are similar, but that the internal architecture has deformities. So let's discuss IP1 and IP3 together. So where here in IP1, there is no modulus and there's no interscalar septa, but it is accompanied by a large dilated vestibule. Whereas in IP3, you have the interscalar septa, the interturn septa available. And then generally, what is the pattern that you see and what are your recommendations and how do you make the decision and how do you choose the year? Maybe we can start with Chandan.
Here, definitely, even here the ear selection.
Yeah.
Bilateral is important, but then the lesser deformed, if I have to go for one, the lesser deformed ear is definitely the choice. And about the electrodes, I still will go for a mid-scala or a lateral wall electrodes.
Okay. Why would you prefer the straight arrays or would you prefer the perimodular or the mid-scala electrode in such a scenario?
The mid-scala at least.
Why mid-scala? Why not the regular straight? Because
There
here
is
we
no
don't have the
modulus.
modulus.
Modulus is absent, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody? Tissa, you want what kind of electrode options do you offer there, or what? How do you manage IP1 and IP3 cases in your program?
Generally speaking, because we do have like an MDT with the radiologist, we would quite defer suggestions, recommendations from them. Though you've got like IP variations, it might quite still be individual for that patient's anatomy. So we would highly kind of lean on our radiology and ENT colleagues. Generally speaking, we tend to go for the straight electrodes.
Yeah, straight electrodes.
I would say
generally a gusher is generally seen. So have anybody of used a form electrode, Mendel's form electrode, which has a stopper?
Yeah, we have used it in our practice, like our surgeon has used it. So we generally go with the straight electrode, either it is full band or two-side, depending on the company. And we generally, if we have a choice, then we go with the form electrode.
Yeah.
So you have a cone, so which acts as a stopper.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. This is IP2 and enlarged vestibular aqueduct here, where let's say mostly these are audiologically little more easier to manage compared to the IP1 and the IP3 options. So what is the usual audiological profile you see in IP2 or the EVA candidates, and how do you manage them? Chandrakant, you can start with.
So recently, like not exactly just few months back, I had a IP2 client, a kid. The complaint was like he's having progressive hearing loss. And when the complaint was progressive hearing loss, immediately I thought of there must be something wrong with the internal architecture. And it was directly referred to me. It was directly coming to me. So I said, like, you need to get radiological evaluations as well after the audiological. So audiological, it was like moderate to severe hearing loss in both ear. Of course, it was mixed at certain frequencies, and others it was sensory neural hearing loss. But I said, like, no, you get the CT and MRI done. And what we found, like, okay, it was like IP2. And then we planned them like, okay, we may have to go for implant later, but at the moment the child is doing good with the hearing aid.
Yeah,
but
so most of these patients hearing aids should benefit, and it's even if they progress, hearing aids will continue, and if some stage even hearing aids limited benefit. I think that's the similar consensus, isn't it?
But the catch is like, but the catch is like, here we have government funded program, and that has the age criteria.
Yeah. So it might be different in the in certain funding agencies. So just to look at them, like looking at these anomalies. So the milder ones are the LV and the IP2, and the moderate ones are the hypoplasias 3 and 4, and the severe ones are the rest of the other malformations. So this is just a tabular form, putting them in a nutshell, where you're looking at various malformations. You have the radiological information, the audiological profile, what are the possible gushers, and who could be a direct candidate for ABI, where there's a selection of CI versus an ABI, and some malformations where a hearing aid is possible because they have lesser hearing losses. So looking at this as a complete profile is like how most of you have pointed out, talking with the team and the members, and then optimizing the management for various anomalies is the way to go. Looking at
Apurva, I would like to add one point over there, because especially in children with the severe cases, I think we could show the previous one. This, what we say is, after some time, the progress is kind of saturated. And definitely, I think we should always combine them along with the AV mode, at least the sign language. At least by 1 year, you should be knowing about the progress, and we should be looking about the child's education in the future. So,
True.
That time, I think multisensory is really important for this kids, considering their education. Definitely,
Absolutely. Looking at the other part, the cochlear nerve and cochlear nerve anomalies discoursing. So in the sagittal section here, where on the left you can see all the 4 possible nerves that are sometimes make a smiley face, but the key factor here is the facial nerves dimension. The dot should be very similar to how the cochlear nerves dot should be. On the right, you can see when we get to see reports which reports cochlear nerve hypoplasia, where the cochlear nerve portion looks significantly smaller than the facial nerve, which is right above that. And sometimes we also get reports which talks about complete aplasia, where the cochlear nerve has not been detected on these radiological information that are coming up. So if you have cases with pure nerve hypoplasias, then how do you manage them, and how do you do the year selection?
Can I take that?
Yes,
Apurva?
Chandan.
Yeah, because this is something I have been doing very passionately. Is when we see cochlear hypoplasias, actually our radiologist mentions this, is cochlear nerve not visualized or not very clearly visualized. He restrains from writing it as absent nerves. And that's because in about 6-7 years back, we had a prolonged communications wherein thrice he told that there is no nerve, and I was pretty sure that the child is responding in aided tests. The child was also doing vowel discrimination, and so with a vowel discrimination being present, definitely there is some neural connection over there. So I kept on nodding my head, no, it cannot be absent nerve, there must be nerve present. And then finally we took the courage and went for the surgery. The child did hear with the cochlear implant, and now he is completely auditorily hearing. And then it said that, okay, probably it was not visualized. So that's probably the better way to write. And like we say, there has to be a test battery from different angles to be viewed. MRI or radiologies are visual images, visual assessments, but aided tests are functional assessments. So visual as well as functional assessments needs to be considered before we decide on this.
Absolutely.
And
So we
which ear, wherever I get more confident. My surgeon here puts it entirely on me. If I say that yes, I take the call and I suggest that this is the year to be implanted, that is where he will go for it.
Yes. Okay. So we'll just quickly go into Tisa. Do you want to just quickly summarize your case, probably in a minute? Yeah.
Absolutely. So I just thought I'll talk about this case. That was really interesting. So he was 1.5 years of age. His prenatal history, peri and postnatal history was all normal. He failed the newborn hearing screen on day 1 of birth, and subsequent diagnosis kind of showed like a severe to profound sensorineural hearing loss. He had bilateral hearing aids issued around 6 weeks of age, but the hearing aid use was never established really. The only other thing I'd like to point out is his medical history showed a deletion on his chromosome number 17. It's not generally associated with a hearing loss as such. So radiologically, this is the report. I put in both the cochlear and the acanthatic brainstem because they were both kind of quite abnormal. He has bilateral cochlear nerve aplasia. The right cochlear aperture was slightly larger than the left, where it had a bit more of a narrowing. There was hypoplasia of the middle and the apical turns of the cochlea. He had modiolus present bilaterally, but it was quite unusually oriented. The labyrinthine structures were normal. The brainstem was quite abnormal, and he had partial agenesis of the corpus callosum, so rather complicated anatomy. Audiologically, this kid, we repeated the ABR under general anesthetic. He had severe bilateral profound sensorineural. However, there was a present cochlear microphonics on the right side and absent on the left side. Behaviorally, he wouldn't really test for vibrotactile testing. He wouldn't really condition, so it was a bit of a hit and miss. He did respond to aided testing though. He did respond roughly 90 decibels with a drum, but again, it was hit and miss, was not consistent. He did not respond to any other musical instruments, aided links, or aided sound field testing. Functionally, the MACE questionnaire, so which is your meaningful auditory integration scale, at 18 months was 0. The speech intelligibility rating was rated as 1, so nothing. CAP was also 0. However, parents said when he did wear his hearing aids, he could hear a dog bark from a different room, and sometimes when the mobile phones ring, he could hear. He was also reported to show some awareness to certain loud sounds, again, quite hit and miss. And to make matters worse, he was quite prone to glue ear. Could I have the next slide, please? So the big questions we had were, what kind of route do we take? Do we go down a cochlear implant route, or do we go down a auditory brainstem implant route? But we know, because of his complex anatomy right up to the brainstem, that the benefit was going to be quite limited, either route we take. So it was quite a challenging case. So in the end, we decided to do a EABR, so electric ABR, before we decide CI or ABI. So the decision was to do a EABR with a CMD test electrode. So this is a custom-made test electrode device that Medel has. It's got about 4 electrodes. So you literally operate like you would do for a cochlear implant, put the test electrode in, record. If there is any responses on the CMD test electrode, this is to kind of see if the auditory nerve, how good the integrity is it viable or not? So this child had a CMD test electrode. We got an EABR. So basically there were viable responses with the cochlear, well, and you could go down a cochlear implant route. So the recordings were done ipsilaterally from around 700 to 1,000 pulse width. Waveforms were present, which basically meant there were viable responses. So the CMD was taken out. On the same operation, the child had a cochlear implant put in. The electrode used was Medel Flex 28. So this was the same operation, same general anesthetic. The EABR was repeated with the Medel Flex 28. Oh, sorry, can I just quickly go back? Yeah, that's perfect. And responses were obtained on channels 6, 10, 11 at a slightly higher pulse width, so around 900 to 1,000 pulse width. We then repeated the test and it was definitely there. And we also got ART, so these are your ECAP measurements. So it was definitely
I hate to interrupt, but we're running short of time. Can you make it quick?
Sure, we've literally got one more slide. So if you can jump on to the next slide. So how did this go? Because of the complex anatomy, we switched him on with a larger pulse width of 45. Unfortunately, the patient had a slow start to CIGICON. They didn't really attend a lot of consistent mapping sessions. The data logging was still poor, about 2 hours, so he wasn't really established. But in spite of that, the aided levels were around 30 to 40. He had other things diagnosed, but in theory, he hasn't optimized his cochlear implant and he could make great progress. So there you go. That's how we decided on a challenging case. I'm all done. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very interesting to try and use the electrophysiology to try and see if and then the information of getting electrical stimulation being heard, then the choice of CI was made. Similar to here, we had another case where the potentially absent looking auditory nerve on the radiological information. So the question was whether to consider a CI or an ABI. We did a transtympanic ABI here. Based on our classification, which we published in 2019, this type C kind of a response was obtained. So we went ahead deciding a cochlear implant for this case and got beautiful ECAPs and good measurements across the complete array. We looked at a larger group of patients with hypoplastic auditory nerve and 3 cases specifically, which I want to talk about, where there was radiological information and the transtympanic EVR, which we used. In one case with cochlear hypoplasia with hypoplastic auditory nerve, we got better TTABR on 1 year. So that year was chosen for a cochlear implant. In the second child, where radiologically right side was better, but we did not get any EABR's measurements at all. So we've choice was to consider an ABI. And in the third case, where radiologically one side was better, we got only one measurement of that same side. Transtympanic EABR was obtained. CI was considered because of the hypoplasia. The larger portion of the electrodes would probably not be obtained, hence the decision was to move to an ABI. So how we made a differential selection based on adding additional use of electrophysiology was very interesting for us to make this decision as a team. In general, when we looked at most of these anomalies, we see they do show good performance over time, but their performance is significantly lower compared to other sensory losses where they use cochlear implants. With that, I think that would summarize the use of optimizing various other tests that is available, and to speak all the radiological information and with your good team approach. With that, I thank all the panelists for this session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. So we will start the instructional courses now. These are the integrated instructional courses between audiology and rehabilitation. The first one is Setting Goals. What do you need to know? By Miss Mary K. Theris.
I'll be introducing her. Miss Mary Kay is from Austria. She's a speech language pathologist and a certified auditory verbal therapist with over 20 years of experience in the field of hearing loss. She was the lead speech and language pathologist on the Cochlear Implant team at 2 different children's hospitals. For the last 8 years, she has worked for Medell as a rehabilitation and education manager. She has co-authored a book on working with children who have cochlear implants and co-developed and co-instructed a program for training professionals who work with children who have hearing loss. She has presented extensively, nationally and internationally on the topic of oral rehabilitation. We all know about Mary Kay, and we all at some point of time have attended her workshops and her presentations. And I'm very happy to welcome you. The stage is all yours. At the outset, we would really like to apologize for the delay, but thank you for taking the time.
No problem. Let me go ahead and start by sharing my screen. And I just wanted to say I'm so happy to be back in India and able to participate in these fantastic conferences. And unfortunately, with COVID, we can't do face-to-face yet, but hopefully someday again, I'll be back.
Hopefully, yes.
Yes.
We look forward to seeing you again.
As do I. Okay, so just let me know if you don't see my screen.
No, I'm able to see your screen. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Thank
so great.
you.
So thank you. And I really wanted to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak again today. So I want to go ahead and talk about what we need to know in order to set appropriate goals for a child. So we know that setting communication goals for children who have hearing loss is extremely important. We use goal setting to keep us focused on what the child specifically needs to develop for communication, and also to help in determining if the child is making progress in that development. Before you can start choosing goals, there are a few things that you still need to know. These include a whole child perspective, the order of language acquisition, what is typical development and what are the skills. Then we have to assess the child, and then finally we're ready for that goal selection so we can pick goals that are going to meet each child's individual needs. So what I mean by that whole child perspective is that you're looking at all aspects of the child, not just the listening and spoken language. So human development is comprised of 4 major domains, and everything related to human development can really be traced back to these 4 major domains. They're physical, cognitive, social, emotional, and language. They're all distinct and unique, but they're also all interrelated, they're connected, and they have an effect on each other. So when we're developing communication skills, as I said, it's not just about the ears and the mouth of the child. There's many other domains of development that are involved. So when we look at that major domain of language, we know that there are also several specific smaller domains that are involved. And these, so that we can get this communication competence for a child. So these include our communication domains of audition, receptive expressive language, speech production, but also other domains such as play, cognition, pragmatics, and literacy are involved in developing communication competence. So I want to go through and give a few examples of research that describes some of these connections and the impact that these domains have on each other. So first, I'm going to talk about play and cognition. So we know that research on the brain demonstrates that play is a scaffold for development. It's a vehicle for increasing the neural structures, and it's a means by which children practice skills that they're going to need in later life. We know that very young children grow their brains by being stimulated. This is what makes those neural connections. We don't want the child's neural connections to look like that tree in the middle where it's just sparse and not well developed. We want their brains to grow and have those neural connections to look like that tree on the right-hand side with many, many branches and being very full so that there's many connections being made. So the more you stimulate a young child's brain, and this happens through play, the more neural connections that they're going to have. The next study I wanted to talk about was kind of the interaction between play and language. So there was a group of researchers that provided children, one group of children who were between the ages of 1.5 to 2.5 with these play bricks. They're kind of cardboard bricks. And then there was another group of children that didn't receive the play bricks, and they didn't do anything. They didn't provide any intervention. They just gave the group of children these play bricks. And 6 months later, it was noted that those children who received those play bricks had significantly higher language scores. So just by being provided these bricks to play with, it improved their language skills, right? So there's many, many more studies I could go through, but today, and time's sake, I just wanted to give a highlight on a couple of my favorite studies there about these interrelationships between the different domains and the impact that they have. So we really need to be aware, again, of development, not only in our communication domains, but also these other domains that are interrelated. So we keep that whole child in mind. And then the next thing we have to be aware of is that order of language acquisition. So when we talk about language acquisition, it's first important to know that children acquire language in stages, or I'm going to say levels, that are virtually the same in all languages. And then we also know that children with hearing loss acquire skills in this same order as children who have typical hearing. So when we think of listening or receptive language skills, we can look at this acquisition in a broad way. We know that a child first has to have the ability to detect sounds, and then they can discriminate and hear the sounds that are different and start attaching meaning to those sounds, such as what we call those auditory hooks. You know, uh-oh, beep, beep, beep goes the car, or those play sounds. And then a child starts to identify, and then they build that vocabulary, and then they start to build that auditory memory, which allows a child to be able to follow directions. And then they can get to that higher level processing comprehension, such as understanding questions, or being able to inference, or being able to listen to larger chunks of information rather than just one sentence of information. So we really need to make sure we focus on and build those lower level foundation skills to give them a solid base to then be able to do that higher level processing skills. Keep in mind that this is a hierarchy that you don't have to complete each level before you move on to the next one. The child's going to be stimulated at all the different levels, but what you really want to make sure is that they build those foundational skills at each of the levels so they can get to that higher processing. And then, as thinking of this as a broad framework, think within each level all of the specific goals that are going to be happening and need to take place for that child to develop skills. When we look at expressive language, again, in that broad sense, you can think of it as the child is starting to use their voice with intent, such as pointing to something and vocalizing to let you know that they want it. And then they start to be able to produce words. And with that, once they have at least those 30 to 50 words, they start putting words together. So they start using phrases. And then the next level that happens is they start to learn the grammatical structures and start producing appropriate sentences, starting more with a simple sentence, moving on to more of a complex sentence. And again, at each level, within the level, there are many specific skills that a child's going to need to learn. So for example, if we're talking about sentences, we know that a child has to learn many different grammatical structures. So we can think of each of these grammatical structures as being a single goal that the child needs to work on. Right? So you're going to see that there's many specific goals that a child has to acquire to be able to communicate effectively. And then as professionals, you'll need to know what these specific skills are to be able to focus on them and then help the child to develop these skills. You'll also need to be aware of typical development to not only know what skills to focus on, but also to be able to monitor or mark progress for the child. So it'd be quite boring for me to list every single skill that a child needs to know to be a proficient communicator in all these different domains, and I certainly wouldn't have time today to do that. So what I want to do is just give you the next two slides some examples of some of these milestones that we would be talking about that as professionals we need to be aware of. So we want to know that these are based on milestones for children who have typical hearing, but that's our goal for the children that we're working with hearing loss, is to acquire these skills. So we want to keep our expectations high and know what would be appropriate for the child to be learning. So I'm going to start with cognitive milestones. So you can see here, just for an example, that 18 to 21 months, we would expect that a child could use one object as a tool to obtain another object, such as using a stick to pull a toy from under a bed. 21 to 24 months, that they can start to match shapes, such as a circle, square, a triangle, that would be like in a shape puzzle. And then 24 to 30 months, that they can identify the missing object when one of three objects is removed. So if you put in front of them a shoe, a car, and a dog, and then you had to close their eyes and you took away the shoe and you have them open their eyes, that child maybe could point to their shoe to let you know that they've recognized the object that was taken away and is now missing. And you'll note that all of these skills basically do not require language. To be able to match a circle, they don't need to know the language of the name of the circle. And so for that, when we're looking at markers, when it's non-language based, we will then look to what is their chronological age for typical development for that skill. Okay. So then we move into a language milestone. So I've picked expressive language. So you see 24 to 30 months, we would be expecting that explosion of vocabulary to happen, and that the child would really be able to produce approximately 200 words. So we know children start to learn vocabulary a little bit slowly, and then around 2, it really just starts to exponentially grow. So we're gonna be marking to see, are the children we are working with starting to really develop that expressive vocabulary. 30 to 36 months, they can then start to recite some portions of some nursery rhymes or songs, and that also has to do with auditory memory. So all these skills are interrelated. And then 36 to 42 months, are they starting to use more advanced question forms? So at a younger age, they do, the who, the where kind of questions, but really by the time they're 3 to 3.5, we expect more of these advanced questions. So we can use these milestones as kind of markers. Is the child making progress, or are these goals that we need to be working on for the child? So you could, there's a range of normal limits within development. So for example, we know that children produce their first words around 12 months of age. Some children might do it around 10 months of age. Some children may take a little longer and produce their first words around 14 months of age. But we really have to start to look at when it starts to get outside of that range of normal. That's when we can start to be concerned. So keeping in mind that even though these milestones have that age range, there is a little bit of range of normal limits. And then you can see how having an understanding of all these skills is really going to be beneficial for your therapy when you're setting the goals and your activities, and also again to help and assist in determining, is the child making progress? As I said, there's just no way that we can go ahead and memorize each skill in all of these different domains. So what's really important is to just make sure that you have some type of resource that you can refer to that will help you look at what skills are expected. At Medell, we have developed the child's journey, developmental milestones, birth to 6 years of age. So this can help you monitor acquisition of skills. It helps provide information about current levels of functioning and progress. It helps you identify areas of concern. Importantly, it helps you select appropriate goals, and it can aid in counseling. And Ms. Pooja did a wonderful job yesterday at the Medell Symposium about talking about this resource more in depth. Just going to add that it is available in the printed form and also in an app. Okay. So we know what typical development is. We know all the skills. How do we know if the child's acquiring these milestones? or what milestones should we be focusing on next? And that means we have to do assessment, our next step. And assessment can be formal or informal, or really should probably be a combination of both. So we want to closely monitor that child's communication development, and we use assessment to help us determine if they're making appropriate progress. We use that assessment to help select appropriate goals, and we also use assessment to help identify any areas of concern as soon as possible. So to determine progress, you compare the child's skill acquisition to typical development. And again, as I said, it helps in choosing appropriate goals. So to help determine what progress they should be making, we use the child's hearing age and compare that to what skills would be expected for a child that age. So if the hearing age is 24 months, we're looking at what does a typical 24-monther do? We would expect those skills. And we use that as our marker for progress. So then we can expect a minimum of 1 year's gain in 1 year's time. We also need to take into consideration that a child is older and has other skills such as cognitive skills that should be more age or chronological age appropriate. So we can even expect that they can make faster progress. So again, for progress and to determine the next goals, you compare hearing age to skills expected for typical development of a child that age, with the expectation that over time that gap should close. So the markers for progress, we use the hearing age when we're looking at a child's auditory or receptive language, expressive language, or speech production acquisition. We also use the hearing age when we're looking at play, pragmatic, cognitive, and literacy skills that are related to language. So for example, if one of the skills for a child is that they play with stuffed animals or a doll and demonstrate emotions and desires by speaking for it, well, that's language related. So we're going to use the child's hearing age when we mark that progress and choose our goals. We use the child's chronological age if we're looking at play, pragmatic, cognitive, and literacy skills that are not related to language. So remember when I showed the cognitive slide, using the object to get the toy from under the bed if they were using the stick, or they're doing the puzzle, or if they're matching objects. Those are not related to language, so we're going to use the child's chronological age. So if a child is 4 years of age, we would expect that that child should be able to do puzzles that are at a 4-year-old level, not that would be at the level of maybe that child's hearing age. So in assessment, we also can do formal or informal. As I said, it should probably a combination of both when possible. And I just wanted to mention the language sampling, because I think this is so important and it should be a part of every assessment that you're doing. And the beauty of it is it can be done in any language. And it gives us so much information about a child's communication skills, such as their vocabulary knowledge and use, the types of utterances they're using, the use of grammatical structures, even their articulation skills, some comprehension skills, and pragmatic skills. So just keeping that in mind when doing assessment. Right? So now we've done the whole child perspective. We know our order of language acquisition. We know what typical development is and all of those milestones, or we use our resource to help with that. We've assessed the child, and now we're ready to start picking goals. So I want to give a quick example of how you would use that resource tool, hearing age, and typical development to help set the goals. So my example is we have a 4-year-old little boy who has a unilateral cochlear implant for 18 months. So his hearing age is 18 months. So that's our minimum. Again, minimum progress that we're going to expect is that he would be doing language that you would see from a typical 18-monther who has hearing. Except we may even expect more development because we want that child to be closing the gap. So here's part of a language sample that I did. I'm not going to show the whole thing for time's sake, but just taking a look. So T stands for what the therapist said and did, and then C stands for what the child responded. I'll give just a second that you can look at that. Okay, and then I did my language sample analysis per parent report, and using some resources, I did a vocabulary count for the child. So receptively using around 200 words, expressively around 125, using 1 to 2 word utterances that I could see from the sample, and then looking at some of the different vocabulary types that the child was using. So I have some of that. So then I'm going to go through, I'm using the child's journey as my resource here, and I'm going to check off the skills at the different age ranges to see where this child's skills are at. Okay. For this example, I'm just looking at expressive language today, but obviously you'd want to look at all of the different domains to see where the child is at, because a child can be strong in some domains and have more difficulty in others. So we really want to see the child's overall strengths and challenges in all the domains. So here at 21 to 24 months, with the child's journey, the G stands for goal. I would check that if that's a goal that I'm working on, because it's always important to put a date and know how long it takes for that child to accomplish that goal. That rate of intervention or rate of progress is very important. Is it taking a long time, or are they working on the goal and acquiring it quickly? And then E stands for emerging, meaning the child has the skill maybe about 50% of the time. And then M stands for mastered, meaning the child has the skill at least 90% of the time. And if I've left it blank, then the child has not acquired that skill. So you can see here that the child has acquired most of the skills at the 21 to 24 month level, except not producing 3-word phrases occasionally. And then I move to the next age range, looking at the 24 to 30 month level. And I can see that there are only a few skills that are acquired, using quite a few nouns and verbs and having some of those beginning pronouns, all right? But because there's many blanks in there, I'm going to say for this child that their progress is that the expressive skills are around the 24 month level, but not up to the 30 months. So around the 24 month level. So am I happy with this progress? Well, remember the child's hearing age was 18 months. So yeah, he's making progress. He's actually closing the gap, because 18-month hearing age, but 24-month level of skill. So that's making me happy that this child is making more than 1 year's gain in 1 year's time. And now I'm ready to then choose goals for this child based on what I'm seeing on my resource. So if I go back one more, sorry. I can look at the 21 to 24 and see that 3-word phrases are something not mastered. So that's probably a goal that I can choose. And then here I can see that some of the grammatical structures in English, the ing, the present progressive, or the plural s are not beginning to come in. So those can be. So now I'm picking my expressive goals. Vocabulary was at 125 words. Typical development should be 200 words. So we need to work on increasing vocabulary, adding in some higher developed prepositions, some quantity and size terms, adding in the grammatical structures, as I said, present progressive ing and plural s, and then increasing that mean length of utterance to 3 words. Okay, so again, you would do this for all domains and see what the child is doing, where their skills are at, where they're not still acquiring the skills, and that's where we're going to be able to pick our goals that are going to be individualized and appropriate for that individual child. Okay. So to conclude, before you can really start choosing the goals, you've got to keep that whole child perspective. What are all the domains that you want to be looking at? Know what the order of language acquisition is. What are all those typical developmental skills? Again, using a resource for that. Assess the child, know where they're at, and then go ahead and start choosing your goals. That's going to be, again, appropriate for each individual child. So thank you for listening, and I think we may have a few minutes for questions.
That was a great presentation and a great acronym, GEM. That's wonderful.
Yeah, they are gems.
Yeah. And I think that will help young people to really plan. And so there is one question. What kind of, for a language sample, what do you prefer to use? I mean, what kind of interactive measure you prefer to use?
Great question. And I absolutely do have a favorite. I'm a huge fan of using a wordless picture book. For the younger children, they may not be as conversational. So if you're saying, oh, tell me what you played with last night, you might not get very much information. So I like using picture books like Good Dog Carl or The Dog and the Frog. There's no words in the picture book, and you can, for young children who have more limited language, you can kind of just talk about one page at a time. And so you can kind of encourage the child to describe or talk about it. For children who are older, sometimes I go through the whole book and then encourage the child to tell me the whole story. So just a really quick, easy way to try to encourage the child to talk spontaneously is wordless picture books. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So there are many more, but in the interest of time, I will mail them to you. We are running very late. So thank you for a great presentation. And
okay, thank you.
Very
Enjoy
nice
the rest
meeting.
of the conference.
Yeah, very nice meeting you actually. Thank you very much. And next speaker in the instructional course is Jaspal Chaudhary. May I have a slide, please? An introductory slide. I've known Jaspal since the 90s. And as I mentioned yesterday in my oration, that therapy she gave disturbed me so much that I felt, my God, what I've been doing all these years. So your skills are undoubted. Can I have the slide, please? So Jaspal is a clinical.
Diksha, are you sharing the slides, Diksha?
I'll do it right away.
Yeah.
And this CIGICON has got inverted for some reason, or is it? Oh, that's for the thing. All right. So she's the first LSLS certified AVT from South Asia, when we thought India. And she's also a qualified psychologist. Jaspal has worked in ER before, and after she's been conducting workshops in all leading government and private educational instruments. She's been the trainer par excellence for all of us, and she's the cochlear face of therapy in India. But it has been for a long time. Everybody knows Jaspal, so without much ado, we will start the session. Over to you, Jaspal. Jaspal, you're muted. We can't hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Now
can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Repeat. Hi,
yes.
everyone. It's my pleasure to connect with all of you today, and I thank the organizers to give me this opportunity. I'm going to talk about red flag cases, but I'm not going to talk about how to identify red flag cases or what are red flag cases or what are the effects of additional differences, because that has been enough since morning. Aparna has covered a lot about that. And since I have limited time, I will stick to very practical tips and strategies on how to manage these children. Next slide, please. When I talk about it, all this is because of the mission I'm working for. Our mission is not only to help the people and hear and be heard. Our mission is also to empower people, and I try to empower people to connect with each other with a full life, and to, with all these professionals like you, we transform the way people understand hearing loss. We can't do it alone. It's all with you. And we try to innovate and bring to market range of solutions, hearing solutions that can help all of you to achieve good outcomes. Thank you. Next one, please. So, why are some children put under the heading of red flag cases? Probably it's because they have dysfunctional brain executive processes. So what are the executive processes? Executive processes are attention, memory, organization skill, cognitive skills, etc. So even physical neurological developmental issues will also make them come under the heading of red flag cases. So I'm going to talk about only these cases. Now, what do we do? The next slide, please. There are certain common questions when we are starting to manage these red flag cases. The therapists are, where do I start? Do I start right from the beginning, the very first level? Do I start with the basic developmental skills and skills? The answer is, we should assess the child's current level of functioning and set the goals for the next level so that we can take them to the next level. Another question asked is, what are the expectations from these children? What language can I use which they can understand? How much speech clarity is expected of them? And also, how much do they have auditory memory? Do they have enough auditory memory? Can they learn and improve their speech? So all these areas, all the expectations, what shall we expect from them? What should be the MLAU also? So what do we do again? I would say that when we have assessed the current level of functioning, according to that, we will see what do they have, take to the next level. What they don't have, try to give them. So the question comes, how do I assess the skill level? Do I need to use the same assessments tools which I'm using for the children with hearing differences, or we need more informal and functional tools assessments? Yes, we need more functional assessments for these children. We need more practical assessments for these children. We need more informal assessments for these children. Saji had been talking about functional assessments, so you can connect that. Question also arises, if we do that after assessment, we have to take them to the next goal. So what goals and objectives should I target? Shall I work more on language? Shall I work more on speech clarity? Shall I work on cognitive process? Shall I work on listening? The answer to that is that please think of the child as a whole and talk about global development. So we work on the whole child and we do not work on different aspects, different domains separately. So the child should be taken as a whole. The quality of life of the child should be increased. We should assess the quality of life. And in all these, the prioritize the need of the child. So what do we need to do in that is, when these children have the targets for the next, we work on those targets. But what is most important and common target for all this is communication development. So we should work more on communication assessment and communication development. And when I'm talking about communication, I'm not talking only about spoken language communication. These children may not be able to develop the mode of communication as a spoken language, and we might have to work for sign language or cued speech or gestures, etc. Next slide, please. So another common question is, which professionals should I consult? that whether the parents generally feel that the child has many different areas, differences. So which should be the primary professional I should go to? So it again depends upon whether I should go to an audiologist or LS therapist or neurologist or whatever. The one professional who is the case manager will decide, and we might have to consult different multi-team, different professionals on one team to manage the different differences. So how do I prioritize the needs of the child? We do work on the needs of the child, the particular child, and we customize intervention and habilitation accordingly. No two children are same. But in this case, more, because the children may not have the same type of differences. Not only that, they might have different level of differences, different stages of differences, different degree of differences. So they cannot be handled in the same way. So we have to be more flexible. How are the child's other diagnoses impacting their overall development is also a big question, and this will impact because the child is as a whole, it's the whole brain which is developing, so it is all interconnected. That is why we need to work with other professionals in a team, and we cannot take one person in charge. It's a teamwork. What early intervention or educational environment is best for the child? After we do that, first thing we do is we should clarify what professional we are taking. And then we have to remember that we prioritize their need, and then we work on the overall development, and then we decide whether the child needs to go to a regular educational environment or he needs to go to a remedial environment. That we will have to decide. Next, please. Our expectations and goals will also differ accordingly. So our expectations are different from these children than our expectations for the children who have only hearing differences and no other differences. We have to help parents to develop realistic expectations. The parents have a right to know, not only know, even to understand and to accept whether their child will be able to develop clear speech or not, whether their child will be able to develop spoken language for communication or not, whether their child will be able to join a regular school or not. So we have to work on that. We have to consider global development and in what setting can we provide the global development is more important. So when we are talking about multi-professional team, we have to remember that all professionals should be on one page. That what I mean by that is all professionals should agree to the assessment of the child and to the goals of the child. And these goals should be renewed regularly and the progress should be tracked. Why do I say celebrate small success? Unfortunately, these children have a very slow rate of progress, and which demotivates the parents. Parents don't work with the child. Even our therapists also get demotivated. So when we see a little progress, we should celebrate that the child has achieved another stage, because even a small improvement is a milestone to be recognized and to feel good about it. So therefore, a little progress should also be celebrated. This will encourage the child, this will encourage the parents, and therapists will feel good about it, and that will help to go further. Next, please. When we are talking about creating goals, you know that for every habilitation session, we set goals. This is not different. For them also, we should have planned goals and objectives with material and activities the same way. The only difference is these goals will be more simplified and in smaller units, but very, very specific. And the main goal of all these integration of goals, whether I'm talking about listening or speech or language or cognition, my main point is what can improve the quality of life of the child. That is my main target of goals. And I have to be flexible because, like I said, this may not work with that particular child, what was working with other children. So I should be ready to change my mode of therapy, type of therapies, my way of therapy, everything can be changed. And we have to motivate and train parents. Parents are partners. We know without parents, we cannot show any good outcomes. So if parents are encouraged, motivated, excited, work with us, then only we can show progress. So please concentrate on parents and not the child as far as habilitation is concerned. We have to work on their communication needs more than anything else. And again, when I say communication needs, what are their needs? Can they develop spoken language communication? If not, all these children cannot be put under AVT. So we should be very flexible to use other methods of teaching also. Or we use two methods together and pick up from different strategies from different methods. But ultimately, these children should be able to communicate. When I'm talking about that, I mean we need to develop their social language also. Their emotional development is important. Their social development is important. Not only listening and language is important. So don't limit to one mode of communication. If you're giving them, suppose sign language, so don't concentrate on sign language. They can still hear and speak some words, that's fine. So if spoken language, then along with that, if they need gestures, that's fine. But we should have team approach. So when we decide on one case manager who's going to coordinate all these professionals, we have to see that the case manager is ready to accept that responsibility also. And we have to check with parents that parents are also comfortable with that particular professional. And then we work on a team. So whatever the goals are, they are shared with all the team. The whole team works on those particular goals and targets to get better outcome to manage these children. Next, please. So there is a puzzle that determines why a child is not making progress. Is like a putting pieces of puzzle together. So sometimes we have to do trial and error to do that. The first checkpoint in that is if the child has optimum amplification. Next, please. So when we are talking about optimum amplification, so we just see that at least one difference, one problem we are trying to solve. We are trying to take care of one issue, that is not hearing properly. So that is very important. And after we finish thorough audiological evaluation and assessment and actions taken, then next checkpoint is to check the quality of intervention. Is the intervention based on documentation, planning, targets, and keeping the tracking the progress or not? That is important. And then we check whether there is consistency of intervention, whether the children are coming, they are connected with the intervention continuously. There is an intervention going on, helping the parents, helping the child. It's not that they get their switch on and they go to the village and come back after 3 months. That is not consistency, even though the quality of intervention may be good. Both are important. So is there a consistent follow-up from the family is also very important. So whatever is done in the therapy, is it being followed up at home? Is it understood by parents? Is it in the capability of the parents? And that is my responsibility to see that the children get lot of reinforcement and repetition. And these children who are put under the heading of red flag cases need much more repetition and much more reinforcement and much more patience from all of us. And another thing to consider Is there a presence of additional complicating factor? Well, we are already talking about so many differences and factors. Why am I adding one additional complicating factor? This is different. This has nothing to do with their brain. This is concerning their home environment. What I mean to say is, I have to check how good is the listening environment at home? How good is the quality of language given at home? How good is the behavior management of parents at home? Is there a conflict between parents at home? Is there an emotional trauma faced by the child at home? It just reminds me one case who was put under this heading red flag cases, and the whole team was working on that and not getting any progress, and the child started regressing. And after a lot of mind-breaking assessments and meetings, we realized the parents were going through divorce process, and that was affecting the child. That is why this is important. Next, please. So what is the remedial assessment? When we do the assessment, we are doing remedial assessment. If we check whatever the assessment is according to, we take remedial action, very simple. So if we find the child has poor motor skills, we will go to physiotherapists, occupational therapists, but at the same time, we'll adapt our environment in therapy accordingly. We should be ready to do that. Even for one child, we should be ready to do that. If I have a child who has poor motor skills, this child cannot sit on that chair and is shaking his leg all the time, I need to get another chair for that particular child. The same way with my toys and furniture and everything has to be adapted and easy and facilitating the progress of the child, so the child is at ease. If the child has visual difficulties, of course, I will consult the professionals accordingly, check eyesight and all that. But at the same time, I will have larger pictures and material and seating, enough lighting. So I'm again adapting the therapy session and structure according to the need of the child. If the child has attention problem or memory problem or metacognition, then other executive processes have to be facilitated, where I have to work on concentration. I have to work on expanding the span of attention, maybe from 5 minutes to 7 minutes to 15 minutes to 20 minutes, day by day, writing down very, very specifically that today he's paid attention for 7 minutes. In my next session, my goal is to get his attention for 10 minutes. And how do I use it? I will have to think of strategies. Next, please. So what do we do? So what are the actions? If the outcomes are not optimal, the first thing we review is technology, troubleshooting, and we make necessary changes. Then we monitor the therapy, and we do the needful changes in that. And then we monitor the child's progress. We keep records, we check records. We have a regular meeting of the whole team and brainstorming, and we are on the same page for the next goals. And then we monitor the parents and child's involvement. We, in the session, we stay back and see how the parent and child are interacting with each other, and then we coach and guide the parent accordingly. We tell the parents to make short video clips of how they are talking to the child at home, not sitting and doing therapy, how they are generally in their daily routine activities interacting with the child. We take those clips, and that gives us an understanding where the help is required and what changes are supposed to be required. And then we keep ourselves updated. The knowledge is never static. It goes on. Even if it is not the same what it was 5 years back, there are researches going on. There are type of strategies evolved from the experiences of the people which we are learning. New technologies are coming to make the listening easier for the children, and we should make use of those technologies, take advantage of that, so that the children can listen better. We have to make their listening pleasant and easy. Only then they will listen. And the same way, another difference is whatever the problem or issue they have, we have to see that it's easy for them to go to the next stage. Next, please. So getting started, start with always the parents. This is very simple. We need to educate the parents. We need to empower the parents. We have to give away to the parents, give the power to the parents, make them feel powerful, give them a lot of confidence. And we have to observe the child and write down in every session after observation, what do you see about the child? Diagnostic therapy is very important for these children, and a regular diagnostic therapy should be done. We should optimize the aids. We might have to do upgrades and change, or we might have to go from hearing aids to cochlear implant. All that audiologists will decide when they do the audiological evaluation. We work on multidisciplinary team, and we do ongoing diagnostic teaching to get the better outcomes. Next, please. Be flexible. There are no hard, fast rules. You must do this. You only take these. Yes, there are milestones given to us, developmental milestones, like Mary Kay was saying. Yes, I know 24 months old child should be able to do this, 36 months old child be able to do this, but that may not be applicable to this child who is under the heading of red flag cases. So be flexible, but believe in the child. Believe, have confidence. Give confidence to the child also. Listen to the child. Don't ever ignore the parents or the child. Sometimes the parents have better instinctive understanding of the child than we have, because they are with the child throughout the waking hours. So begin at the child's level. Hang in there till you can take him to the next level. But if it's taking very long to go to the next level, then maybe you need a meeting and then revise and review your audiological evaluation as far as your therapy, why it's taking so long. We have to adapt the environment. We have to talk to the whole family, not only parents, who have to cooperate and help. Like simple thing, telling the grandparents not to put the TV too loud, or put the TV off when the child is talking to the mother, or make some amendments to help the child to achieve better outcomes. Don't give up when the child regresses or the child reaches a plateau. There are ways. There's no problem which cannot be solved, but it can be difficult. It cannot be impossible. If we don't know, we go to our mentors, our teachers, our colleagues, other professionals. There is no harm in asking help from others, consulting others. How do I do? Where do I go? Where did I go wrong? How can I help this child to achieve better? Next. So the strategies are: try to end the activity before the child has had enough. Generally, we take an activity and we think, I have to finish this, I have to finish this. Child may not like that, is not involved in that. He's showing some body language signs that please stop it. Like his eyes are drooping, or if it's a younger child, he will put his head on the mother's lap, or he starts rubbing eyes, gets fidgety, moves his chair like this, or he gets up and stands up, or he starts crying. All these are gestures. He does not know his own feelings, or maybe doesn't have expressive language, but he is trying to tell you, stop this. So we should be ready for that. Next. Provide a box. If the child has a habit of throwing everything, rather than reprimanding him, don't throw, we don't throw things. No, don't do that. Rather than that, just, oh, you want to throw the balls? Or you want to throw the animals? Hold on, I'll give you a basket or a box. All right, throw in this. No, I'll say go and you throw in this. That behavior you can turn into positive activity, and the child will be very much interested in that. And you have an opportunity to use your language goals and other goals in that, and provide a different face-saving situation to the child. Depersonalize the rules. Be very careful. Rather than saying, remove your shoes, put your mobile on mute. I say, we should put our mobiles on mute. We should remove our shoes. And I put that chart. And when I'm telling the parents to do that, and we don't throw toys, and we put a picture in next to it, and the child throws toys and point to the picture. Look, we said no throwing toys. You can throw them in the basket only, like that. And when we do that, we are depersonalizing, because I will take out my mobile and say, all mobiles should be off, or all mobiles to the mute, and put my mobile down, and then I look at the parent so that they do the same. That is depersonalizing the rules. And at the same time, the rules you have for the child, you must have pictures. These children need much more visual cues. They may develop spoken language also, but still they cannot be taught only through auditory strategies, listening strategies, only through AVT. They need a lot of visual help. So pictures will help them, but the pictures have to be large and clear, and not very small, tiny pictures put on the table. So post all the pictures around. When you are writing no cell phones, you can put a picture of a mobile with a big red cross, so the children also understand that, and give them a lot of choice and selection. Don't say, I'm going to read this story. I will say, hey, I've got 2 books. Which one would you like to read? I have 2 sets of blocks. Which blocks do you want to play with? Give them choice. It empowers them, gives them confidence, and they will pay more attention, and they will have a joint attention. Never talk blankly to these children. You must have some material for joint attention. Because when you give joint attention, these children are paying attention when there is something to look at, and you're engaging their auditory sense also, visual sense also, tactile sense also. Actually, you're doing multisensory approach without even conscious. Next, please. So be clear and consistent with rules, set boundaries, stick to them. And when a child is misbehaving or is throwing tantrums, rather than telling the child, sit down, don't do that, you have a toy, a stuffed toy. It can be a clown, it can be a doll, baby doll, it can be a stuffed animal, teddy bear, anything, especially what the child likes. Remember, some of these children I have an experience with are very scared of stuffed toys. So be very careful about that. And if they are, especially if they are big toys. So you have that puppet, and you tell the puppet, sit down, listen to me. No, don't throw. So the child will identify himself with that particular character and will follow your commands. So directing them through a mediator toy will be better. Give the child opportunity. When you have toys, generally we hold the toy and talk about it. Even learning to listen toys, we hold and we say the train says go. Let the child hold the toy. It's okay. You don't have to hold and say. The child is holding the toy. You can give parallel talk. Yeah, that's a train, and the train goes cool, like that. So the child is holding again, engaged again. The more these children's body is involved, their hands are involved in an activity, the more chances of them paying attention to you. Next, please. Ensure that sessions are diagnostic. If you have 5 animals and you're asking 1 out of 5 and the child cannot do, decrease the set. Ask 1 out of 3. That makes it easier. If the child cannot do 2 item selection, go back to 1 item selection, make him successful, leave it there. That is the need. Create a need for communication. Ask which one you want, and don't look at the child, because if he uses gesture, try to make him ask for a toy. When you're holding 2 toys, which one he wants. Sometimes because of their stages of differences, we might even accept only the gesture or only looking at the toy. That depends upon the stage of the child. So use instruction material, which is very interesting. If I use the same blocks every day, 365 days, the child will obviously not be interested. So change your material, make it more interesting, more colorful, more helpful, and more easy for the child to hold and play with, and make them connect with families of other like children. So the parents get that, oh, I'm not alone. There are other people also going through that. That child was also has this problem and he's doing well. That will give them confidence, motivation, and help. So advocacy from other parent can also help and work on that. Next, please. So tips, focus on what the child can do and don't focus on what the child cannot do. Don't try to force the child what he cannot do. What he can do, increase it. Seek additional training and information and consultation for yourself, how to handle these children. Celebrate every success with the staff, with the parents, with the child, so that he feels important, and work on the quality of life of the child. Consider appropriate educational placements after discussing with the team and the parents. Don't insist that every child has to go to a regular school and repeat the class again and again. That doesn't work. Access all support services, including advocacy, including volunteers, and whatever can help the parents to feel better supported. Establish active communication with parents. Proactive, I would say, I should call up, take the initiative to call up parents and ask, how's the child doing? What are you doing? Not wait till the parents call me back saying that I have this problem, how to do that. Or when the time is for therapy only, I contact them. In between, also keep the contact with the parents. You will get very useful information which can be used as diagnostic information. Next, please. Thank you very much. I was very, very conscious of the time since morning. Everybody is saying that. So there was no time in going in details and lots of examples I could give, but I hope that will help all of you. Some practically how to manage these children. Thank you for being there.
Thank you, Jaspal. That was great. Very, very practical. I like what you said, quality of life is the important thing. And interacting, involving the parents in the whole team. There is one question. Can you give an example of any child? I mean, because you spoke of multiple modes of communication, how did the parents take to it when you told them, they can go in for alternate communication? How could you talk to the parents, because most parents are set on only speech?
Yes, you're right. I was nervous. I was very nervous how I will tell the parents. And the parents will think that I don't have the skill. I cannot do that. And that's why I'm saying that. And parents will go to another clinic, and another clinic might not even consider and give spoken language, and the child might fail completely. Yes. That was my concern, and that's why I was nervous how to get it across. Yes. So I sat down and think about it, prepared about it, which are the words I'm not going to use when I'm going to talk to them. So I decided I'm not going to use other children do this. I'm not going to compare. I'm not going to say my child did not do this, my child can do that. I will not compare. So first thing I decided was I will not compare the child with any other child. When I talk to the parents, I must be, in fact, empathy I should show, not sympathy. But they should be able to see that it's not I am sympathizing, I'm empathizing, which is very difficult. I have to understand what the parent is going through. I don't have that experience, but I have to put myself in others' shoes. How will you feel if somebody tells you your child cannot do spoken language communication? What will the feelings you will have? So first identify them and then talk to the parents. So there was a lot of preparation before I talked to them. So when I talked to them, I asked more questions than giving my opinions. Like, what do you think he will be able to do spoken language communication? What do you think he'll be able to speak? He can hear this much. He can't understand this much. This is the assessment. I kept the assessment on the table. The assessment shows he can't hear beyond this. His speech cannot be more clear. He has this problem. He has this problem. What is your opinion? Do you think the child will be able to develop clear speech? Do you think he can talk? So creating a doubt in their mind first. And then saying, okay, think about it. I will also think about it. Of course, we want that spoken language only. But there are other modes also. There are children who are doing very well with other modes. The main thing is, what do we want? Do we want quality of life? Do we want academic access? Do we want him to be a good speaker? Don't care for what society says, what your relative says. Forget it. What do you want? Think about it. We'll meet again. I'm also thinking, I don't know. I'm at a loss. I will also try to get more information. So that was setting the base. And in the next session, I was surprised the mother herself came out. I don't think it will work. We can try, but I doubt. So what do you suggest? And then the same, I talked to my team, like audiologist. I had a meeting with audiologist. I had a meeting with neurologist. I took appointment, went to the hospital to meet the neurologist, since she didn't have time, to explain to this that this is my decision and I want your support or even your opinion. And then when the parents visited the neurologist or they visit the audiologist, the same message came and it helped. Thank you.
That's very important. Yes. Communication with other professionals and parents getting the same message. Yeah, there are a lot more questions, but we will send to you by mail.
Anytime. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madhuri. Thank you all of you.
Much.
Thank you. Enjoy your conference. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will now call Mr. Kannan, the last speaker in this instructional series, to speak. Mr. Kannan.
Yeah, I'm already in, ma'am.
Is a young audiologist from Coimbatore. Yes, well, yeah, thank you, Kannan. He's got 21 years of experience and has been working in his own setup as the MCV hospital in Coimbatore, and he has presented several papers and has co-authored an article in Cochlear Implant International. So on very unusual subjects. Yes.
Yeah, can you just take my camera off?
Yeah, can you can.
I'm out of the audiology call because there's like some.
Okay.
You can do it just in your screen, just at the bottom left, you cut it off.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, please start. You can share your slide.
Yeah, sure. Ma'am, I just needed this.
Share, huh? You're not able to share?
No, it's in my PowerPoint.
It's not coming up.
Just a minute. Can you see it now?
No. You'll have to go down to the share screen. I mean, you can minimize minimize the screen. If you want to open your PowerPoint, then go down to share, or you go down to share screen, connect it at the bottom. You can see the icon, connect share screen, but it's not coming up. Let me just find out. Just 1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Kannan sir, if you do a stop share and then start doing from beginning.
Yeah, just a minute. So I'm actually in the Zoom and under the share content.
Is anyone else share? No, nothing is there.
See, in the bottom, there will be share screen option. It will be in green color.
Yeah, it's there.
So when you click on it, there will a window will open where you can see all your desktop, the presentations and everything.
Actually, I'm in iPad.
Okay.
So it is just showing share content green button near to the stop video.
Correct. So press on that.
Yeah, so it is giving options like screen, photos, iCloud, Dropbox.
Screen. Select screen.
Okay, I've selected.
Yeah.
Now we can see a screen.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. It is saying screen broadcast, start broadcast.
Screen broadcast.
Start broadcast. Let's see.
Okay. I've started.
1 second. Oh, no. I think it's gone to something.
You can you can email it here and we can do it from here.
Okay, I can do that.
Email. Satish, tell to which address?
You send it to me, prashantms@avyaya.com. PRASH.
You can put in the box, message box. Huh?
Yes, 1 second. 1 second, let us try once again.
Yeah, sure.
Sir, just do a stop share. Stop share.
Yes. Again, it is saying screen options. So, should I go to screen?
Doctor, you just in the Zoom, in the bottom, you can see in the green color share screen.
He's done that.
Yeah, I've done that.
Share content.
Okay, and share entire desktop.
There is no option like that. It's so just saying screen photos.
You can, Satish, Prashant, please send your email address there. Let that also happen.
Yeah. How will I send it to him?
I can just your presentation so that we will just play.
Yeah, sure.
In the chat box, we are putting the email ID. You just send the presentation to that email.
Okay.
My email ID in the chat box. It's very dangerous.
We'll just be able to join you in a minute.
Yeah, I've already sent it.
Huh. So if you have more work ahead of you also. I hope you've had your lunch.
No, usually I have my lunch a little bit later.
Late only, yeah? So it is today, Sunday also will be like every day.
Yes.
Kannan sir, you have sent from which email ID?
TK Audiologist.
Okay.
Were you able to get it, Prashant?
Yes, ma'am, I've got it. I'm starting. Just give me 2 seconds.
So can the other mics be muted? Yeah, Kannan, are you able to see the screen?
Yeah.
Ah, great.
Yeah, I'll keep moving the slides as and when you say.
Prashant, it's not in PowerPoint mode, it's in the view mode only.
No,
Yeah. Now it's, yeah. Please start, Kannan. Sorry for the glitch. Yeah.
No, it's no problem. So I would like to thank the organizers of SIG for giving me the opportunity to talk on this particular topic. So I would straight away start with the topic of pitfalls in mapping. Can you move to the next slide? Yeah. So this overview of this particular session is all about the mapping and what are the pitfalls to expect, and as well as to pick up the solve the unexpected pitfalls, the tools used for doing that, the type of pitfalls, and the solutions. And that's a clinical management done for those. Next one. So the objective of mapping is to optimize hearing for the child as well as the adults who receive cochlear implants. By determining the settings for individual electrodes, determining the features that are added to sound processor to assist parents and optimize the performance of the child. Check equipment, connect with parents regarding child's performance. Importantly, these appointments include evaluation of performance to ensure mapping is accurate and optimal. Next, please. So coming to pitfalls, the pitfalls mainly depends on the electrode health, the availability of number of electrodes, availability of spiral ganglion and neural populations inside the cochlea. All this makes a low or degraded signal resulting in poor outcome. Next one, please. Okay. So in electrode health, mainly we look for two aspects: whether the electrode array is broken or is it contacting with each other. It is considered as broken if you find an open circuit. If it is short, it is saying that it's touching the adjacent or the other electrode wires. Next one, please. Next slide. Okay, so the impedance is a process by which we actually communicate with the the electrode array communicates with the nearby tissue as well as the spiral ganglion and the neural populations. Using that, we can detect the abnormalities of the electrode as well as the physiological status. Next one, please. So these are the three things can be picked up by electrode impedances. Any technical faults due to the device-related issues, physiological issues due to the body conditions, and the physiological issues due to the functional changes in the current flow, and biological changes like the scar formation, ossification, protein growth, etc. So let's see how it's done. Next one, please. Usually the normal impedance limits are given in homes, where you can just see the complete picture of the levels of different across the electrode arrays they've given. This is for the nucleus device. You can see it with different colors. It says that whether it's open, and the reason for opening, is it a broken wire or broken wires inside array, ossifications. Likewise, based on the values, we can classify accordingly. Next one, please. So these are the stimulation modes, which is used for checking up the impedances, which is used on different modes. And the bipolar, the common ground, the monopolar 2, monopolar 1+2, which I think everybody knows. Everybody is quite familiar by those who are involved in the implant. Next one. So this is a custom sound and custom sound EP software where it does the automated impedance measurements. Likewise, in AB implants too, they have a sound wave software which does automatically once the coil is put on the recipients. That is, once the coil gets connected with the head, it automatically measures the all four modality impedance values. Next one. So this is how it actually appears in the window after measuring, and the clinician have a good look at it and decide based on whether the electrodes are good, the insertion was smooth and no damage or no electrical short circuits. Next one, please. So in this impedance pattern too, we have normal trends. General reduction in impedance profile due to device usage, which is expected. You can see as the recipient starts using the device, their impedance tends to lower, especially reduces immediate post-op. Also, it indicates that it's more proximal to the modulus. Next one, please. So I was telling about this open and short circuits. This is a typical pictorial explanation of this. The upper picture with the electrode array, you can see that the two electrode leads are touching each other, which is an indicator of a short circuit. The down one is actually the electrode lead of a single electrode is cut, so which is called as open. Next one. Next slide, please. Yeah. So there are just one before this. Yes, thank you. So there are instances where the receiver stimulator site, the coating of the receiver stimulator, there's a hermetic seal sometimes broken, and the body fluid can go through that and get into the electrodes. That can also result in poor impedances as well as distorted sound quality. Next one. So these are all the these two are the short circuit and open circuit impedances typically seen once if it is observed. The upper one is a short circuit with a very low impedance values, and the open ones are the one with a high impedance values. Next one, please. So there could be also another changes pattern which can be noted in the impedance trend, which is not a normal, like localized. In a particular area, some electrodes are a little more higher impedances compared to the adjacent electrodes. So this could be this can be caused by local inflammatory process due to differences in tissue growth, or it could be due to out of compliance issues. Next one. There could be also temporary rise in impedances. Over 30% of the recipients have impedance change over 4 kiloohms at some point or the other, irrespective of the electrode type. This can be due to long-term device use or transient non-use due to some cable issues or any external component issues, or some medications or some medical issues which is happening with them, or due to some other unknown physiological or hormonal changes happening. So this over 30% of recipients without any degraded performance is acceptable value, but we need to look into the performance of the, we need to evaluate the hearing performance as well. Next one. So this is another typical pattern which is seen in the basal turn, where you can see the higher impedance values, more going towards open circuits, which can happen in basal ossification or migrator or extracochlear electrodes. Next one. This is another pattern where you get a zigzag pattern where it's very uneven, large fluctuation or changes in the electrode. This can also happen due to some recent middle ear infections or any other device-related issues. Next one. So now let us look at the consequences of impedance changes. Sometimes impedance changes doesn't affect the outcome much. So in those scenarios, you can just leave it as such and just flag the electrodes, which is not even with respect to the adjusted one, and it does mostly by the custom sound software. Automatically it does, and likewise even in AB it does, and the current required for the map also it's automatically measured, and it's done by the software automatically. So sometimes anxiety to the patient or the audiologist can happen, but unless and until you look for a degradation in performance, you need not worry, but keep your fingers crossed and keep monitoring. And if there is any sound quality deterioration due to out of compliance, current being distributed to unintended electrodes, that is due to insulation damage, where the coating sort of issues, the fluid getting into the electrodes, or sometimes sudden or intermittent falls can also result in crackling or popping sensations, where you have options in the custom sounds like the fitting assistance, where it suggests you what to be done, and you can just utilize that and do it. It's much more easier for the current clinician, upcoming audiologist, compared to the earlier generation, where we didn't have this sort of readily available fitting assistant. Next one. Clinical management. Unless there is a sound quality concern, usually there is no explicit need for action. So don't look for a problem that is not there, and deactivate open or short permanently, except the open circuit in the OT theater. Sometimes open circuit in the operation intra-op recordings, post-op it might come as normal. I'll just talk about with few examples later on. Consider deactivating electrodes showing atypical impedances and monitor performance. If you do see unexpected variation, remeasure impedances and resave map as to update power level accordingly. Wild variations in impedance may need to be managed by widening pulse widths to increase the compliance limit, or increasing power level to increase the calculated compliance limit. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So now we have seen that the electrode availability and the electrode health. Now the next thing is we need to look at the number of electrodes available So the number of electrodes in different companies, it differs. In nucleus, it is 22, and AB it's 16, and metal is 12. Irrespective of the companies, the available electrode depends on whether it's open or short, or some uneven impedances, or is it due to out of voltage compliance, or is it extracochlear causing the non-auditory stimulation, or is it having a poor or NRT or NRA. So based on these factors, we can just utilize the number of electrodes available for optimizing their hearing during a switch on as well as in the follow-up maps. Next one, please. Okay. So under the availability of electrodes, so there are this is the main reason why some of the electrodes are switched off. That is a non-auditory stimulation, especially in kids looking for non-auditory stimulation is an experienced audiologist observation, as the kids may not tell if it is a very minor or mild non-auditory stimulation. Unless and until it is painful, it's very difficult to note, but it's advisable to look in for the kid's face when you do the mapping. Next one, please. So these are the typical complaints or symptoms reported by the patients when they get the non-auditory stimulation. That is a pain over the implant site, or electric shock in the ear, or facial stimulation where you can see the facial twitching and vibration. Sometimes, very rarely, the dizziness. Next one. Next slide, please. Okay. Just click on this again. I can just, just click one more. Yeah. So this is the basic anatomy of how the facial nerve is closely travel with the cochlear nerve, the vestibular cochlear nerve. So this is the reason why some of the electrical stimulation, the current spread is passed on to the facial nerve. It could be due to the indirect stimulation due to demyelination of the vestibular cochlear nerve or the facial bundle. Next one. So if you just look at the contour electrode array, which is close to the modulus in the first left picture, and you see the facial nerve is in the pink color. And the next one is a straight electrode, which is in the lateral wall, and the facial nerve electrode in proximities. So this is how when the typical insertion it happens. Next one. See, the reason for the non-auditory stimulus is the unintended stimulation of one of the following nerves. So either the facial nerve, typically under electrode from 10 to 16, or the Jacobson's nerve, it's called tympanic nerve, sensory branch of glossopharyngeal nerve, runs over the promontory, runs in the through the middle ear. More typically, you can see between the electrode 1 to 4. And in vestibular nerve, where you get the more typically between the electrode 1 to 4. Again, it depends on the depth of the insertion as well. Next one. So when you face with these kind of problems, deactivate affected electrodes, try different pulse widths. Narrowing pulse width may result in lesser neurons being activated. So change stimulation rate. Decreasing rate may mean that neurons have time to recover. Increasing rate may mean that stimulation is held for a shorter period of time at the affected site in the cochlea. So you play with the pulse width, stimulation rate, or the stimulation mode, and try to utilize as much as electrodes to optimize the hearing and to eliminate the non-auditory stimulant. Next one. Okay, now coming to the availability of the spiral ganglion neural population, two affects the availability and the challenges for the, setting up a good map. So there's NRT, ESRT, CEM, and T levels, dynamic range, and the loudness growth all depends on the good number of spiral ganglion and neural populations. So where unusual cases like venereal anomalies or cochlear nerve deficiencies, you might expect reduced dynamic range or reduced loudness growth. So then you need to use alternate strategies or play with the pulse with stimulation rate and changing the pulse phase as well to accommodate more electrodes and more stimulation for giving a serviceable hearing. Next one. These are some tips for the neural response telemetry, especially for the intra-op and the post-op. Next one, please. Intra-op and advanced NRT. Usually the auto NRT is already, it's automatically done by the custom sound EP software in Cochlear and Soundwave in AB. Scenarios or situations where you don't get an auto NRT, so we need to optimize the different parameters, especially the gain, the delay of the stimulus and recording to get the desired NRT responses. So when do you need to optimize gain? Unclear responses, lack of responses. If possible, after optimizing gain, 60 dB gain, 40 dB gain requires additional sweeps to recover waveforms, also closer to the noise floor of the amplifier. So why we do adjust to amplify response to more clearly see or more measure it. So see or measure it. Then gain optimization is done again because of the same reason. So you can set the time between the end of the probe stimulus and the start of the recording, preventing the stimulus artifact from the saturating measurement amplifier. Next one, please. Voltage compliance limits reached on electrodes. So this could also be due to, this could also be the reason why where we need to do alter the parameters to look in for the intra-op NRTs. By you can reduce by reducing the rate of stimulation from 35 to 20 to 10. Though it might take time, but if it is meaningful, it's better to try it at intra-op. Because at times it does help the surgeon to decide on whether the orientation of the electrode, especially the half-band electrode, the orientation of the insertion is okay or not. Next one, please. So intra-op, again, changing the recording electrode by increasing the distance between the recording and the stimulating electrode. Sometimes you might get the good responses, which is again a good sign for the good insertion. Next one. So here again, post-op advanced NRT, we might face up some unusual scenarios. So those time we need to optimize gain again, optimize delay. This is similar to what we have seen in the intra-op. So maybe a little bit differently as and when, as per the situation arises. The next one. Okay, so this is what to reduce the loudness perception to the patient. If the patient has a sensitivity to loudness with the increasing current level, there are several options. Decrease the current level of the masker. Reduce the rate of stimulation. This is since we are doing post-op, so the patient is awake, so he might feel uncomfortable while recording, especially kids. So these are the things which needs to be kept in mind while doing it. And widen the pulse width and do not go beyond 50. Next one. So this is again similar to what we have seen in the intra-op. The same thing can be tried, provided that it is comfortable for the patient. The next one. Next slide, please. Okay. Here I'm just talking about, going to talk about few interesting scenarios where I faced with, and so this is during the intra-op, the case 1, 4 years old congenital profound loss, the normal CTMR. But though the CTMR was normal, the cochleostomy was difficult and took little more time than the usual surgery time. Full insertion of time. But when we recorded impedance, monopolar one, it was open across all electrodes, despite putting saline and replacing the electrode in a different area under the temporalis muscle. Still, we couldn't get the MP1. So because of that, since the nucleus software uses all the electrode testing modalities, we could not get auto-NRT. The surgeon and the team was skeptical about the electrode insertion. But since X-ray was normal, so we were patient and we waited, and during post-op, we tried advanced NRT in Intra with altering the mode of stimulation. From MP1, we used common ground on MP1, the bipolar one for recording NRT, and we got it. As well as in post-op, we saw that MP1 electrode came back to the normal impedance level. Okay, the next one. So this is again another interesting case, 5 years old. CSF leak, open circuit across all mode. Everything was perfect. The reason for this absent impedance and NRT could be possible dried out cochlea. So we again, based on the X-ray, waited and did the post-op impedances, and NRT were normal. Next one. This is again 3 years old congenital profound loss, normal CT, full insertion, absent NRT. This was again half band electrode used. So due to the wrong orientation of the insertion, the half band, the NRT was absent. So reinsertion was done and NRT was recovered. Next one. Here, this is a case of bilateral profound loss. This is during switch on. Since it's a CND case, we expected a absent NRT, but the high C levels and reduced headroom due to voltage complaints was noted, and the pulse width increased, rate reduced, and this is how the switch on was managed, and the map was given to the patient. Next one. Okay, so this is these two cases, at least the actually follow-up situation. Case A and B had pain pain after 6 months of switch on. No sign of inflammation, X-ray modified normal, impedance normal, integrity test normal, except for case 2 where 2 electrodes were leaking, and there was a current leakage in 2 electrodes. But despite switching up 2 electrodes, did not relieve the pain. The next one. So the reason what we found for these 2 cases, after 6 months of implant, there could be a possible repair and regeneration of tympanic plexus, which was injured during surgery. So to confirm the same, injection of local anesthesia was given to the tympanic plexus now, and they were put on with the same map for half a day, and they could use it without any pain. So based on that, the tympanic neurectomy was conducted, and both are successfully using their devices for the past 8 years. Next one, yeah. So this particular case we have actually published, and this is the article reference. Next one, please. And this is again follow-up case 2, older prelingual, no intra or post-op issues, normal impedance. But since switch on, the patient had reported poor sound quality. So post-op X-ray showed kinking of a control electrode, and despite many of mapping changes, the quality didn't actually improve. So re-implantation was done after explantation, and the problem seems to be okay now. Next one. This is again a case of degraded sound and pain, B-type tympanogram, high impedances, no NRTs. When we did a tympanogram, we found middle ear and it was treated with antibiotic. After recovery, we could hear that the impedance and NRT were normal. The next one, please. So this is another interesting scenario where the 6 years old child implanted at the age of 3 years. Mother reported regression of hearing after getting a good outcome. So no intra or post-op objective measurement issues, X-ray normal. So increased C, the reason what we found was increased C levels in every mapping session by different audiologists across many centers. So this is the reason why the map got, so C levels reduced and the hearing optimized after a few months. Next one. So this is the last slide. So why do we need to do many mapping sessions? To check your device, optimize hearing, provide updates, software updates, equipment updates, answer questions, and evaluate performance. Thank you. Sorry, ma'am, I've taken a little more time actually.
Okay, I think you got carried away, but you had very nice slides. You have wonderful slides on anatomy and this, and great case presentations. That was very, very, very interesting.
Okay, though I had many cases, but actually I restricted, and after you spoke to me, again restricted further.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. But you put the best ones here. That's good. Yeah.
Sure.
So in the interest of time, we will forward the questions to your email.
Sure.
All right, done. But what you said is very nice, very nice. But we now have, so we'll end this session, but Mr. Kannan is now going to be in the next session also.
So, yeah, so should I remain the same? Okay.
Yeah, you can remain, you remain here.
Yeah.
So Ms. Fatima Jagmat will join you. E-posters, I hope you are ready.
So, Madam, for e-posters now I'll start allowing all the...
Yes, allow. Only Dulase is finished both in the morning. You can start from Kirtana. Okay. So Kirtana, has Ms. Fatima Jagmat joined?
She,
is she there?
One second, it will show. I have allowed her also inside.
You allowed her, no? Yeah, sorry. Professor Atul Lawrence, we're running half an hour late, so we will call you in. Fatima, you've joined, yeah. So just to remind all the participants that you get on.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Yeah. So please start. Kirtana, are you there? Can you be put on your video, please, Kirtana?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, Kirtana.
Hello, sir.
Kirtana, answer to the point, no store. Okay. All right. General instructions.
Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah.
Hi, Kirtana. Can I ask you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what made you to develop this material in Tamil?
Okay, sir. So actually, we had many situations wherein we had to help parents to troubleshoot, and they had to approach audiologists and applications regularly, even during this COVID times, and it was difficult. So we thought materials like this would help them to self-learn, and they could be more confident in handling the device when it is more available in the regional languages.
Okay. Is it meant for all patients or only the funded patient?
No, sir. It's meant for all patients, but then I have developed only 3 companies and specific models. So those patients alone would be can use those video materials.
Okay. So is it available for everybody?
Yes, sir. It's available in YouTube.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Ma'am, you can ask questions if you have.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm hearing a lot of echo. The questions are getting repeated and the answers are getting repeated. See, it's still playing.
Okay. Are you into another login? another device log in with the session of others?
No, sir, I'm not in any other session. I'm only there in this.
Yeah, for me also it's okay.
Okay, even I'm there. Now it's better.
Okay.
You can just reduce the speaker's volume maybe, then probably it's a little better.
See.
Now is it okay, sir?
This is what
Yeah,
I
for me it's
spoke a
okay.
little while ago. No, no.
Hello, is it okay now, ma'am? Or still echoing?
Yeah. Now I think it's the echo has stopped, hopefully. So see, it's still picking up the thing, late. Hello, can you hear me, Kirtana, now?
Yes, ma'am, I'm able to hear you.
Okay, okay. So yeah, it was still. Can you all hear the echo? Only I'm hearing it.
No, it's okay for me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's fine for me as well.
Just let me check. One sec.
Okay, ma'am.
Kritika, done?
No, ma'am, there is some issue with.
Let me stop. We'll go to the next person because
now I think
no.
this would be better. Yeah.
No. We'll go to the next person if Kritika is not there.
No, she's there.
She's there, ma'am. She's
no,
there.
if what I mean is okay, then we'll finish because
just
only
2 minutes.
Of time.
Yeah, Kirtana, it was a nice study, and as I said, and Kanan asked, you did it only in Tamil. Do you think doing it in other languages? And then how long did you take to make this audio-visual video? Available?
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, we require more in regional languages, at least the major regional languages, so the parents can access it and use it to develop their knowledge. And in case of time, I took approximately 2 weeks to create one video. So because first of all, I had parents that cooperated with me to take the video as well, and my department faculties who helped me take the video quickly, edit it and publish it as well. So that's why I took around 2 weeks to make one video. So approximately 1.5 months I complete.
Okay. Thank you, Kirtana.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Loknath Sahu, right.
Yes, Loknath. Hello. So your paper is on programming of speech processors using the Smart Sound IQ. So did you consider using the forward focus feature in the N7 recipients?
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Actually, ma'am, we have considered total all are initially implanted and 7 in 16 to N6 and 19 to N7, and we have assessed their performance in compared to the earlier provided speech processor, and we have used 3 scales: CAP and SIR. Then we have done the speech audiometry to trace out the speech discrimination score. And we have seen during the COVID pandemic, the children are forced to use digital media for their classes. And because of the direct streaming of signal in a facility available in Smart Sound IQ system in N7, the children are doing and performing better in compared to the earlier days.
Okay. And what was the age group of the children of their study?
Ma'am, all are between 10 to 15 because during early childhood they were provided with a sprint, then they have been considered for upgradation.
Kannan?
So nothing to ask, ma'am. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good
Dr.
afternoon.
Praveen here.
Okay, do we have Sejal Kasera?
Yeah, instead of Sejal, Praveen is here because Sejal is not live member, so I am presenting.
Okay, Dr. Praveen. Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
So,
Dr. Praveen. Yeah.
Again, were the children with normal radiology selected for your study?
Yes, I mean, all these participants, what we have reflected in our study, these 30 children, they were anatomically having normal radiology. We have not taken into consideration the abnormal anomalies cases.
Okay.
So, yes, madam, please.
And did you all ever see any fluctuations in impedance when the child reported sick or was on some medication? I mean, what influence on the impedance measurements?
Madam, here in this particular sample, this is one particular section of the larger data samples of the project. So where we are looking at the other domains as well. But in this particular study, we were just trying to see within a year, because as per CIGI guidelines and globally also within a year, we ask them to come every 3 months for the follow-up unless there is some hiccups in between. So what we could able to see that within a month, because of the changes in the cochlear structures while doing an surgery and dust particles, dust bone and all that, there is a changes which is very rapid in the first 1 month or up to the 3 months, and later on there is a better stabilization of the mapping. So even impedance, the fluctuation was slightly higher in the initial stages, the first 2 map, but later on impedance was fair enough.
So
okay, actually,
in the study, you did not see any fluctuation?
No, not much.
Ma'am, actually, I'm not seeing his knee posture in my scoring grid. So what is the topic actually?
This is
It's under Sejal. Kannan, it's under Sejal.
Sejal, even that name is not there.
Saturation of map parameters in children with cochlear implants, the effect of time since implantation and age.
So I've been asked to put it under Pachayappan. So, okay.
No.
So your name, please?
Dr. Praveen here.
Okay. Thank you. So I got the mail to change the name into Pachayappan.
Yes.
So that's why I couldn't find. Okay. That was nice, Dr. Praveen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have, thank you, Dr. Praveen. Do we have Yash Shrimal? Yash Shrimal, can you unmute?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yash Shrimal, I think do you have 2 e-posters?
Yeah, I have 2.
Yeah, okay. Can you take one of the titles name so that judges can talk to you?
Yeah, so first one is Nuclear Smart Application, a review of its usage and feature by recipients.
Okay. So what made you to do this particular study?
Yeah, so basically I wanted to do this because as we know, this app is like a very game changer when it came for Cancer 2 and N7 user. Many parents like the idea that they can see the like they can track the speech hours of the child, and they can for the direct streaming they can use this app with the connectivity of phone. So it was a very game changing thing. But the thing which I observed is many parents, after getting the N7 and Cancer 2 users, spending so much of lakhs, but they are not actually using the application. So I wanted to find out that how many of them actually knew about all the features, what the app offers, and how much are they taking use of it. So through my study, I observed that like 80% of the population used the app, but they actually didn't know about all the features. So on that point, I thought that there should be another counseling session after the switch on, maybe after some days when the parents are settled down and they're accepted that, okay, this has happened, the child is hearing right now, then maybe these things should be planned later on, because on the first day, it's very much to acquire for the parents, I think.
Okay, nice.
I don't have anything to answer. The study was very self-explanatory, and he's mentioned why he wanted to develop this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yash, can you read out your second title as well?
Yeah. So the second title is Study on 5 Years Autocaustic Emission Data with Follow-up Protocol in a Tertiary Hospital Setup.
Yes, when you all were conducting the OAEs, who was conducting and how did you all train? Were there, the paramedical staff? What was it? The nursing staff?
No, so it was a audiologist only, but the main audiologist was the supervision for the supervision part. The other audiologist was a junior who was conducting the OAE regularly.
And did you all always get quiet rooms, quiet setups to?
No.
So how did you all take into account the noise factor?
Yeah. So basically, this study include both NICU patients and the well baby nursery patients. So for the initial years, as you can see in the graph also, before 2015 until 2015, we had a high referral rate. And when we followed up with them after 3 and 6 months and 9 months, so we got that it was a very high percentage of false positive rate. Then we accounted for all the things, all the measures, what we could acquire, that maybe the training was lacking, maybe the professional use needs to be trained well. The noise, we took care of the noise management thing. The NICU OE were coming out very much referred because there was a lot of noise inside. Then we spoke with the hospital people, and we installed one noise meter also there to lower down the all NICU noises, and we usually used to switch off the beeps in the NICU when we were conducting the OE. So then we observed, after doing all these steps and conducting all these steps, we in 2016, 17, 18, and 19, then we saw that false positive rate has gone it has seen a way drastic change. So it was initially it was 9.9% of the total population. Then it came down to 1 or 2% only in the after years, the false positive rate.
Okay. And after the tests, when the OAEs were conducted, did you hand over some follow-up literature to the families? Because you did a sizable number of OAEs.
Yeah. So we handed over the hearing and language milestone checklist, which talks about the sound awareness of the child from birth to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, 6 to 9 months. And we explain what to look for in the child's behavior. And then we followed up with them on the call after 3 months, then 6 months, and then 12 months in all the 5 years. So even if we were missing out, or even if the baby is referred, that came out to be passed on the follow-up calls. If the parents can come for the rescreening, we definitely preferred that. But if they didn't come, we followed up through them through the checklist.
Okay.
That's all, ma'am. I have nothing to ask. So I think we have covered up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
you
Yash.
so much.
Okay, thank you, Yash. Thanks. Thank you, Kannan, and thank you, Fatima, for
Thank you, Apurva.
Thank you, Apurva.
Whom should we mail this actually?
We will contact you, Kannan and Fatima.
Okay.
We'll get in touch with
Okay,
you.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Thank you again. With
Thanks
that,
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay, so we now come to the next section or the proceedings of the afternoon, which is the invited lectures. There is a slight change in the order of these lectures. We're going to be starting with the electroacoustic stimulation lecture by Dr. Arthur Lawrence. Satish, can I have the chairperson Nivita's slide, please? I can introduce her.
Just give us a minute's time.
Sure, Prashant.
Yeah, Purva, you can start.
Can I have Nivita's slide, please? Yeah. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Nivita, the chairperson of this session for this invited lecture. Nivita is the chief audiologist and director of Spear Speech and Hearing Clinic, New Delhi. She's a cochlear implant audiologist at Apollo Hospitals, New Delhi, and also the secretary and treasurer for I Can Hear Foundation. She has over 24 years of experience and is a very popular face in India when it comes to cochlear implants and audiology. She got her CI and ABI training from UK, Melbourne, and Sydney. She runs a chain of clinics and has set up various audiology clinics across India. And she has given numerous presentations, has been on the guest invited faculty, and has received many best paper awards. I welcome Nivita. Nivita, please take over.
Thank you, Apurva. Thank you for the great introduction. Can I have Dr. Arthur's slide for? Yeah, thank you so much. It gives me immense pleasure to chair this session. I've been involved with the EAS World Cafe as well. So welcome back, Dr. Arthur. And it's a pleasure for me to introduce you again to everyone. Dr. Professor Arthur Lawrence he's from the Department of Auditory Implants and Perception at the Institute of Physiology and Pathology of Hearing, Warsaw, Poland. Professor Arthur Lawrence is the head of the Implant and Auditory Perception Department in the Institute of Physiology and Pathology in Hearing, Warsaw. His scientific interests focus in the field of application of Cochlear Implant System, Psychoacoustics, and Auditory Perception Modeling, member of the Polish Scientific Association of the Hearing and Communication Disorders, the American Auditory Society, the International Society of Audiology, the European Society for Artificial Organs, the European Academy of Otology and Neurotology. Scientist in charge of the Hearing Treat Markeri EU project, main executor of the 5 projects of the Polish State Committee for Scientific Research. Welcome, Professor Arthur. It will be a pleasure to listen to your talk again.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. Please let me at the beginning to express that I am really honored and I'm so happy that I have this wonderful opportunity to share our experience we gain from our clinical and also scientific work, what we actually are doing in World Hearing Center at the Institute of Physiology and Pathology of Hearing in Kajetany near Warsaw in Poland. Always it was for me a trip of a dream when I had this opportunity to visit India. Nowadays we are doing this online, but I am really hoping that in the near future the opportunity to visit your beautiful country will actually arise and will be back. So I'm looking forward for this as well. Now please let me share my slides. I'm going to talk about the electric acoustic stimulation and the first part of the talk is the introduction. I'd like to just introduce this concept, but in the second, I will concentrate a little bit of clinical relevant issues, and I choose feeding as the most interesting and quite intriguing still part of the clinical procedure. So I will talk about how to optimize electroacoustic feeding. Let me start with historical slides, but before that, when I talk about our beginning, I just would like to mention that now we actually establish one of the biggest cochlear implant and auditory implant program at the world because we reached the numbers like 10,000 implantees in the total number. But we started in 1992, and from the perspective of criteria for CI, we started as all others with implanting individuals with profound deafness. If we are looking at pure tone average from the 125 to 150 and 500 hertz, we can see that this average are larger than 100 dB usually. But what was happening after 10 years, there was extension of criteria. We learned that deaf patients with no even sound awareness with hearing aids, they perform very well. They have outstanding outcomes. So we started to implant patients with residual hearing with limited benefit out of a hearing aid, because the performance in a CI outperform what they had from the conventional amplification system, conventional hearing aids. And you can see from the slides that this residual thresholds, the average could be like 60 dB after 2000. But what happened in 2002 was actually our milestone in the application of electric acoustic hearing, in application of EAS, because patients with this type of a hearing loss with a normal low frequency hearing was implanted, and Professor Skarżyński preserved this hearing, so we could combine the acoustic normal hearing in low frequency with electric hearing, with the hearing from the CI. We actually propose qualification criteria based on audiogram, and the EAS group is the group when we use amplification. But of course, there are another groups when we can combine electric and acoustic hearing, because if the threshold is in a normal range and this threshold is beautifully preserved, we can actually combine natural low frequency hearing with electric stimulation. We don't need to use a special amplification processor, so-called the EAS processor, because patient can utilize the natural low frequency hearing. So please remember that this is also the group when we don't need to use EAS system, but these patients can also benefit from electric acoustic stimulation. What I am going to actually concentrate in the second part is the classical EAS group. So patients, when we use the amplification, because there is a shift in threshold, there is a hearing loss in low frequency, but this hearing loss could be targeted, addressed by acoustic part of speech processor. And this is from the point of individual audiograms. Again, the red one, this is the classical group for using the special processor, which is called the hybrid or EAS speech processor. And the green one is also when we can, of course, combine electric acoustic hearing, but we don't need to use a special processor. We don't need to use amplification because we can combine natural low frequency with electric hearing. And this is actually the concept why we are trying to do that. I prepared 3 pictures. These pictures represent the number of pixels, the number of information available. If the electric stimulation has limitation, and this is just an example, you can gain 50% of word discrimination in CNC word test. So there are definitely some information missing, and you put a little bit of low frequency hearing, amplified or no amplified, when the discrimination with the hearing aid only, so acoustic only condition is, as an example, 10% CNC words, you can actually gain, and we really observed in such an individual, something which we call the synergistic effect. This is not a summation effect, it's not 50% plus 10%, 60%, but this is a true synergistic effect. So in EAS condition, in the condition where these 2 modalities are presented to the one ear in the same time, we can gain much more than the sum of 2 stimuli. We can gain 90% of a speech discrimination. So in some cases, this benefit is really huge, and especially presented in a difficult situation like in a noise. So from the scientific point of view, the explanation from this synergistic phenomena of EAS is actually threefolded. because we can say that low frequency hearing has better frequency resolution. And most important, there is a fine structure information presented without modification in the low frequency range. And this is what is so difficult to convey electrically, even using the newest speech coding strategies like fine structure, which can help to some extent, but low frequency, natural low frequency are much richer, there's much more representation of fine structure of the signal. And the third is that this actually leads to represent the fundamental structure of the voice, which is so important for streaming segregation, that in a cocktail party effect, for example, we can concentrate on one stream and one voice, speaker voice, and ignore other speakers, other voices when we only want to actually communicate with one person. So this is really of great benefit for our patients, because if there is a lack of fine structure, there is a lack of possibility to discriminate, because there is not enough details in the acoustic actually object. Here you can see the visual object with no fine structure. If the fine structure is present, you can discriminate because you have an access to detailed structure of the object, and you can discriminate from the other object. You can actually identify this object. So definitely fine structure helps with speech discrimination. In 2008, we already published the outcomes of this strategy of combining electric and acoustic hearing in 1 year, and we used at that time a first processor commercially available, which is called Duet processor from Medel company. And we, of course, now are using all modern technology, because there is a big progress in designing of this type of processor. We publish, this is one of an example about the new speech processor when fully combined electric acoustic stimulation. We publish results of upgrade to the new technology. But what is the most important is that we are definitely sure that this a synergistic effect is present, and looking at the average result, this is a little bit complicated slide, but I will try slowly to explain what we can see here. We have actually 3 groups. We compare between groups, and one control groups are patients with no residual hearing, and the second group is the individuals with normal hearing. And we tested in quiet condition and in a different signal to noise ratio. So just to concentrate of patients with no residual hearing, so traditional one, on average in quiet they score almost 70%, but in 10 dB signal to noise ratio around 30%. The norms need -10 signal to noise ratio to score around 30%. And of course, in quiet and in 10%, they score 100%. So they are absolute correct. But if we see our group of partial deafened patients with preserved hearing, and when we use the electric acoustic stimulation, we can see that they are outperform traditional group, because in 10% signal to noise ratio, they score almost 80%, instead around 30%, and in quiet 90% instead of around 70%. but they still not so perfect as an individual with normal hearing, because they drop to 30% in a zero SNO, not -10 like normal hearing. So this was a very important study for us, because we were sure that adults can benefit, and we are also quite happy and because we learned from adult population from the first case implanted in 2002. So the first child was implanted with 2 years delay, actually, in 2004. And we also published on a hearing preservation in children, and also about the electric acoustic stimulation in children. I would like to make a strong point here that this technology, this idea, this concept of combining acoustic and electric hearing in 1 year, and because of a possibility of preserving low frequency, is not only applied in adults, but we also can help children with residual hearing in the same way as an adults. So now let's move to the second part of the speech. So I will try to share our experience how to optimize the fitting of a speech processor, mainly this EAS speech processor, when we can now amplify low frequency, and we can also use electric part, and we can change both. We can actually do the fitting of acoustic part and electric part. So in terms of acoustic part, usually the prescriptive fitting strategy are used to determine the gain and maximum power output of hearing aid portion of the device. So this is actually quite similar to what we are using if we are just fitting hearing aid. But what is different is that we actually can select the cutoff frequency for acoustic amplification. I'm not going to actually talk a lot of this, but for if you have a patient with a profound profound high frequency hearing loss, the concept is that we don't need actually to amplify too much high frequency part. So we can actually reduce the frequency range of this acoustic part, because the high frequency part are to be audible by CI, by programming CI part, because we need to remember that these two acoustic and electric part are in the same speech processor. So please remember not to amplify too much high frequency part, because it is not beneficial. That could be a lot of distortion, that could be a lot of actually feedback, whistling. So we don't need to do that, because what we want to do is to combine acoustic and electric hearing. So the high frequency could be audible by just CI. So the third important issue is to decide of the frequency range over which electric stimulation will be allocated, especially the electric cutoff from the low frequency part. So let's talk about this electric frequency, and we can actually think about the three situation that can arise when selecting the lower limit of electric frequency range. We call this crossover frequency, this lower limit. So it can be below at or above the frequency up to which acoustic hearing is maintained. So the three situations arise. Below, so we are talking about stimulus overlap. We can have a midpoint. So this is at this frequency acoustic hearing is up to. So this would be called the meeting condition or minimal overlap. And if there is above, so there is a gap between acoustic part and electric hearing, acoustic hearing and electric hearing. So we call this no overlap with a gap. All right, so let's talk about the meeting condition, which is the most popular, which is used nowadays. So the non-overlap condition with a gap between electric and acoustic hearing usually results from an attempt to minimize the mismatch between the position of the most apical electron and the frequency assigned. Because this is also important that if we talk about EAS, we need to also consider the depth of insertion. Usually we are using short electrode comparing to what we can use with patients with complete deafness. And by short electrode, I think the electrodes which are on the range of 24 millimeters, not very, very short, as it was tried at the beginning in US, and it was called the hybrid or hybrid L concept. But the long electrode could be like a 30 millimeters. So if there is 20 millimeters insertion, that the position of the electrode is of course not so apical. So that could be the mismatch between the frequency of stimulation and frequency when we program in the speech processor. I will talk about that a little bit later, but just see this meeting condition. So this is the when we have the actually this point when these two hearing are just one, and we tried the another one is just follow the first one. So the first is of course the acoustic stimulation. Electric stimulation is going to follow the acoustic stimulation. So this crossover frequency for electric stimulation is matched by the upper edge of acoustic amplification. And you can see this on this slide. And this is how we can actually learn this frequency, this meeting point from the audiogram. We can actually establish some rules like 50 dB, 65 dB, or 80 dB threshold from the audiogram. Let's talk about the 65 dB actually rule, which is very popular now. So from the 65, we can actually read the frequency like here on this example, it is going to be something like 70 Hertz to start the electric hearing. And how we are doing this, the practical way, of course, if there is another idea, like 50, 80, this frequency is going to be a little bit smaller on the larger, but just concentrate on the 65 dB, which is the most common. So this is what we actually have on the screen of Maestro's system. This is automatically done by the software. So this meeting point here is actually calculated automatically by software. In this example, is going to be more than 1000 Hertz. And here we can see that from the 1000 Hertz, the allocation of these filters are calculated. So this is the acoustic part, and below 1000 Hertz, it's electric part. And in the other system, the Cochlear system, we can also have the same strategy, the same rule, and we can program the acoustic part and electric part using this mid condition. So you see, this is the acoustic part visible on the screen, and this is electric portion. And in AB system, exactly the acoustic cutoff is calculated in the same way. So all this system actually are quite similar in terms of this concept. But now let me talk a little bit about the overlap condition, which is quite interesting when we can start acoustic, when we can start electric stimulation from actually the lowest frequency. Like this is the example of a Medell system. We can start from a 70 hertz. This overlap, complete overlap, means that electric stimulation will be overlapping to the acoustic stimulation. And from the literature, it's quite interesting, but because there is a couple of papers indicating that there is no negative impact of stimulus overlap in many patients. Interestingly, that for example, recognition of spondees in the noise was significant, could be, on the other hand, better in the mid condition. However, you can see that this actually paper, Karsten et al. 2013, referred to very, very shallow insertion, 10 millimeters. So this is exactly what we need to take into account, because the overlap condition seems to work, but only when we consider additional factor like type of the electrode, size of the cochlea, amount of preservation, because we can actually see that if we have, like here at this picture and this example, like soft electrodes, 28 millimeters, deeply inserted in the cochlea, the overlap condition in terms of a frequency means also overlap in terms of a place of stimulation, which is so important, because if we have a shallower insertion, we have a shorter electrode, we can see that if we program electrically, let's say 70 hertz, we still stimulate for the 70 hertz the region which is actually in the cochlea position at the 800 or the 800 here at this example hertz characteristic frequency. So this is this mismatch I was talking about when I tried to explain the non-overlap condition. But acoustic stimulation for the 70 hertz is of course much deeper in the cochlea, much closer to the apex. So talking about the overlap, I am advised to actually look into the depth of insertion, and if there is a deep insertion, like 28 millimeters with hearing preservation, this overlap condition can be, of course, used. So here is the summary of this concept: overlap in place and also in frequency for a deep electrode insertion, but there can be non-overlap in place with shallow electrodes. So this can actually hinder or actually make our speech results less beneficial. I mean, that could actually impart this benefit when we use overlap with an idea with too shallow insertion. So Again, for a deeper insertion, EIS can work with this overlap condition very well. So here you have overlap in place of stimulation between electric and acoustic stimulation when there is a deeper insertion, and non-overlap when it is a shallow insertion, non-overlap in place. But the condition is actually called overlapping frequencies. So hearing preservation is very important as a factor. We need to preserve even with a deep electrode insertion. And here is a paper when we show that. And there is also a work from Kansas University. So talking about this place overlap, we can program it. Here is a situation when we do that in a medal system. And also, we need actually to be even more accurate. We can position of electrodes obtained from the CT. We can actually do some modeling of the position of the electrode, and we can have a much more accurate estimate which electrodes are in the range of acoustic hearing. This work was also published. I did that work with Dr. Marek Polak. Using this tool, like an Excel sheet tool, we can actually very precisely predict what number of electrodes, like this example, 1, 2, 3 electrodes are in the acoustic region. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Hear you, Nivita. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Arthur. It was a great talk. May I ask you questions?
Of course.
Yeah, in your PDT study that you talked about 4 groups, you had one EAS and ES categories, and you also had ENS categories and EC category. Can you elaborate the difference between the ENS and EC category?
Of course. Thank you for this question. This is like a little bit of our development and progress in hearing preservation. What was eventually actually reached in a competence of hearing preservation, because the group electric complement, the EC group, was actually our first patients implanted in 2002, when there was a normal hearing up to 500 Hertz. But Professor Skarżyński, gaining the confidence with his technique of a round window approach, he introduced probably as a first surgeon in this time around 2000, he actually decided to preserve hearing even when the hearing is normal in the range of up to 1,500. So to actually show that patients with really good hearing, which are stopped at the point of 1,500 and even 2,000 Hertz could benefit, he proposed the group electric natural stimulation. Natural stimulation in low frequency means that the low frequency is close to the normal range, so the threshold is around 220 dB, but it could be up to 2,000 Hertz. And next, there is a very steep sloping audiogram, so we need to provide audibility for a high frequency using CI. So the electric natural group means the best low frequency. Electric complement means that this normal hearing is up to 500 Hertz. So it's still a very good low frequency hearing, but in a electric natural stimulation group, this could be up to 2000 Hertz.
Thank you, Dr. Arthur. And sequel to this, I'm very curious to know which electrode array was used for such beautiful preservation, because long electrode array and lateral wall electrode array. So it's really, if you can highlight.
This is nowadays the decision is actually multidimensional and based on several factors, because we learn from the tools like Autoplan that we can actually also take into the account the size of a cochlea, not only the range of acoustic hearing, but also the size of the cochlea. If the cochlea is so small and the range of acoustic hearing is wide, of course, we would advocate, we would actually go for not so deep insertion, like 28 millimeters, for example, but as reduced usually to 24 millimeters. So basically, when this range is so extremely wide, up to 2000, usually 20 so-called the EAS 24 electrode or Flex 24 electrode is used, or the equivalent of this type of electrode. But if there is less low frequency hearing, and the size of cochlea allow what Professor Skarżyński is filling, the most useful electrode is a little bit reduced, so not a 30 millimeters electrode, but 28 millimeters. And Medel is providing this type of electrode, which is called the Flex 28, which has great advantage, because if it is hearing preservation surgery, and so I actually presented a paper when we document that this is possible to preserve using the 28 millimeter deep insertion, you have a quite nice cochlea coverage. So even if there is a reduced of low frequency hearing in time, because we can think about some progression in low frequency hearing, the electrode is enough deeply located that we can actually deliver the information using only electric stimulation in cases when in the long run, the low frequency hearing would deteriorate.
Thank you, Professor Arthur. It was really nice again interacting with you and learning always, as usual. Thank you so much for a wonderful talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I thank Professor Lawrence. That was a great talk and great learning. And I thank Nivita Narayan for being the chairperson. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
We will now begin the next. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We'll now begin the next session with Mr. Dr. Munjal being the chairperson. Dr. Munjal works in PGI Chandigarh. He's the additional professor in charge of the speech and hearing in the Department of Otolaryngology. He is interested in auditory electrophysiology, cochlear implants, tinnitus, and ANST. He has 30 years of experience, has got many awards as best paper and lots of publications. He served as an external examiner for many universities. Dr. Munjal, I request you to take over.
Thank you, ma'am, for the nice introduction. Can I have a next slide for Dr. Helen? Yeah, welcome, Dr. Helen. Dr. Helen Cullington is a professor, is an audiologist at the University of Southampton Auditory Implant Service in the United Kingdom. She is captivated by the cochlear implants and the use of technology to improve people's life. Professor Helen has worked for 28 years in 6 cochlear implant centers around the world and completed PhD at University of California. She is the chair of the British Cochlear Implant Group. Welcome, Dr. Helen, and over to you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you so much for inviting me to speak at the meeting. You have put together such an amazing and varied meeting. It's such an honor to be here. And like Professor Lorenz, I feel sad not to be with you in person, but hopefully in the future. I did come to CIGICON in, I think, 2012 in Ahmedabad, and it was an absolutely fantastic conference that I gained such a lot from. So thank you again so much for inviting me. I'm going to put my slides up. Are the slides up okay, Dr. Manjar?
Yeah, we can see them.
Okay, yes, we can see.
Brilliant, thank you. So my name's Helen Cullington, and thank you for the introduction. I am an audiologist at the University of Southampton in the UK, and I'm also chair of the British Cochlear Implant Group. My co-author for this presentation is Dr. Anne-Marie Dickinson. She is also an audiologist, and she is from the north of England, Salford Care Organisation, which is part of the Northern Care Alliance. And she is founder of the BAA, which is British Academy of Audiology, BCIG CI Champion scheme. And I'm going to tell you more about that as we go on. I want to just say thank you to Cochlear, who initially funded the development of the audit tool that I'm going to talk about in this presentation. So my presentation is all about how can we increase access and awareness of cochlear implants. And I think it's something that so many of us struggle with, and so many of us want to improve on. So I'm going to talk about an audit that we're beginning to look at audiology centres across the UK and look how much they're referring adults for cochlear implants at the moment and how we can improve that. Just to acknowledge my co-authors here, when we started doing this project, we had a pilot group of audiology centres across the United Kingdom who helped develop the audit tool and have also kindly shared their data with us. So why did we want to do this project? Why did we want to look to improve referral for cochlear implants? So in the United Kingdom, as you know, we have the National Health Service, which is a national healthcare system through which cochlear implants are funded. And we have NHS criteria for cochlear implants, which we need to adhere to. So the NHS have set audiometric criteria for adults and children who can receive a cochlear implant. As cochlear implants have improved over the years, those criteria have changed a couple of times. And in March 2019, the criteria were extended in the UK. There's a link here if you want to look them up. But basically, the audiometric criteria changed to 80 dB at 2 or more frequencies from 500, 1, 2, 3, or 4 kilohertz. So we were expecting from that the number of adults and children referred for cochlear implants would significantly increase. Now, in the United Kingdom, as in, I think, most countries, the uptake of cochlear implants in adults remains really low. So I think we feel that in the UK, families of children and children who want to receive a cochlear implant, we do have good coverage and good uptake of cochlear implants. But in terms of adults, in common with most countries, there's a very low percentage of adults who have received a cochlear implant. The figure is around 5 to 7% of adults in the UK who could benefit from a cochlear implant are currently using a cochlear implant. And this is despite so many benefits, of course, being shown from cochlear implants, both for the patient as an individual, but also societal benefits and economic benefits. And I'm sure you're familiar with Sue Archbold and her colleagues have done a lot of work looking at what are the societal benefits of cochlear implants, including their very important Spend to Save campaign. So this showed that by spending money on cochlear implants over the lifetime of children and adults, you save money in terms of employability and support and education needs for those patients. So despite all this, still a low number of adults are coming forward for cochlear implants in the UK. And what we feel from looking at the literature is that there are a number of patient and professional factors which are causing this problem with referrals. So in terms of professional factors, audiologists and other clinicians who are referring patients for implants perhaps don't have the confidence, they don't have the training to identify who could be a good cochlear implant candidate. And in terms of patients, perhaps the adult patients are fearful of surgery for a cochlear implant. They feel that it might not be the right thing for them. And perhaps they also feel unable or unwilling to travel. So this was the reason why we wanted to do this project. And so what did we do? So AuditBase is an audiology database system that is used by most of the audiology centres in the United Kingdom. So what we did was develop a report that could be run through AuditBase, and this would search out all the adults who audiometrically could benefit from a cochlear implant. So not looking at other factors with the adults, but just looking at, are there audiograms within NICE criteria for being referred for a cochlear implant? And what we wanted to know was, were these adults being offered a cochlear implant referral? Obviously, there's lots of reasons why adults may not want a cochlear implant, may not want a cochlear implant referral, but the important thing is that it is discussed with people and they're offered a referral. So we chose a 6-month period between July 2019 and January 2020. And we chose this period because it was after the new NICE guidance had come in, but also before the disruption caused by COVID. So in the 5 pilot clinics, we asked them to run the database report and identify all the adults that were audiometrically suitable for a cochlear implant. And then we asked the clinics to look at the output of this report and place the adults into a category, one of 5 categories, and we called these CI1 to CI5. So we wanted to know every patient whose audiogram was suitable for an implant referral, which category did they fall into? So CI1 was a patient who had already been referred to an NHS cochlear implant department. CI2 was a patient who was not referred because they were unsuitable at that present time for a referral. So maybe there was an anomaly in the data, maybe the audiogram showed that a BAHA or another solution would be more appropriate, or perhaps the patient was currently suffering from an acute illness or receiving end-of-life care. So CI2 was the patient was not suitable for an implant referral. CI3, cochlear implant was not referred, the patient was not referred for a cochlear implant, further assessment was required. So this might be that the patient needed another ENT appointment or another audiology appointment before they were referred. Maybe they needed their hearing aids to be optimized, or they needed a trial of an additional hearing aid, or maybe the audiogram was incomplete for whatever reason. Category CI4 was that the patient was not referred for a cochlear implant because they declined the referral. So for this category to be used, there needed to be a documented discussion in the patient's record that they had been offered a cochlear implant referral, but they had declined it. CI5 was that no cochlear implant discussion had been documented, or perhaps a future appointment had been made to, at that point, to talk about cochlear implants. And of course, CI patients, some of these patients may have already had a cochlear implant. So this was quite a lengthy task for the pilot clinics because it involved them going through the patient records, both paper records and medical database records, to look at all these people who audiometrically could benefit from an implant, to work out exactly what had happened. Was a cochlear implant mentioned or not? And by running this report for just that 6-month period, 727 adults were found at those 5 pilot clinics. So let's have a look at those adults and see what the situation was. So the sites where the audit took place, as I say, we had 5 sites across the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom is a small country, as you know, but there is still quite a lot of variation in terms of things like deprivation. So certainly there are some areas that are more deprived than other areas. And we used information from IMD to find this. So these are the 5 clinics. So one is Southend in the southeast of England, a rural clinic in the southwest of England in Devon, a city clinic in London, Manchester in the north of the country, Middlesbrough in the northeast. And we don't have full data yet for Manchester, so I'm only going to include the data from the other sites at the moment. So we looked at, as I say, we looked at the deprivation index. So we wanted to know how deprived an area was it that the patients were coming from. And we also looked at how far the audiology centre was from a cochlear implant team. So across the UK, we have around 20 cochlear implant centres that are treating adults. And we wanted to know what is the distance of this audiology department from the cochlear implant centre. So in 3 of our pilot clinics, they were on site with a cochlear implant centre, so the same hospital as a cochlear implant centre. The other 2 were distant from a cochlear implant centre, one 44 miles, one 91 miles. So I'm going to go through these results here. So what this graph shows is the percentage of adult patients in each category at each site. These are the 4 sites we have the data from: Southeast, Southwest, London, and Northwest. And these are the categories. So CI1, as you may remember, is that the patient was referred for a cochlear implant. CI2, not suitable. CI3, further assessment arranged. CI4, the patient declined an implant. CI5, the implant was not offered to the patient. So probably the first thing to see from this is, even in a small country like the UK, where we feel like we have good communication across the country, there's still a very significant proportion of adults in this CI5 category. So up to 50% of adults where there was no record that a cochlear implant referral had been offered. And this was very surprising for us to see, and it really showed us that much more work needed to be done. The next category to look at perhaps is this red category, which is where a cochlear implant referral was declined. So again, quite a range, so ranging from 12% to 23% of cases, the adult was offered a referral and they said that they didn't want it. The blue is cochlear implant referral was made. And look at this, it's a very small number at some centres, going up to a larger number at other centres. So as I say, this information is so useful for us in the UK, for us to see that we really need to do some work to make sure that people are being offered a cochlear implant referral. And of course, a cochlear implant is not for everybody. Lots of people don't want an implant for whatever reason. But what we want to document is that this conversation has happened and that adults are being told about cochlear implants and offered a referral. So looking at this next slide, this is where we look at whether a cochlear implant was offered or not offered. So joining together really the categories of referred and declined. So if the patient declines a referral, if they're referred for an implant, they were still offered the referral. And that is what is important to us, versus the CI5 category, where they were not offered a referral for a cochlear implant. So the 4 centres we have the data from, you can see, again, quite a big difference between the centres in terms of whether they were offered or not offered a cochlear implant referral. And what we want to do really is drill down a little bit and find out why this is happening and what we can do about it. So there's still a lot of adults where a cochlear implant referral is not offered. And why is this? Is it that we are or audiologists, as audiologists, we are making an assumption for the patient about whether they would want a cochlear implant or not. What we want to do is look at the trends really and see what is happening. So thinking about the red area here, which is where a referral was made and it was declined, what you can see is that at these two centres, the southeast and the northeast centre, you might see that the declined numbers is a little bit higher, and with the biggest effect, of course, at the southeast centre. And this is directly related, although we don't know whether it's causal, but related to higher deprivation. So could it be that patients in an area with higher deprivation don't have the right, don't have sufficient understanding, they don't have enough information, we haven't explained to them enough about what a cochlear implant could do, so they feel that they don't want a referral. How can we improve information at these centres? So something else we wanted to look at is age a factor in this decision? So what we've done here is grouped the 4 sites together, and we're looking at the blue category is CI1, patients referred for an implant. The red is declined a referral. The green is a referral wasn't offered. And what we can see is an increase in age here. So the younger adults are more likely to be offered and accept a referral for a cochlear implant. Those declining a referral are again a little bit older, and those where a cochlear implant is not talked about, they are older again. So are audiologists deciding not to offer older adults a referral? Do we have a preconceived idea that it might not be a good idea to refer them for cochlear implants? There's lots of work we need to do, much more we need to consider in terms of older adults. Also, why are the older adults declining a referral? Do they feel that the travel is too much for them? Do they feel they wouldn't be able to attend quite a lot of appointments at the cochlear implant? Do they perhaps feel that they're too old to get benefit from an implant? Do they feel cochlear implants are for children and young people? And sometimes I've actually heard adults say, I don't want to have a cochlear implant. I don't want to take that opportunity away from a younger person. And perhaps this is a public health, this is an NHS attitude. I'm not sure, but lots more work to be done here. Of course, we can't possibly generalize about older adults. The discussion needs to be had. Information needs to be given to all adults who may benefit from a cochlear implant. Looking at this graph here, this is looking at the 3 categories again: referred for an implant, declined a referral, implant referral was not offered. Looking at the hearing threshold at 500 hertz and at 4,000 hertz. And it's quite reassuring to see that we are still offering a cochlear implant, even when the hearing loss perhaps is, I mean, you can see here there's quite a range for 500 hertz, but it does suggest that people with a ski slope hearing loss are being identified as candidates and offered a cochlear implant. So that is good. But again, this is a pattern we want to look at a little bit more. It seems that those not offered a cochlear implant have slightly better hearing. And it may be that we need to investigate these adults a little bit more. It may be that the audiologist is making an assumption that they wouldn't get enough benefit from a cochlear implant. But again, we just need to know more about what's happening here. And of course, this is just looking at the audiometric data when in the UK, we also use a phoneme, a word recognition score. And this is just looking at the audiogram. So how are we doing so far? What further work do we need to do? So what we're seeing is that the proportion of adults who could benefit from a cochlear implants assessment varies a lot between just these 4 sites we've looked at, but those centres that are linked or in the same place as a cochlear implant team are more likely to refer people for a cochlear implant. And of course, that makes sense if you're working day to day, side by side with a cochlear implant team, you're likely to know more who could benefit from a cochlear implant. But this just shows us that much more work needs to be done in those audiology centres that are distant from a cochlear implant centre. We really don't want these geographic distances for patients. We don't want a postcode lottery where if you live a long way from a cochlear implant, you're less likely to be referred for an implant. So it's really useful for us to know this and know where we need to target our work. On average, across the 4 pilot clinics, 48% of eligible adults were offered a CI referral, but there is considerable inequality across just these 4 centres. We need to find out more about this and work on it. Those patients who declined, so those patients who said they didn't want a cochlear implant assessment, there was a lot of variation in this. And again, those patients who were seen in services not connected with an implant centre and in areas of higher deprivation, they were more likely to say no to a cochlear implant referral. So again, we need to work on better information in those centres. We really don't want these health inequalities, of course. Older adults were less likely to be offered a cochlear implant referral and more likely to decline a referral. What can we do to make the process easier for audiologists to refer older adults and for older adults to want to go ahead with a cochlear implant referral? Is the process just too arduous for them at the moment? What can we do to improve this? And to finish up, what we're thinking from this is we're now sharing the audit tool and the method we've used more widely across the UK. And we would like to do a national audit of cochlear implant referral. And we really feel that that would help our understanding, really, what are the barriers for audiologists or for centres to refer patients for a cochlear implant? How can we stop these inequalities across the UK? So this was done, as I said, 2019 to 2020. Of course, the whole world has changed really since then. During the pandemic, of course, much fewer adults were seen face-to-face in audiology clinics. So what we've also been working on is a collaboration, an initiative between the British Academy of Audiology and the British Cochlear Implant Group. And what we've set up in the past few years is a champions program. So we want to have cochlear implant champions in lots of audiology centres across the UK. So these are people who feel empowered, who feel knowledgeable about cochlear implants and able to share that information with their colleagues. And the 4 cochlear implant manufacturers have been great at helping with this process, helping with the champions. They all have engagement teams. They've done lots of training and support to help audiologists across the UK have better understanding of who could be a candidate for a cochlear implant. So the next stage is, of course, we want to extend this across the UK. We want to collect data post-COVID and see how cochlear implant referrals are going. And we'd really like to have this as a real-time methodology. So when you have the patient in front of you in the clinic and audiometrically they may be a candidate for cochlear implants, that's when we need some kind of trigger for the audiologist to remind them. So we all know, of course, how much benefit adults and children can receive from a cochlear implant. So we are trying our very best to ensure that all suitable adults are offered a referral for this life-changing treatment. Thank you so much for your attention right at the end of the day of your marvelous conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Helen. It was nice presentation, nice compilation of the audit of the adult CI. The results are quite surprising to me in the sense that when the implants are funded by NHS and still the referral rate or not the referral, the people opting out is around 5 to 7%, which is, I think, similar to our Indian population, where we have a program which is most of the time for adults, it is self-funded. Okay. I just wanted to ask that whether those patients who were referred and they declined, were they using some other modes of communication, or were they using some other hearing devices? Then that was the reason that they declined CI, or it was something else?
Well, we don't have that information at the moment. So the declined category are people who have declined a referral for a cochlear implant. So they're not even people who have been referred to a centre and then said, no, I don't want a cochlear implant at the end of the referral, at the end of the assessment process. They are people who have said they don't even want to pursue a referral. They don't even want to find out more about cochlear implants. And at the moment, we don't have the information why they declined an implant, but we definitely need to work on that. We need to improve awareness and information about cochlear implants to find out more.
Yeah, because that could be one of the factors, because especially those with some amount of residual hearing, they might be using hearing aids and might be getting optimum benefit with the hearing aids, because with the advancement and technology in hearing aids, so many people do get a significant benefit with the hearing aids, and they are the ones who might have refused for opting the cochlear implants.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think they are afraid of surgery, or that was the one reason that they opted out?
Yes, there is definitely evidence to show that that is one of the reasons why adults do say they don't want a cochlear implant. I think there's also a lot of misinformation about cochlear implants, isn't there? A lot of people think that cochlear implants are expensive, and in the UK, of course, it's all on the NHS. People think they're just for children. Some people think they don't have the right kind of deafness. They're not deaf enough for a cochlear implant, they're too deaf for a cochlear implant. There's so many rumors really going around about cochlear implants, and we are trying to really, as much as we can, provide information at all stages of the process. But yes, I think the fear of the surgery is definitely part of that, especially for older adults.
So, of course, age was one of the factors which you showed that all the older patients opted out for surgery, and I think similar has been the experience in India also, that there's a thought or the means when people think that yes, at old age they are perhaps not fit for surgery, though we know that yes, with the advancement in medical facilities as well as the advancement in anesthetic approaches, the surgery has become quite safe even in older adults, okay, even in elderly. So I think that is something which again needs to be maybe reached to the professionals as well as the patients, that yes, the age is not a factor for surgery. Surgery is safe for anybody for that matter. Uh, Thank you, Dr. Helen, for such enlightening talk and providing us with the audit of the UK adults for CI referral. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Helen, can you stop the screen share, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Helen. That was great. Thank you for making your time. Thank you, Sanjay. You have to continue for the next session. You are there for the next session. Okay. So don't leave the page. Yeah.
I'll show next slide.
Yeah.
The screen.
Yes.
Okay, so the next talk is by Dr. William Shapiro. It is a recorded lecture. So to introduce Dr. Shapiro, he is a very well-known person who's worked at New York University since 1984, where he has been involved with all aspects of diagnostic and rehabilitative audiology, including the dispensing of assistive hearing devices. He currently holds the title Lester S. Miller Jr. and Kathleen V. Miller Clinical Assistant Professor of Hearing Health in the Department of Otolaryngology. He is Director of FGP Audiology and is the co-director at the New York University Cochlear Implant Center, a nationally recognized center of excellence in the field of cochlear implants. Dr. Shapiro has several publications in peer-reviewed journals as well as book chapters. He has presented at conventions both nationally as well as internationally. He serves on the advisory board of a cochlear implant manufacturer as well as the Children's Hearing Institute. Can we have his recording, please?
Where you are when you're listening to me, what part of the world you're in. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizing committee for allowing me to speak to you today and share some of our knowledge. Several years ago, I was invited to speak in Bangalore, and that was a wonderful experience for me. And I'm thankful that I was asked to come back and speak again. So thank you. I'd like to also acknowledge Advanced Bionics, Cochlear Americas, and MED-EL, as well as Dr. Paul Gewirtz for providing me with a lot of information that you're about to hear today. So thank you to them. Back in 1983, when the Cochlear Implant Center began, we had three professionals. We had a surgeon, Dr. Noel Cohen, who did the surgery. I, Bill Shapiro, did the pre and post-op testing and the device programming. That's a picture of me present day. That's not from 1983, because if it was, I'd be 105 years old. And Susan Waltzman, who does the outcome research. So we had three individuals. We were seeing post-lingually deafened adults, and three individuals at that time we thought were plenty. So fast forward 38 years later, we have over 30 professionals, from surgeons to audiologists, educational coordinators, speech therapists, researchers. The parents are part of our team, the developmental pediatricians, neurologists. Depending on the patient and their disability, our team will expand and contract. So there's been a big change in the last 38 years of what kinds of patients we see. And with that we've had many challenges. One of the challenges is the expansion of technology and the complexity. Not a week or a month goes by where there's not a software update on a cochlear implant or a firmware update, or something's happening with a hearing aid or something new's come out. So it really tests the audiologist. Continuing education is critical in our particular field because things are absolutely exploding. And that's wonderful, but it's challenging. The financial concerns, medicine has become a bit of a business in the States these days, and there's more emphasis placed on clinic efficiency. And we're asked to maintain patient outcomes and satisfaction while reducing the amount of time we're with a patient. So we need to think of ways to do that. And we need to think of ways of offloading some of the things we do. And I think that's the moral of this whole story, is how can the audiologist offload some of the non-billable time things that we do to the manufacturers. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. Because programming is really only a small part of what we do. When we're seeing a patient, we're doing counseling, we're doing accessory use. So there's a lot of other things we're doing during the time that we should just be programming them. There's a much larger percentage of SSD patients these days than we've ever seen before in adults and children. And there's no universal protocol, either for pre or post-op testing or for programming. Some centers like ours try to use a direct connect method because we think that is the most valid way to do it. But there are still centers that might use plug and muff techniques or masking techniques, which we think may not be as valid. Also, the expansion and awareness. We don't do a great job of getting the word out on who's a candidate or not. We still only have a 8 to 12% penetration rate of implants for adults who really deserve to have implants, who are actually getting them. So with challenges, there often come solutions, and here are some of the solutions. And as I said, I think the manufacturers have been really good and all of the manufacturers have been really good in coming up with ways to take the burden off the audiologist. So the first is Cochlear, and Cochlear Corporation has something they would call connected care, which uses a whole confluence of ways of personnel and engagement managers and apps and remote programming and remote checks to help the audiologist to keep things under control. And we'll talk about that in a minute. AB does a wonderful job of seamlessly allowing the audiologist to fit both a hearing aid software and a cochlear implant software in the same screen, which is critical and I think will be critical for all of the manufacturers. They're also involved in remote care. The pandemic taught us a lot, and remote care and remote check, and we'll talk about remote check a little bit, are critical to keep up the performance of these patients without having them to come into the city, to Manhattan, as you can see. Med-El has a very interesting surgical planning software called AutoPlan that we'll talk about in a few minutes. Paul Gewurz has developed something called FOX, Fitting to Outcomes Expert, which is an artificial intelligence a protocol that we've used and many centers have used as part of the study, and that show us you don't need to go through the typical ways of programming a patient, and you can be using artificial intelligence, and we'll talk about that a little bit. And we've also engaged with provider networks. In other words, we have a hearing aid dispenser who has 10 different sites in the tri-state area near us, and they are doing our pre and post-op testing, and they're doing our device programming. We're doing the surgery, of course, but we have a very tight relationship with them, and we're able to confirm they do a good job, and it's really worked out well. So expanding what we call provider networks, I think, is going to be what we're going to be seeing in the next 5 to 10 years. The audiologists have to kind of give things up a little bit to understand there are other professionals out there that can do just as good a job, can do almost as good a job as we can, and certainly with the 80% of patients who are a little bit easier to program. So this is just a few slides from Cochlear on what they would call connected care, which is using remote testing and the use of apps and the use of engagement managers all together to offload some of the issues for the audiologist. So as you can see from this slide, over 80,000 patients are actually using the Nucleus Smart app, which is great. In Canada, it's more than 40% of the users in Canada and the USA. So let's move on. So the thought with Cochlear Corporation is, if you look at the hearing journey, they first speak to an engagement manager who will talk to them about the awareness, about what the kinds of problems they're having. Now, we may be seeing those patients, of course, at the same time and doing testing, but they have the time to counsel the patient. In addition to, we're counseling them as well, but you can never have too much counseling. And then they explore solutions. So the engagement manager sees the patient prior to the surgery, patient has the surgery, and then they're handed off to the recipient solutions manager. The goal of the recipient solutions manager is to see a patient and see the patient for the non-billable hours that we've been seeing the patient for. In other words, to explain to them how to use their device. We'll talk about Nucleus Copilot in a minute, which is a rehab program. Anything that's non-billable, the recipient solutions manager can help us with. We're not giving up total control, but we're just sharing the pie, so to speak. So Remote Check is a very, very smart way of using an app. What it does is it checks 5 different dimensions of a cochlear implant. It looks at the wound site. Patient fills out a couple of questionnaires. We're able to do an audiogram. We're able to do a speech and noise test and test impedance all through the smart app. So the patient sends that data to us and we can see it through a portal. So they can do it on a Tuesday. On Wednesday morning, we can come into the clinic and take a look at it. And then we can determine, hey, does this patient need to come in? Or can we tell them that we'll see them in a year? Now, we're able to charge for Remote Check, and there are patients that are willing to pay for Remote Check. So instead of coming into the city and parking for $50 and missing a day of work, the patient can do this at home and they're happy to pay out of pocket for this particular test. Up until recently, what we would do is we would send patients our laptop and a pod and let the patients through a Zoom, we would actually be able to program a patient. This was a little cumbersome, and there are going to be different ways over time to do that. But I think, and I'm sure all of the companies will be using a remote programming one way or another in the next year or two. It's just it's impossible to do it anywhere else. We learned from the pandemic that we can actually program patients through telehealth, and as long as the audiologist has a license in that state, through the pandemic we were able to do it. Now it's getting a little bit tighter, and you need to have licenses in the states that you're seeing the patient. But telehealth is here to stay, and it is absolutely the future of technology. This will allow us to see patients remotely and actually get more patients into the channel and implant more patients by having these patients seen remotely. So this is just showing you the different ways that we can do it. For Cochlear now, there is no asynchronous care, although you can make the argument that that Remote Check is asynchronous, but there'll be ways to program patients. I know with Resound, which is a hearing aid company that works with Cochlear Corporation, there is asynchronous programming. You can send up to the cloud that, hey, I'm in a restaurant right now, and I'm having trouble hearing female voices and noise. You send it up to the cloud. The next day, the audiologist comes in, sees your message on the screen, can send a message back to adjust the hearing aid in that case. And now the patient has been asynchronously taken care of. So again, remote is critical. The Copilot. The Copilot is an app, it's a rehab app. Now we at NYU have all of our patients see a speech therapist. It's our speech therapist that does auditory training. It doesn't need to be a speech therapist, but in our situation it is. So all of our adults see our speech therapist for an evaluation and hopefully some therapy. But so he either does that remotely through telehealth, or he does that in situ when they're coming in for programming. But for some patients that can't do that, there's Copilot, which is an interactive app that gives a patient personalized support. So I think that's a great idea. And again, I'm sure, some of the companies are a little bit further ahead in some areas, but I think as we, mature in the next 5 to 10 years, we're all going to be doing remote programming, remote rehab. I just think that's the way it's going to be. It's about connectivity. So in the OR, you can actually evaluate a device, have the results from that evaluation with SmartNav go right to the patient's file, which is synced up to our server computer. So when the patient comes in for their programming, we have all the data and the impedance data and that anything we need. So it's all about connectivity. And I think that's great. So the thought is, with connected care, you may be able to see your patients a little bit less. A lot of centers see their patients for programming 3 weeks after surgery for a couple of days in a row, and then a week later, and then 3 weeks after that, and then 2 months after that. With the help from the manufacturers, we can get the engagement managers to see the patients up front before surgery, not without our interaction, but in conjunction with our interaction. Get some basic, during the initial stimulation, get some basic use and acclimating to sound. By 1 month, introduce them to the cochlear recipient manager, who's going to talk to them about how you deal with accessories and maybe introduce them to some rehab. By 3 months, we're assessing audibility and performance, speech discrimination. By 6 months, we may be giving them satisfaction questionnaires. We're evaluating the second ear. We may do a baseline remote check and introduce them to Copilot or have them see our speech therapist. And then we're monitoring the patient either with remote check or with in situ programming. So this is a reasonable chronological order of how things may go in the future. So that's Cochlear Corporation. With Advanced Bionics, they have done a great job in their interaction with Phonak of providing us with seamless fitting software for both a hearing aid and a cochlear implant. So you on one screen, you can program a hearing aid and a cochlear implant, and that's got to be the way of the future. That's critical, I think, because when I started, if you were a cochlear implant audiologist, that's all you did is you program cochlear implants. Now, most audiologists have to have facility to be able to program a hearing aid as well as a cochlear implant. So that is really critical. And they're going to be getting into the remote care business. So these are a few slides just talking about the shared controls and behavior, which makes these devices work so well together. So you have the NAIDA cochlear implant and the NAIDA Link hearing aid. And you have match gain, you have similar electrical stimulation, acoustic. They're taking all of the benefits of the Phonak hearing aid, sound relax, wind block, echo block, stereo zoom, and they're putting it in the cochlear implant. So both devices can react and adjust at the same time to changing situations. So, and by binaural voice streaming technology, again, duophone, quick sync. So you put the phone to one ear, you're hearing it in both. Quick sync, stereo zoom, zoom control. So you're able to stream with a full audio bandwidth in real time with bidirectionality. It's also available for bilateral hearing aids and bilateral cochlear implants. Streamlined bimodal fittings, that's what we just talked about. So there's comprehensive bimodal fitting experience in one fitting software, which I think is critical. It saves time, which is, as we talked about, we're under some financial restraints. You're fitting both devices in one session using a bimodal fitting formula, and it changes the clinical workflow. It reduces effort, and I think that's critical as well. This is what it looks like. This is what a screen looks like. There's also bimodal wireless connectivity options. So NoaLink AB remote app, Phonak remote control, the Roger mic, which is a great accessory. Stream phone calls, Bluetooth. That's usually classic Bluetooth, TV connector, partner mic. So you see all the accessories. But this also speaks to we need to get these are non-reimbursed services. So we need to get the help of the manufacturer to help us to talk about this. We need to take this off of our plate, I think, a little bit. So this next slide talks about how the continuum of care. So a patient can wear a Phonak Link M as a standard hearing aid binaurally if they have a stable, severe to profound loss. Prior to an implant, they can fine-tune the hearing aids. Then they can wear a Phonak Link M with a marble cochlear implant and continue with the hearing aid. And then eventually, if appropriate, they could be fit with a marble cochlear implant for true binaural benefit. So there you can see the hearing journey with the AB devices as well. Phonak has a remote solution. The cochlear implant doesn't quite yet, but like all hearing aids that already have remote solutions, because we know hearing aid technology has remote solutions already, and it works very, very nicely. The hope and the expectation is at some point this Phonak remote will work with an AB remote. So that's AB. Now this is, I think, very interesting. Everyone who knows about implants has always known that Med-El touts a long electrode array to follow more the nature of the cochlear, because of what they're saying. They want to offer more natural sound quality, better speech perception, music perception, sound localization. So we hear them talking about this all the time, about complete cochlear coverage. The deeper the insertion, the better the natural sound. But the question is, do you have to choose an electrode length based on the patient's real anatomy? And this is what Otoplan is about. Otoplan is a surgical planning software that uses standard imaging, detailed 3D anatomy, to measure the parameters of the cochlea preoperatively. And this way you could see how each Med-El electrode would fit each cochlea. So based on Otoplan, you can choose the appropriate electrode for each patient. Now, typically, most of the cochleas are pretty much similar, but there are outliers, and that's what this would be for. So in the average Med-El user, default fine-tuning frequency bands are tonotopically matched to the cochlea. So you're looking at the array, the insertion, and the default band. So you can see over here, so it's place matched and rate matched that's already available in the Med-El device. So each electrode contact on the array is marked post-operatively, looking at the angular insertion depth and the tonotopic center frequency. And that data is exported to Maestro. So the fitting software then accounts for all of this. And you can see here in Maestro, they align the frequency, the fine hearing frequencies with the tonotopic frequency electrode. So you import Otoplan, you select anatomy based on frequency bands, and Maestro calculates the anatomy-based frequency bands and modifies the frequency bands if desired. So you can see here, if you're using the anatomy-based fitting, now they align with the tonotopic electrode frequency to better match the natural tonotopicity for that particular patient. And if you look, you can see how closely they are matched. And as Med-El has often said, it is much more difficult to do that as electrodes are shorter and shorter. You can see how close this is and how far away this is. So for shorter electrodes, that you're not able to, it deviates from the natural and tonotopic organization of the cochlea. So in summary, with Otoplan, in the average Med-El user, the default fine hearing frequency bands tonotopically match the cochlea. So it's based on real data from the individual post-op imaging, and settings are easily applied, but the clinician still maintains full control. So now we're going to talk a little bit about artificial intelligence and Paul Gewirtz's Fox. We know that when you're fitting cochlear implants, you need a expensive laptop, you need an audiometric booth. There was this was years ago already, a cochlear implant survey of the state of the art of device fitting, how different centers around the world program. Most of them only look at T and C levels. It's based on subjective loudness judgments by the patient. The initial stimulation is followed by 3 monthly visits. Maximum minimal current levels for each electrode are extrapolated from a few electrodes, and objective measures play a very small place in device programming. Other parameters are rarely modified. Now, if you look, this is really a seminal slide here. What this is saying is, if you look at this center here, these are the range of T levels at this center, and this is the range of C levels at this center. But if you go down the block, this is the range of T levels, and this is the range of C levels. So you see how subjective it is, right? The T levels in this shop are higher than the C levels of that shop. So it's so subjective. There's got to be a better way. And if in 2018, Cochlear actually looked at how things were going. That was like 6 years later, and things really haven't changed. People were still doing the same thing that they've always done, and as this says. And so there's got to be a better way. And so Paul and his colleagues feel that the map should be based on a target. Just like we have a target in hearing aids, we have real ear measures. There's a target, and you know when you've reached that target, then you're in the right space. So he thinks, and he's right, there needs to be a more consistent approach to programming based on data, knowledge, and action. And of course, you want to be more efficient without sacrificing quality. So what he did is he looked at what a normal cochlear should do, and he devised 4 tests to look at what a normal cochlear should do. So a normal cochlear should have access, so you're able to actually test the patient. Now, this is all, I should say, using a direct connect system. So access, the cochlea is a spectral analyzer, so he does something called phonemic discrimination. The cochlea should be able to scale loudness, so we scale loudness at 3 different frequencies. And then we do speech discrimination at 4 different input levels. And so that's what the cochlea should do. And based on the results of this, you take that data, put it into an artificial intelligence analyzer, and it comes up with suggestions for mapping. And that's what Fox is about. This is called AutoQueen, is the name of the software. And this just tells you how it's done. So a patient comes in, gets a few predetermined maps that everyone gets, wears them for a month, comes in, you start testing the patient, doing those 4 different tests at different times. Based on the data you get from those 4 different tests, it suggests map adjustments. So that's called Fox. And this is just showing you one of the tests. I think I may have, you're able to do it on very young children as well. Let's see if my audio will work here. Right? So what you saw is the child was able to tell the difference. So he was able to discriminate those 2 phonemic pairs. And based on his results, that data will go in and a map will be manipulated. So what did we learn from Fox? Well, we looked at there was a study that we did. We were part of the study where we looked at Fox, and then we compared it to the 532 benchmark study that Cochlear did. And you see there's very, very little difference in CNC words and quiet between Fox and the subject matter, the experienced user. Same thing for AZ Bio in noise, very little difference at 3 months and 6 months between Fox and the typical way we've been programming patients. So what we've learned then is with Fox, we were seeing patients much less frequently. We were able to go from 4 visits, from 6 visits to 4 visits to gain the same number, to gain the same performance. And this really worked in about 85% of newly implanted patients. So we think that although we're not doing Fox anymore, we think artificial intelligence is also something to be looked at. And the hope and the expectation is all three companies are looking at artificial intelligence. The key is with artificial intelligence, it's target driven. It's based on evidence. It's like real ear measures, as I said. And what it is 100 people can program me and they program me the same way. And that's critical, right? Now, there'll still always be master programmers out there, but by having everyone follow the same technique, we're bringing up the bottom, the performance from the bottom. Patients, there are times a patient will come in with a map and you really won't understand where they got it from because it's so outrageously wrong. It uses a direct connect system, so we don't need to use an audiometer. We don't need to use an expensive sound booth. It's direct connect, so it takes away, a sound booth takes it's very expensive and it takes a large space. So we don't need to do that. And as I said, the performance is equivalent. Provider networks. So I talked to you about provider networks already, but before we do that, let's talk about this. Let's talk about Direct Connect. This is just a case study that I just need to show you. This is a 5-year-old female, single-sided deaf. She was adopted, so there wasn't much of a history. She was implanted somewhere else. She was referred to our center for a second opinion. She had only been tested with the plug and muff technique, not the Direct Connect, and everyone thought she was doing well. But we saw her, and we saw her at NYU using Direct Connect, and she had absolutely no speech discrimination in the cochlear implant ear. We requested a review of the imaging post and pre-op, so the MRI and the post-op CT scan. And what we saw from the, you see that the electrode's in a good place. Well, I'm told it's in a good place. I'm not a surgeon. And we can see here, this is the right ear with a normal nerve that divides into a vestibular and a cochlea. And on this side, you don't see a nerve at all. So actually there was no nerve going into the cochlea and the patient was never hearing anything. And we were only able to tell that by the pre-op MRI. So I can't really speculate on what they were seeing before the surgery. But this is a child who never had really a chance to hear because there's no nerve on the cochlea side. And this is the Direct Connect we use. So as you can see, we connect it to the audiometer and it can go through the speaker, or we can connect it to, let me back it up a little bit, or we can connect it to a mini mic or a Roger and anything else, and then we can adjust it through the app on the computer, and that's how we can do a Direct Connect testing. We have our own software that does this, and we are totally wedded to this this way of doing things. The last thing I'll talk about is the Cochlear Provider Network, and we talked about that before. And these are hearing aid dispensers that are interested in offering hearing implantable solutions and for patients who don't want to travel, who don't want to come into the city. And this is just showing you these patients who don't want to come into NYU or somewhere else, they have a loyal database. They like their audiologist wherever in their hometown, and they listen to their audiologist. They're not going to listen to me as well as they'll listen to their audiologist. So the audiologist in their hometown either has me come in, or lately I don't come in, and they talk to the patient about cochlear implants. They evaluate the patient. They come to us for the surgeon to do the surgery, and then they go back to the CPN, the provider network audiologist, has the procedure done and returns to the cochlear provider audiologist for activations and follow-ups. We talk all the time. I know just what these people are doing, and they're doing a good job, and they're dedicated to helping, and it really works out very well. So this happens to be the Cochlear Provider Network, but this could be done with any device. So future directions. I think we're going to have to work on being able to change the pre-op testing. to reduce the amount of initial evaluation time, and I think we can do that. We are presently undergoing a study where we're going to have a medical assistant model. In other words, when I go see a doctor at NYU, I go into the office, they take my blood pressure, they take my weight, they take my blood ox, they ask me questions about medication. They do all of those things, and then the physician comes in. So what we're going to do is we're going to have someone do all of those things, not do the medical stuff, but have the patient come into the room, put all the equipment together, make sure everything is ready to go, have the audiologist then come in, just do the programming, answer some questions and leave, and have that medical assistant talk about accessories, how to use accessories, counseling, and all of those types of things to reduce non-billable time. And this way the audiologist can spend their time doing billable things, get to the next patient. So see more patients in less time. The cochlear implant hearing aid relationships are going to get more and more important. Right now, we're liking the way Phonak and AB work together. Cochlear and Resound have a nice partnership. Medell's claim is that you can use any hearing aid with their cochlear implant, and that's fine. So the point is, these relationships are going to become more and more important. We learned from artificial intelligence that you probably don't need to see your patients as much. And we also know you can do remote evaluations. With Cochlear, you can do the remote check, and there are going to hopefully be other ways to do that as well. So maybe there'll be fewer appointments. And provider networks, I think that's going to be critical too, to hook up with competent audiologists around town to let them do some of the work. And also to have the manufacturers start working on reliable and valid ways of doing single-sided testing for direct connect for the greater population. So if we can do these transfers of responsibility and have a greater reliance on the manufacturers, who are doing a nice job, by the way, I think that's the wave of the future. I think that's what's going to be happening. So I think I'm done. I want to thank you very much for listening. I know I went through a lot of information. And again, it's been my pleasure to speak to you. Have a good day.
Sanjay, you're on mute.
We would like to thank Dr. William for such an enlightening talk and giving us the insight, or rather I'll say update on the technology which the progress of which has been taking tremendously. I think the pandemic has given impetus to the progress which it has made. I think the contactless would be the thing which, or the remote mapping, or the remote rather remote care would be the future which he has discussed. And beautifully he compiled the information for all the companies, like for the Cochlear, the connected care, the remote care by the AB, and the auto plan by the Medal. All these are being used, and are new parameters and new features are being put in these by these companies in all their programs, so that the patient to clinician contact is lesser, but at the same time the services are provided in a better way. And the one thing which I liked about his talk was the way the programming or the mapping has to be done is perhaps on the similar line as that we do for the hearing aids, like the target. If we can achieve, we have the target fitting like we have in hearing aid. That has been a well established that once we achieve a target fitting and we are able to get good results, the patients are more satisfied when we are able to achieve those targets. So if we are able to get those targets with the help of the artificial intelligence, by using the artificial intelligence, we are able to get some softwares which could give us the target fitting. Okay, so that I think that would reduce the timing as well as time of the audiologist as well as the visits to the clinician, plus the overall satisfaction of the patient would also increase. So with this, I think I'll thank CG for giving me this opportunity to chair these sessions. And if there are, I think, any questions, so I think that can be forwarded to Dr. Williams and by mail, I think. Over to Madhuri ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay, for having moderated the chaired both the sessions, and your insights into the AI is really, really good. I thank you very much for your participation. And just a few housekeeping. In a few minutes, valedictory will begin. So request you all to join in the surgical hall. The prizes will be announced, and yeah, we will take another 2 to 3 minutes. So please wait in the surgical hall. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
IT team, please end the streaming of this hall. Venu, please end the streaming of this hall.
Ma'am, shall I close the session?